the ascents from a passionate engineer to a leader who inspires many young folks.
She's really focused on the goals and try to get all of us to deliver on each and every task and activities. She's also very helpful, by the way. She's not the kind of boss or leader that will leave all the tasks for people to do them by themselves. She always gives clear instruction and motivate the team. Yeah.
Encouraging women to be better communicators, confident communicators, and I think she once ran a program where she was not just women and men, but obviously because she was very strongly advocating for women to come into the profession. There seemed to be a higher number of women on those courses, and she was encouraging them to develop soft skills, so not just the technical skills, but to have the communication skills, the analytical skills, the general people building skills that one needs to be successful generally in most professions.
Despite Trudy's tremendous efforts to melting the barriers for women in the engineering sector, there is still the male dominance looming fear among the young generation, which Trudy is now on a mission to change short a narrative.
So that peer-to-peer mentorship at different levels is the system that we're trying to set up, and hopefully it will be in place by the end of the year, so that we can move, and engineers who want to be a part of that process can now liaise with their counterparts in Australia or in India or in Jamaica or Barbados or any other Commonwealth country, you know, and we can learn from them and they can learn from us.
Design the foundation, then I will design the abutment, I would then design the slabs and every supporting structure that was a part of it. That was my job. And then when I finished designing it, sometimes I was lucky enough to go and build it.
Engineering, not just a structure, but also a future where women are recognized as equal architects of progress. Philly Morgan stands as a testament to this.
As we celebrate women who are shaping Sierra Leone's future, we hope other women will break barriers in their own fields. For SLBC, Julian Dumbuya reporting.
From President of the Sierra Leone Institute of Engineers, we now go over to the Sierra Leone Police. The Sierra Leone Police of over 19,000 personnel is dominated by men, both the rank and file, since it was founded in the colonial era. The early 80s, 90s, and 2000 saw a shift in gender wherein many women started showing interest to be part of the police, which many considered then a man's job. Today we shed light on a young woman who in her early 40s joined in the Sierra Leone Police Force in 2018, with a dream to provide security and legal service to citizens. Recently promoted ACP John Bull, a lawyer and educationalist, is heading a critical and one of the most important departments within the police, which is the Legal and Justice Support Department of the Sierra Leone Police. Salma Tabat tells us more about our life.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Yes, sir. A daily routine of the figurehead of the Police, Legal and Justice Department, ACP Juan MS Bull, is among this generation of women breaking barriers in the Sierra Leone Police Force. She's the second woman to head the Sierra Leone Police Justice and Support Department. ACP Juan Bull joined the force in 2018 after serving the Law Officers Department at Senior State Council for 8 years. She started her journey in the SLP as a legal advisor at the Criminal Investigations Department, and in 2022 she was appointed as the youngest head of the Legal and Justice Support Department of the force. The achievement of this crucial department under the supervision of this exceptional police officer is a testament that women can run a department with over 350 personnel across the country.
Many of them wanted to be like me, and we have lots of lawyers now. When I came to the police, we do not have up to 10 lawyers. if up to even 8 when I joined the police. But we can account for over 20 lawyers now, going to 20 lawyers now from the police because of, you know, the inspiration I used to give to them. And I told them, the sky is your limit. You already know. You've been dealing with crime. You already know. So you go there is to put more effort, study more and everything. And the police is there to support you. They give them study leave with pay, you know, so that they can go, and as long as when you go, you come back to help the police. So I believe I have inspired a lot of people to go and add to the credentials that they already have.
Even though a practicing lawyer, her aspiration and thirst to get justice of people, teach and inspire generations made her to join the force.
I have passion for justice and security, and I have passion to help people secure the justice that they want, and I have passion to teach and advocate. I have passion to prosecute in court. So I've been a prosecutor since I became a lawyer in 2000. Since I joined the Law Officers Department in 2012. So I have been a state prosecutor, I go to court, and I prosecute matters on behalf of the state.
She joined the force in 2018 at a time the police can boast of just few lawyers. But because of her commitment and mentorship program, today the force can boast of over 20 lawyers.
This my mentor, where I so admire at. It gets some quality in them where, like people like me, not them, we they look to, because then they try for put woman in front, try for make woman become value in our society. They try for make woman know say themselves can able do better thing for themselves and for the society. One day he tell me, he say, Mabel, he say you can do it. He say, you can read law. He say, go read law. I told him, I say, girl, I say, me I tell for read book. He say, you can do them. He say, go. So I go buy me form, and like a boss, you know, they pressure me.
When she decided to leave the Law Officers Department to police, the thoughts of limited opportunities came up from close friends and family. But little did the somewhat pessimist thinkers know that she was entering a field of limitless opportunities.
Initially, before I joined the police, you will not hear about a lawyer who wants to join the police. Even when I discussed with my colleagues that I wanted to join the police, they were like, you coming from the Law Officers Department and you going to join the police? Because the Law Officers Department is the government office for all government. We represent all government office. So we see ourselves as the boss. You know, so it was like coming from being a boss and then going down. That's how they perceived it. But I saw humility. If I'm coming up and, you know, just to work for Sierra Leone, just to work, just to tap on my potential, if I have to go down to do that, I can do that.
ACP Joanbu lost her husband in 2016, leaving her with 2 boys, a situation that's made her to strike the balance between family and work, which is most times stressful for her. Her little sister, Linda Bull, who is also a lawyer, sometimes misses the sisterly warmth, but takes solace on how she has impacted society through the Salient Police Force.
And for her to climb the steps is a very good achievement, and we as a family, we are very proud of her, and we feel honored because she's having us a very good example, not just in her academics, but also morally. She has always set the pace. Though sometimes it's a bit challenging because of the nature of her job, she's not always around. But as a family, we work as a unit. So in as much as she's not around, we always try to step in where she's not available, especially in the aspect of taking care of her kids. And Joanne is someone who is very focused. she's resilient, and she's hardworking. And so our work is a priority, and she always makes time for her work. And so that's where we always try to step in. And she always gives us the moral support whenever we need it.
Women in the force occupying strategic positions are still a challenge, especially in a patriarchal society like Sierra Leone. However, the difference is ACP Joan Bow is ever determined to break those ceilings by aspiring for more within the force.
The policing structure in general, the world over, in fact, you need to have the temerity, you need to have candor to be a leader in any structure, in any department, in any unit. So that's why you normally find yourself being headed by a man. And they've been used to being commanded or being managed by men. So sometimes you will be giving your instructions to somebody and they'll be calling you sir, because that's what they've been used to. They've not been used, most times they've not been used to having a female boss occupying a command position. So also because of the gender lens that we normally do have, the patriarchal system that we exist in, there are times when I started here, you know, I had challenge with some of the officers I was carrying the same rank with, because I came here as an assistant superintendent of police.
ACP Bowl is a household name in the country's legal, justice and security sector. She continues to inspire generations, and this year's theme on International Women's Day, Accelerate Action, resonates with her passion of taking swift and decisive steps to achieve gender equality. It calls to increase momentum and urgency in addressing the systemic barriers and biases that women face, both in personal and professional affairs. SLBC News on International Women's Day, Salma Tabar reporting.
We are also shedding light on Security Forces Gender Desk. Recently, the Sierra Leone Correctional Service got its first female deputy, Director General Susan Coker. Let us don't forget that the department is also dominated by male. In this interview, Salma Tabar spoke to Susan Coker, the acting Director Gender and Community Affairs, ACP Nora Adamagobe, and Gender Focal Person, Military Naval Wing Lieutenant Navy Memunatu Kagbo.
Kubaku training would do inside that. I therefore can you go inside it? We do computer training for women them. We get adult literacy classes, and what would you do for the one day we not go school? The one day we go school. For example, some people then they don't come to we, then they sit to us. So they pull and they go sit to us. If you go to McKinney the one day, then they engage into university education. So tomorrow they come, sit down with them, talk to them, eat with them, and give them courage and give them hope, because there is life after prisons.
Okay, quick one, finally. Waiting go do a message to women, we still feel see them for the being, they not for join and compete women for push you before, whether you go school, you not go school, na garden you day, na missing work you they do, na mechanical work you they do. Waiting go do a message to them.
The message to the woman they want for left behind. We know the grief for let them left behind. They like na garden you day, they like na market you day. Let we all come before. Now only way you push yourself come before, or somebody push you. Some of we they now we start to push yourself go before. Me not so nobody they push me, and this one don't talk, this one don't talk. Now we start to push yourself. We know the grief for left behind.
For that, and that interview will be aired later. Now, well done, super women. I mean, we can't talk about International Women's Day without talking about our own as the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. On this International Women's Day, we celebrate the remarkable journey of a woman who has not only witnessed the evolution of broadcasting, but has also played a pivotal role in shaping it. For 39 years, Rhoda Cisse has been a voice of integrity and resilience in administration at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. She spent a lot of time at the News and Current Affairs unit of SLBC. Christiana Kamara digs more into the life of Rhoda Cisse.
Rhoda's journey began in 1986, shortly after she left school. Starting as a clerical staff member, she quickly transitioned into broadcasting, where she began reading birthdays and obituary scripts on both radio and television.
The dearly beloved mother, grand and great grandmother, Ama Sophia Regina K, who changed time for eternity 4 years ago on the 4th of March 2021. She was 90 years old.
A field that was still finding its footing for women to thrive. Secretary to the Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, Veronica Coker, said she worked with Rhoda Cisse during the then SLBS, and by then Rhoda was at correspondence office while she was at engineering department. She also highlighted that the attacks at that time they both engaged on as secretaries was to type public notices, obituaries and schedules for radio announcers.
I came in contact with Rhoda Cisse. She was at newsroom. I met her at correspondent SLBS. Then later we came down the old building at SLBS. Then after the 90s, I worked with her at presentation office with late Agatha Kamara. She was the presentation manager. So we both work as secretary, typing obituaries, public notice, and also doing schedule for news readers. Then later, we merged SLBS to SLBC, but I didn't work with her. But she's a friendly person. She's always willing to work. She's always trying to assist.
Another colleague, Harold Williams, who is a producer and editor at the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, also shared similar sentiments. He said Rhoda has always been a pillar of strength. She made sure everyone felt included, and her positivity was contagious.
Rhoda Cisse is somebody that I have known for quite a good many decades, actually, over 3 decades. I met her here at SLBC, and by then she was working in the newsroom. The newsroom was in a tiny apartment up at New England, and they used to come down with the news every day to the adjacent room here, which was the then newsroom. And I remember Joseph and Rhoda, along with all of the other secretaries, they were using manual typewriters at the time. And these manual typewriters, that's what we used to produce the news and all of the program scripts. And Rhoda was very proficient at her work. And when we computerized, she was amongst the first to branch out into the digital aspect of production. And she mastered the computer. And I saw Rhoda rise clerically in her abilities, and also become a presenter as well, and in several languages, not just Creole, but local language to me, and English as well. So Rhoda has grown with the SLBC over the years, and she's one of the female members of staff that the institution can be proud of. Thank you.
In the early days, broadcasting was manual and labor-intensive. Rhoda recalls the challenges of working with outdated equipment and the friendship she developed among her colleagues. As the industry evolved, so did Rhoda. She adapted to the digital transformation, providing that her passion for storytelling could thrive in any environment.
Those days working with the SLBS, we were working with typewriters as secretaries. So there are times when the keys fell off, we used chewing gum. We used chewing gum to patch up the keys and fix them again. But it was a very working atmosphere. Things were just like that. We have respect for our bosses. And in those days, when you come to the then SLBS, we were a family.
Rhoda called for women in broadcasting to continue doing the good job, encouraging passionate young women to also come on board.
I've achieved a lot in this department. Working here from the days of the then SLBS and now with the SLBC, a lot of people have known me. I've come across a lot of people for birthdays, for obituaries. There are times when I go to some places As soon as I talk, people say, I think I know this voice now. You know, people will locate me. Some people are just too fast to locate people. And I know that with all these years in this place, I've been made known. This place has made me known to people. I'm not on the screen, but my voice is on the air. Young women, come. The broadcasting career is a wonderful career. The broadcasting career builds you up from nowhere to somewhere. The broadcasting era makes you known. When you come to the broadcasting house, you just swap up like that. You should be willing. Be willing to learn. Make yourself available. Don't be shy. Don't shy away from broadcasting. And I would like to see women aspire for senior positions in broadcasting. There is room for women if only you make yourself available. And if you have passion for it, go for it.
Today we honor our journey and the countless women who continue to break barriers in broadcasting.
Some people think success is all about money. But as for me, thinking of where you came from to where you are, you should thank God. Life, good health, that's success. I am proud. I appreciate you so much for thinking of me and thinking of my contribution in serving this institution for 39 good years. In this noble institution, I raised up my son and he has graduated. So I thank God for what this institution has done for me.
It is commendable in celebrating the achievements of women like Rhoda Sise, who inspire all to reach for their dreams and make their voices heard. Christiana Kamara for SLBC.
Many thanks there to our colleagues who has been following the stories of the different individuals that we have shown. Viewers, be reminded you can be part of the program by sending your text message to the number displayed on your screen, which is 088-373-504, or send your comments on our Facebook page at SLBC Live. We still have a guest in the studio, and we have to bring you in, guys. You have been following the story. We start with you, Memunatu Square. We've seen stories of Joan Bull, the president of this medical engineers, Institute of Engineers, and also the story of Rhoda Sise, who has been in broadcasting for 39 years. So what signal does this send with regards to women taking the lead in different aspects of society?
Well, from my own perspective, now women are taking the lead in terms of leadership position, not only as in terms of their career, but as well as the leadership position in our society. Before, in the past year, you will see most families don't support women education because they believe that when a woman is educated, at the end of the day, you will end up in your husband's house. But in this society now, you are seeing women. Many families are now investing more on women because when you educate a woman, one woman, I believe you are educating the nation. Now we are seeing women before, they are not doing engineering, women are not doing police, they say these are all jobs for men. But now we are seeing them taking the bold step and pursuing this career. And when you go to this university, women are really doing well, more than men themselves. And we are seeing the impact which they are bringing to the society. And it's a great step for even those who are not educated. It gives them the strength to pursue what they are doing. With support of the feminist organization, campaigns from different organizations, we are in women who are always feel they are left behind. They are pursuing what they believe in. Now you will see a woman selling a small business, but within herself, she's proud of herself because of the woman she is, the supportive woman she is. And if we can look at the society within Sierra Leone, 95% of so many homes are supported by women. Now we are seeing women are doing a great job for themselves, and it's really a progress for the entire country, not only Sierra Leone but the world. Okay. So we are proud of the women.
We've seen, as you said, women have been taking the lead. So what do you think has been responsible for some of these changes that has been taking place in this sphere, especially in a country like Sierra Leone that is male dominated?
Well, one of the key things that is a contributing factor is like campaign through feminist organization. Now we have a lot of feminist organization. Before, you will not heard about feminist organization because people are afraid to speak out about the issue that women are facing in our society. But now you look around, we have a whole lot of feminist organization, and we even have men among the feminist organization that are supporting, he for she, that are supporting women to see they take a bold step as a leadership role. And also we have policies that speak a lot about the rights of women in Sierra Leone. And this policy, although some policy are not popularized, people don't know much about this policy. But with campaigns and radio program like this, we see these are some of the reasons that we see women are taking the leadership step. And also we have this awareness raising at various community levels. Before, you don't see these things happen to really have people to come in a community and speak about some of these issues, especially like when we are talking about female genital mutilation, the FGM. It's really difficult for people to hear about these things. Whenever you stand in the public to talk about FGM, it's difficult. But with this campaign and awareness raising, we are seeing women are taking the bold step in terms of leadership position. So with campaign, feminist alliance, networking among organizations, it's a great contributing factor towards this.
Yes, so I think this that you've just spoken about, Memunatu, also speaks to the theme accelerating action. I mean, because if we're going to accelerate action, we're also going to move past the policies, we're also going to move past these acts that are there towards promoting women's rights and protecting our rights. So you say, she also, Memunatu was talking about interacting coalition among female groups. What do you think really has prompted this move that women are now going towards the center, they're now going towards the front seat? I mean, initially we see that maybe our grandparents, our mothers, they were highly dependent on the male gender. So what do you think is really the thing that has pushed us to go past that barrier that was previously instilled?
Thank you. First of all, I want to just recognize the massive power, the massive agency behind these women who just came up on the screen, who are doing phenomenal work, phenomenal work on, the different, the different sectors. We just saw the engineer Trudy Morgan, who is, of course, she's a trailblazer, and she has really redefined what it means to be an engineer. She's, really. So when you talk about engineers in this country, I think she's actually, one that is not only a leader but also inspire lots of other young women by just looking at her, and of course Joanne. These are fantastic women who are holding the line for us, and we're rooting for them. You were mentioning the unique role that Joanne, for example, is holding to ensure that, the justice system is basically to support in the, with the justice system, in the way we actually ensure that everyone taps into gets justice, regardless of your gender. Yes, so I think, all of these women that came up the screen, they're doing well, and like I said, we're really rooting for them. And I go back, women have contributed, women engineers, for me, they are foundation of our society. The contributions to Sierra Leone, to Sierra Leone's infrastructural development. We see the roads, the bridges that they, create. They help to create, also supports, in terms of the resilience of our infrastructure. And of course, when And most of these infrastructure, have, the really high tendency to withstand climate change shock. And of course, you understand when we're dealing with climate change issues, women experience a lot of the consequences, their children and also personally. So I think it's only but just that we have women. Even when it comes to sustainable solutions, providing sustainable solutions, we have the barefoot women who are actually helping to light up Sierra Leone, goes beyond the city in the rural parts. So I think women engineers, for example, have made it their personal project to ensure that they act significantly, help to create a change when it comes to the infrastructural development of Sierra Leone, and they're killing it, basically. We can only just keep promoting a conducive environment for them. And of course, go back to security, the role of women in advancing safety and security in Sierra Leone, for me, is something that we have not been spotlighting quite a lot. And you go back to our civil war, women played a very, very integral role in putting a stop to the nonsense. They took to the streets and were like, no, like, we're tired, asking for peace. And so it's women have always been have always been the bedrock, of society. And of course, I also just like the fact that you took the time to do like an in-house appreciation of our mama, who's also been in the studio, also helping to shape narrative, shape the discussion, within the media landscape in so many ways. We've had a lot of women, that go beyond the formal sector. You go into the informal sector, I think it just shows the power of our collectivism. And also it's also an opportunity for us to recognize that we all, the role that we all play, regardless of where we are, what we do, the nature of what we do, we're all important. We're all helping to foster change and sustainable solutions.
So we have a lot of these women to show. So we now move on to other women that has been making strides in the different field. Well, some women are physically challenged and are facing a lot of problems. Among these, we profiled a blind woman of 3 children. A heart of resilience, sacrifice, and undying love, Santo Koroma, a 33-year-old blind mother of 3, has spent years navigating the streets to fend not just for herself, but for her children who depend on her. Santo's courage sends a strong message that women in the midst of unfortunate situations can be a shelter for their children and their homes. Nandoba Tuanka takes up the story.
They help me be a sad, be a man. I know they see mama don't die, papa don't die.
Santo start the day every morning at her residence in Monkiba community, where she makes sure that her children have something to eat, wash them, and prepare them for school. Santo's days are spent navigating the streets of Freetown, relying on handouts from people to support her family. Every day she wakes up, she thinks about how to feed her children. With no job, no stable income, the only way she can support them is by begging on the streets.
I beg. Today I mean they do business first, but then they thief me, so I not go able.
Santo's life took a tragic turn at the age of 20 when an accident left her blind. While preparing meals for her family, a simple act of blowing into firewood to ignite a flame, unfortunately, she lost her sight. But blindness is not her only battle. She also lives with sickle cell disease, an ailment that brings its own challenges.
I get 3 pikin them. The one not there with me, they Kabbalah to person. Then 2 there, now they suffer right now.
7 years ago, another tragedy struck Santo again. Santo lost her second husband, leaving her to raise their daughter alone. Despite the hardships, she found love once again. But the new relationship brought its own challenges. Her youngest son, born from this union, is also blind. In fact, sent to land not from doctor, but from strangers while begging to feed her family.
Coming now, the way the situation, me don't give up now. But me own picking away I just born her too small. Now it's time for me to help me.
The revelation of her son's blindness added to her daily struggles. Her second child, who lost her father years ago, used to take her around while begging over the past years, but has started going to school for the betterment of her future.
I not get, no matter the condition, no matter the situation, but I stand firm for me picking there for them tomorrow bye. Time go come, I go die, I left them. I don't mind me going to Nobona street, I go and walk me foot, I for done I got her. Because if they land tomorrow, this bag no go pay them. Now only way them go school, go able help them tomorrow, and then go able help me.
Even though she wants the best for her children, she is finding it difficult to move around with a breastfeeding baby while begging without the support of her daughter.
Me pikin, even for Sibot and money, pass her straight, I go and grip. Me pikin, they don't give her for school fee. Na gari, 9 I dey buy, like 2,000 so, a soka, a gear, Sunday na permanent I dey put. There on a help and they don't give her for school fee.
Even with her present condition, she always makes sure that she drop her child off in school.
Despite in condition, they make sure she Pekin can at school every day and then they can left the Pekin. Even though you know pay with the school fees yet, if everybody go big force, if they can't left the Pekin. For me able for take care of the Pekin there because now woman when a hard working woman.
But all sent in condition. They go all out for them is in Pekin and go school. It's not really easy for a strong woman. For them to do this Ilya safe, it's not really easy for her. And the place they leak, they not get side for them, they empty ground they spread, they don't.
As a reporter, I can't help but take pride in celebrating Santos Odile as a blind single mother of 3 children. Santos is striving to give her children a better life. Santos' plight is a stark reminder of the struggles faced by many women in our communities, especially those living with disabilities.
The side way I sleep is not good. I want for me to help me for bill. I want for me to help me picking them forward the education. Number 3, this angel way are old. I want for me to help me. It's not easy for me. Not easy for me. So me guys now they beg for me to help me for God. Then they sorry for me, dear. Mommy them, daddy them, and they suffer too much. Mama not there, papa not there. And they born me picking them, and they recognize their face. And they born me picking them, and they recognize their face. They are me, and they beg for help. They are not sorry for me, for God.
33-year-old Senso Kuruma is a strong and vibrant woman. With her 3 children, Senso feels fulfilled and making sure the children are often cared for despite her condition. SLBC News, Nandewa Toronka reporting.
I mean, that truly is emotional. We're hoping that some humanitarian organizations will show interest in helping her and ensuring that her children are educated. We now move to women in the governance sector.
Well, on International Women's Day, we celebrate the remarkable achievements of women who continue to break barriers and inspire change. Among these trailblazing women is Mrs. Phyllis Como, Sierra Leone's first female Deputy Minister of Lands, Housing and Country Planning, a dedicated public servant and a passionate advocate for women's empowerment. Aminata Saise takes up a story.
In Sierra Leone, a nation rich in resources, but where women often face significant barriers, Mrs. Phyllis Como stands as a beacon of resilience and hope, while men traditionally dominate political and economic spheres. Mrs. Como has carved out a prominent space, advancing policies that support land management, housing development, and community welfare, while always prioritizing the inclusion of women. Phyllis Como began a political journey in 2018 when she was appointed Executive Assistant to the First Lady of Sierra Leone, responding to the First Lady's call to serve a beloved country. She dove into public service with a focus on sustainable development and social equality, areas of service in the public sector, particularly in the areas of land management and community development, have solidified her reputation as a leader capable of navigating complex governance and policy changes.
2 years ago, His Excellency for fit said that, maybe I was fit to come to become a deputy minister.
No wonder she was appointed as the first female deputy minister of lands, housing and country planning in Sierra Leone. Before becoming deputy minister of lands, Mrs. Como was already an active advocate for social change, working with various stakeholders to uplift communities and drive economic empowerment. Today, as deputy minister, she continues to influence land and housing policies, creating pathways for women to thrive in a traditionally male-dominated sector. A housing management expert, Phyllis Como, and her academic credentials from prestigious institutions in England. Her expertise spans urban planning, community engagement, and policy development, allowing her to address Sierra Leone's pressing housing challenges and promote sustainable land use.
Anyone that knows the Ministry of Lands, I never, I don't just go and act, I do due diligence. I will give that as an example. She knew very well the land does not belong to her. So, when the lady in question came and reported, they said, Deputy, you know what? I have seen someone has been on my land. Please, I don't want to say the law in my hand. Please act on it. I said, go and put it in writing. She reported, then invited her to the office. 3 weeks I was working on this case.
Fostering strong relationships with communities to ensure that national housing and land policies reflect the needs and voices of the people. Como has used her skills in conflict mediation to resolve land and housing disputes, contributing to a happy and stable society.
I admire you because it's very difficult for the somebody to make promise you keep making the time that you be when you make a promise you keep on behalf of my village man, this document where you make so you don't make a by mistake.
Her humility, commitment to work and skills in conflict mediation has garnered confidence in her boss to see her as someone worthy to represent him in the toughest of land disputes.
So what will they do? Now we'll make sure the land grabbers and they will pull the land come under their hand. They will give to well-meaning Sierra Leoneans and then they make use of it. So to get here today, the conveyance and that of this other plan.
As a passionate advocate for women's rights, Mrs. Como is dedicated to increasing women's participation in land ownership, economic development, and governance.
When it comes to transparency, women, they know that I'm their voice here. So I'm not saying that I give women more land than men, but I will make sure that if there is your rights, I'll definitely give you your rights. I cannot bully you, in any way. So women, they have more confidence in me judging their cases than men now. So that the assurance is there that women, I think they know that I am there. I'm their voices in the Ministry of Land. That one I can assure you for sure.
Mrs. Phyllis Como, women's empowerment is not just a policy initiative. It is a personal mission. The reason she has been a support pillar, equipping women with skills for economic independence so they can thrive in business, leadership, and governance.
Women we're ready for embrace every woman there. Where it cannot the ministry need to create a organization when our progressive women of Ministry of Lands, Housing and country planning. So we go we explain and say, well, mommy, now this organization we get, we want embrace with the woman there. For we able for socialize and deal with yourself. And I say, he say, okay, then I find idea. He say, myself will like that. He say, I go on the part of now for help for empower women there.
Despite the demands of a high-profile position, Mrs. Como remains a dedicated wife and mother. She balances her professional responsibilities with her family life, demonstrating that women can excel in both the public spheres and the home.
I woke up around 6 o'clock every single day. When I woke up at 6 o'clock, I call my son at 7:30. He's very lazy to get up in the morning. I said, Abraham, wake up, you need to wash and go to school. When he wake up, I cook for my husband every single day. I cooked, he take it to work. So I dress, then I come to work at 8:30. So 8:30, I am here to about 6:30 to 7 o'clock. But you know, as soon as I step out of the ministry, it's about family time. So that is what I do. You know, in the morning from 8:30 is work related, but from 7 o'clock is family time.
She leads by example, showing that women can have fulfilling careers while maintaining strong family ties. She exemplifies the power of women to lead both at home and in government, embodying the ideals of balance, strength, and resilience. As Deputy Minister of Lands, Housing and Country Planning, Phyllis Como envisions a future where affordable housing and land ownership are accessible to all Sierra Leoneans, especially women. Her leadership and vision are helping to create a more inclusive, transparent, and sustainable land governance system that will benefit generations to come. On International Women's Day, Mrs. Phyllis Como's stories serve as an inspiration for women everywhere. For SLBC, I'm Nata Saisi reporting.
From Deputy Minister of Lands, Housing and Country Planning, we move our lenses to another remarkable person in the tourism sector. Amidst the challenges and triumphs of this beautiful land, women have been thriving to shape the country's future in areas of empowering the youth, elevating women, and reshaping Sierra Leone's cultural landscape. The theme for this year's International Women's Day focuses on accelerating growth. Let's join Esther Sako as she takes us through the journey of Dr. Khadijatu Grace Ahine Kamara, one woman who has created a niche for herself while making a great difference in society.
In a male-dominated society like Sierra Leone, women struggle to make themselves useful in society, breaking barriers and making themselves known. Over the years, many women have been achieving that, and their stories have been an inspiration to many. One among them is Dr. Khadijatu Grace Ahine Kamara, a remarkable woman who has melted the barriers, moving from a creative entrepreneur to Deputy Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs. This leapfrog in status reflects a life dedicated to empowerment, leadership, and transformation.
The transition, for me, I am grateful for the opportunity. I think President Bio had given me a platform for me to not only tell my story, but for me to impact the lives of other people. From our conversation has been, I want you to go out there, go into schools and teach these young girls, teach these women.
She wears several hats: a psychologist, humanitarian, entrepreneur, and artist.
This is a call out to all the psychology of winning lovers. Come out, let we can build salon together. Members in Amia, you too no more build salon.
And a Deputy Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs in Sierra Leone. She was a former beauty queen, a teen pageant winner, and a mother to 3 beautiful girls. She has spent a career championing the empowerment of women and youth. As Deputy Minister of Tourism and Cultural Affairs, Dr. Kamara has made significant strides in transforming Sierra Leone into a global tourism destination. A passion for our country's culture has led to many initiatives that celebrate the rich history, artistry, and traditions of Sierra Leone.
I still find ways to still be creative. So I go to different places. We do festivals, we do trainings. I go to different districts. We train the women every 3 months in my home. I do train about 100 women, different kinds of crafts. We sort them out, have a conversation, meet them where they're at.
A trained psychologist, Dr. Kamara dedicated herself to helping Sierra Leoneans, especially women and youth, to overcome trauma and personal challenges. Our work in the mental health field has had a lasting impact on countless individuals through our books. Through the Psychology of Winning program, Dr. Kamara has empowered thousands of young people to believe in their potential and strive for success.
I learned a lot in the Psychology of With Ambassador program I attended. One of the things that it is a takeaway for me, I learned that whatever you are doing in life, do it to the best of your ability and do it with passion and just be dedicated into it.
Dr. Khadija too could do wonders in creativity due to what she learned from her mom, who has been in the same field for over decades, inspiring younger generations to be self-reliant through entrepreneurship.
I imparted that into her. So when I was training the trainees, she was always by me. And she picks it up fast.
Aside of her inspiration she drew from her mom, Dr. Kamara's success also hinges on a dedicated team of colleagues, staff and family members who share a vision for change.
So wonderful. Personality, human relationship, very good. As somebody they use it and very in all angle.
As manifested and done within the very brief period that she has been here at the helm of affairs as deputy minister in this ministry, it is quite awesome.
Among those inspired by our work is our 11-year-old daughter, who is doing a bit in the same creative world as her mom. She says she enjoys learning creativity.
I was turning 6 years old, so I started making dresses for dolls, 8 to 9. I started making dresses out of my clothes. I would you know those long skinny skin, how do you call this? I would tear holes in them and then make it into a shirt.
In 2024, Dr. Kamara was honored with the United States President's Lifetime Achievement Awards, recognizing her tireless efforts in community development, humanitarian work, and a commitment to women and youth empowerment. Dr. Kamara's journey teaches that collective action is key to creating lasting change. It is not only collaboration, solidarity, and a shared commitment to equality that we can accelerate action for a more just and equal world. Well, she has been transformative in different sectors across the board, from shaping policies to fostering new opportunities for women. Our journey has been a testament of power, determination, and leadership. Well, our work has been groundbreaking, as we have all seen. It perfectly aligns with this year's theme of Accelerate Action for Equality and Empowerment. Together, we can make a difference. Let's rise up for women and continue pushing towards a more inclusive and equal world.
Under the GIWI Act, women are supposed to hold 30% of positions, and we are getting there slowly.
Women indeed are breaking the glass ceiling, and in the educational field, they're doing extremely well.
97-year-old educationalist Cassandra Gaba started a career as a school teacher and later principal of the Freetown Secondary School for Girls in 1960s. Girls' education has been a watchword, passionate about nurturing young girls into becoming responsible women in society. She believed that for any nation to thrive, the women must be enlightened. She is seen by many as a disciplinarian. In 2024, she was identified as one of the most eminent women in Africa by an international organization on gender issues. Catherine O'Connor had a chat with Cassandra Gaba, who many people call Madam Gaba.
I have a feeling that many people in the city and even in parts of the country have heard the name Cassandra Gaba because of my long term as principal of Freetown Secondary School for Girls. The parents and of course thousands of my products who are now adults, they still remember Cassandra Gaba.
What would be your message to women out there?
Well, I'm still, even with all my experience with girls who are now women and some of them are even grandmothers, and all the activities of women's organization, I still have a feeling that we Sierra Leone women don't have that much confidence in our ability to go forward. Because right from the time of we gained independence, it has taken us decades before we had a say in the governance of our country. Now I think things are better now, especially with the surfacing of a group that call themselves 50-50. That group was founded in only 2001. That 2001 is almost 40 years since independence. So, and still, as I say, many of us, a good percentage of us, don't have confidence that women can achieve much, even as probably in some cases even better than men. We should. We have been so used to being treated as second class that it will take some time. It should be over by now with 60-something years of independence. But small, as we say. But as I say, we need to continue to build that confidence in our ability to succeed.
What are some of the confidence you will give to your fellow women that they will emulate?
I think first of all, of course, is education. You know, we unfortunately, to begin with, during the colonial days, things were not easy for the mainstream inhabitants. So, in those days, of course, in many families, they prefer to send their boys to school up to a certain level, and then if they can't afford it, preference was given to the male child than to the female child, because many fathers will say, oh, we go marry this now and this, that, and the other. I know as youngsters till teenage, we try to, instinctively, we concentrate on the recreation, the merriment aspect. But even that too, we should realize that it is more important to be more educated than to be jolly.
All right. Dealing with girls that will have to be mature to women as a principal, what was your challenges? What were your challenges at that time?
Oh, as principal, you know, I fortunately attended. I was young enough to be influenced by somebody like the late Mrs. Benkakoka. Main aim was to my resolve, as he said, my resolve being to bring up girls so to be responsible citizens. And I think that I have absorbed that vision from her. And that is why, in spite of, no matter the hardship as a youngster, I moved forward. And when I was principal, that I tried to pass that on. I mean, many of my pupils used to think I was a difficult principal, but now I meet them and they're so happy. Mrs. Kabari always tell about, I mean, but for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. I said, well, I'm glad. It's so.
That was Mama Gaba talking to our colleague Kathleen Okono. Now, Dr. Aisha Fofana Ibrahim is a prominent Sierra Leonean activist, feminist specialist, and practitioner in gender and development. She's known for extensive work in promoting women's empowerment and gender equality through advocacy and research. Let's join Mohamed Lamin Toure as we honor Dr. Aisha Fofana Ibrahim, a pioneer in gender equality and women's empowerment in Sierra Leone.
Dr. Aisha Fofana Ibrahim is a feminist scholar, activist, and researcher dedicated to promoting gender equality and women's rights. She is the director of the Gender Research and Documentation Center at Freetown College, University of Sierra Leone.
I think that's a long story, but for me it's about injustice. It's about the women that I grew up with, seeing blatant discrimination against women, and understanding that in the context of patriarchy, women are subjected to different types of discrimination and of course the power imbalance. So for me, I grew up in a family that I don't think I was discriminated against because I'm a woman. My mother gave us all the same opportunities that he gave to my brothers. And so I didn't see that growing up, but around me I could see that it was happening. So I think that's what inspired me.
Dr. Ibrahim's work extends beyond academia. She actively engages with communities, empowering women through workshops and advocacy programs.
I would say yes, based on what we do together in the space of gender-based violence. She's somebody that all of us in this space look up to, from her work, even with the organization that I worked with when she was a board member there, and what she's doing amazingly at Freetown College as a lecturer in the gender department. So many of us as young people look up to her because of how she has been able to take the whole gender sector itself by what she's doing.
As director of the Gender Research and Documentation Center at Freetown College, Dr. Ibrahim mentors young women, encouraging them to pursue their dreams and break through societal barriers.
She's a lecturer that challenges students to focus and put more effort on their work. And she does not only limit students' knowledge on classroom, understanding whether the document or not that we do in class, but also allow students to expand their knowledge through research and also bring in contributions, which makes students to put more effort and focus on their studies.
During the few times I've known her, she has been a role model to me because she often encourages students to take their academic work seriously. Her lectures is not only limited in the classroom, but also she encourages students to do research outside the course, and also she's God-fearing. She has taught me how to be disciplined, how to be time conscious, and the rest of it.
Her advocacy efforts have led to significant progress in women's political participation and leadership in Sierra Leone.
All contribution to the 50-50. I think the most laudable one for me would be her work in the promotion of the Kiwi Act. As everybody knows, 50-50 is one of the key champions in the Kiwi Act and the fight they've been pushing that act since it started the inception, and now it's passed into a bill and everything. So that's one of her greatest work for me. And the second part is her work with the Safe Motherhood Bill. I don't know if anybody has heard about the Safe Motherhood Bill. It's a bill to promote women's health, women and girls' health in the country. And she's one of the key pioneers behind the bill. She was one of the first person that read the bill in the Wall of Parliament. This was maybe 2015, I think. I might be wrong. But after that, she is one of the pioneers. She's been pushing the bill. She's been working tirelessly.
Balancing family life with a career in academia and activism is no easy feat. Dr. Ibrahim's resilience and determination have led to groundbreaking research in gender studies and significant strides in women's empowerment. Despite her demanding career, family has always been at the heart of Dr. Ibrahim's life. She finds joy and strength in the support of her loved ones.
Very interesting discussions about feminism, life, adulthood, things like that. Most times she's in her studies, so sometimes I tease her that she prioritizes work more than family life, but that's just the life of a working professional. Sometimes when she's resting, she's on her phone. That's the part that I don't like. She'll be on the video, or she'll be watching her video very loudly, and I just give her that eye like, can you put earphones in? But other than that, I mean, we have a fun relationship, and that's what it's like living at home.
She holds several key positions, including being the director of the Gender Research and Documentation Center at Freetown College, University of Sierra Leone, and serving as the Assistant Deputy Vice Chancellor too at the same institution.
As a professor at the university, I think it's teaching young people. I mean, I teach undergraduate and master's students. I mean, it's still about making sure that they understand that they have to be relevant within the context of academia. They have to be academics, not just getting a degree, but you have to think about how you can contribute to the building of knowledge and the creation of knowledge. And so that's kind of hard for Sierra Leoneans because they mostly want a certificate so they can go and work. We want to create, for me it's about developing thinkers, people that are innovative, that can think outside of the box and can really deal with the world challenges, especially gender inequality. So you find that challenges there because people are set, they are within a mindset that's very difficult to change, and it takes time to change those mindsets. So those for me are the challenges, but there's many challenges. We've moved a bit from the ways in which women moved a bit from the kinds of experiences women had to a more conducive one, I would say. But the fact remains that women still face discrimination, they face marginalization, and gender relations are not balanced. So there's more power in the hands of men, and women are still struggling to create a space, to carve a space for themselves within the patriarchal system. So that's still there, but for me what gives me hope is that many women are becoming aware and taking their place in the public sphere. So that's good. If we go to the list, even the most remotest village, somebody must have had about 50-50. The concept itself, that there's kind of equality or parity amongst human beings.
Dr. Ibrahim's contribution to gender equality and societal inclusion have made her a leading figure in the women's movement in Sierra Leone. She provides technical support to the state government and various national and international non-governmental organizations in the area of women's empowerment and gender analysis. On this International Women's Day, we celebrate Dr. Aisha Fofana Ibrahim's remarkable journey, her commitment to gender equality, and the love and support of her family. Her story is a testament to the power of resilience, compassion, and unwavering dedication. Slbc, Mohammed Lamin Toure.
Hafsatu Safiatu Kamara, Dr. Hassanatu Yeni Kanu, and Dr. Saupatu Hanamatskine have emerged as the overall best graduating students at the University of Sierra Leone, USL. for class of 2024. Representing the 3 constituent colleges of the university, these women have demonstrated excellence in academia and have served as an inspiration to girls across the country. SLBC's education reporter, Jonathan Turner, takes up the story.
The Ajay Kautha Amphitheatre at the University of Sierra Leone during the convocation on the 17th to the 19th of December 2024 was lit as well-wishers gathered to cheer their loved ones. Hafsiatu Safiatu Kamara, a banking and finance honors graduate from the Institute of Public Administration and Management, achieved a remarkable grade point average of 3.81, making her the best graduating student at the institution. Her journey to these achievements was fueled by resilience and perseverance, as she became the first person in her family to earn a university degree, now working as an intern at the Human Resource Department, Atival International Insurance in Freetown. Afsiatu described her success as a blessing that has opened doors for her professional career.
This is just the starting point for me. Some people call it the end, but for me it's just the starting point. I have so much that I want to accomplish. I have mentors that I have seen what they have been doing, and I also want to be in that level where in the next 5 years people will say, oh yes, she graduated from IPAM, she was the overall best graduating student. For now, I cannot give what I don't have. I need a lot of mentorship. I still need a lot of inspiration from people above me.
At her home in Duazak community, her grandmother, Aisatu Dumbuya, expressed immense pride in Afsiatu's success.
I say, hey Allah, you do your work. We come for graduation, but all this thing way with this so now, I tell you plenty, thank you, will not be in the expectant.
At the College of Medicine and Allied Health Sciences, Dr. Asana Tuyeni Kanu was the most decorated student in her class. Her academic brilliance, coupled with discipline and composure, set her apart among her peers.
I was the head girl of my school for 2017 academic year at the Annie Walsh Memorial School. So medicine is a field that is evolving, so I am eager to continue to learn and also use my skills to serve and contribute to improving patients' care. And aside from clinical practice as a doctor, I would also like to get myself involved in research, and I am looking forward to becoming a fellow one day in the field of medicine.
Her mother, Regina Luba Kanu, could not hide her joy, noting that the strong moral values her child has been raised with. There is no doubt that she will be an outstanding medical practitioner.
I advise and say, get for treat people well, what God don't do for you, and God not do for you. You never for demand for money too much. You get for let the people force their life, encourage them. If person can't be depressed, try for encourage them for them in depressed candle, then I go do things, but not put money first. This that God not do for you, so you get for put God first and ask God, let God be helper.
Making history at the Law Department, Fuabe College, Dr. Aisatu Pato Hannah Maxkine, a mother of 3, a public servant, and a lecturer, emerged as the overall best student with an LLB honors first class and with an outstanding grade point average of 3.99. Dr. Maxkine serves as the Minister of Water Resources and Sanitation, has a track record of academic excellence, having previously earned a 4.0 GPA at Howard University in the United States for both her master's and doctorate degrees.
It's not that I'm the most brilliant person, but I would say that it's the drive, the eagerness to be at the best at whatever I do. You know, I think that is what drives me more than anything.
Her younger sister, Reiki Makati, the Director of Protocol at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation, showered praises on her dedication to education.
She says her sister has always been passionate about education and has excelled in everything she does.
At the annual, she was an A student. She would make the A classes, 2-1, 3-1. She made all of those because she worked very hard to the point that, you know, she was made, and she wasn't just like an academic, not just a study person. She's fun too. She did sports. You know, she would like be the dancer in the house like myself. So she has balance. She's not the person that you say only reads to study. She performs well and studies well.
Commending the achievements of these 3 women, Dr. Tonia Musa, Director of Quality Assurance and Communications at University of Sierra Leone, emphasized the importance of academic excellence. He says the 3 women's exceptional performances across the 3 campuses should serve as a motivation to other young women to strive for academic success.
University of Sierra Leone to be always steadfast with academic activities. For those young ones in the secondary schools preparing to come to University of Sierra Leone, I think this should add to their enthusiasm. And when they are here, they have to make the best of the time and then the academic activities to emerge, like the ladies we have and those that we are now celebrating.
Dr. Haja Ramatulai Wui is the first female Minister of Technical and Higher Education in the country. She lauds their accomplishments, highlighting the progress made in advancing gender policies within higher education institutions.
We will be rolling out a revised granting aid policy that has made specific provision for female students who will be studying within those fields on a quota basis. So this will ensure that we train the future leaders, female leaders within these sectors that are historically dominated by men, ensuring that we do not pay lip service to the GUE Act and create the critical mass of female leaders now that will serve in these positions, these leadership roles.
As the sun sets over the Ajay Kalva Amphitheater at Fuabe College, these women stand as a testament to perseverance, dedication, and the boundless potential of Sierra Leonean women in academia and beyond. Institutions of higher learning have been developing women to be partners in development. The outstanding performances of the 3 women who emerged as the best overall graduating students at USL have been widely applauded as a significant achievement for the education sector. It is hoped that young ladies will continue to grow and make meaningful impact on society for national development. For SLBC News, Jonathan Turner reporting. There are so many things to talk about women, and a day is definitely not enough to talk about all women's achievements. We'll move on to another woman who has been making strides in different sectors. In a world often focused on youth and innovation, a young woman dares to pivot the narrative. At just 43 years old, Doreen Barry stands at the helm of affairs at the Dowotoni Organization for the Aged, a non-profitable organization dedicated to enriching the lives of the elderly. For any story to be told, there must be history, and Doreen Barry's journey is no exception. Stella Bangura takes us along in the country's business-filled women who are in majority through what they are facing challenges in their lives. Let's hear from her.
In a world often focused on youth and innovation, a young woman dares to pivot the narrative. At just 43 years old, Doreen Barry stands at the helm of the Dowotoni Organization for the Aged, DOFA, a non-profit dedicated to enriching the lives of the elderly. For any story to be told, there must be history, and Doreen Barry's journey is no exception. Doreen grew up in a close-knit family where respect for the elderly was an intrinsic value. From a young age, she had love showered on her from her grandmother, in blessed memory, Mammy Connie Brown, from whom she drew wisdom, affection, and inspiration for the elderly. Little did she know that being raised by an elderly person would one day spark a mission to reshape how society views aging, as she would eventually wear the shoes of a provider, protector, and guardian for the aged.
We all know that we live in a society where much is not being done for old people, and forgetting that all of us will get old one day. So as a young woman, we believe that old people deserve a better life, a dignified one too. I decided to take a switch wherein I'm adding my voice together with my team to ensure that we remind appropriate authorities on the need to ensure that all people have a better life. Also ensure that we put better structures in place, because there are lots of basic needs of old people which is yet to be met in the country. As it is now, we do not have a policy for old people, we do not have an act for elderly people. So all of those things, are hindrance towards the work of old people in the country.
Founded in 2020, DOFA began as a community initiative and has transformed into a comprehensive organization that provides essential services as food, clothing and shelter, social activities like the most popular Miss Oldies Gold pageant, and wellness programs for seniors. Under Doreen's dynamic leadership, the organization has experienced immense growth, serving thousands of elderly individuals across Sierra Leone.
So we started advocacy and support because we do not want to be advocating and fail to provide the basic needs of the people. Since we started this organization, we've initiated a lot of programs. Every year when it comes to the month of the aged, we organize the Miss Oldies Gold beauty pageant, wherein a lot of old people come. We try to showcase them to the outside world that amidst their age, they still have something to show out. We've also initiated a new program called Feed the Aged, because there are a lot of hungry among old people.
In Doreen's life, women played a great role. Most important is her prayerful mother, Florence Doherty, otherwise known as Mammy Doherty, from whom the idea of catering to and being advocates for the aged was born. Mammy Doherty, now a proud mother, describes her daughter as a compassionate, easygoing and respectful woman.
I tell God thank you, because the same way if you want to do for advocates, but not be know which area for go. So but God be use me for make a tell and say make you go for the aged. And right there, if you listen, I tell God thank you for strength. Because na strength. Now if you not get strength, you not get before do all that thing. I tell God thank you, because we can get this for feed the aged, where we can get the medical. It's not easy. I can get for grab at 5, for prepare all that tea. I can get for come, because I get for put hand under them. Because I believe say for make it go forward, me when I the mama, now me for day before. Then the one way they help go there under. But if me the mama not put hand, then it not go work.
With over 20 years experience in journalism, working in the then Sierra Leone Broadcasting Service onto the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC, leadership is no stranger to CEO Doreen Barry. With her gentle personality, she has served as the first female president for female journalists in Sierra Leone through the Women in the Media Sierra Leone, WIMSAL. Having served as president with colleague female journalists, it is no wonder that she has a good working relationship with her staffs at DOFA.
She is, I'm not saying it because she's my boss or anything, but she's one of the most, let me say, compassionate, hardworking, caring. Sometimes I look at her and say, okay, I've not met anyone like Doreen before, because advocating for people who are not related to you, I think it's overwhelming. I don't know, but she is someone I admire so much.
The mother of one and guardian and provider to many, Doreen's praise is not limited to family and her working environment, as her motherly instinct caters more deeply with the elderly who she has helped on numerous occasions during their aging phase.
We go cook in the morning, you drink, you sleep. We will say God bless Doreen. If a Christmas party come, they make party the good package. And that party we can get music, all these the good things. Now they can go for you. With the dance, with the member of days, the other they get good at, get empathy, get sympathy. Because if you don't get to know the open this initiative.
This journey, though inspiring, has not been without challenges. In a society that often marginalizes seniors, Doreen has had to advocate fiercely for their needs, fighting for funding, resources, and raising awareness about the importance of caring for the aging population.
It was quite difficult for people to accept that we have to embrace old people in the country. I remember when I started this initiative, a lot of people will say to me, go and find something better to do.
As International Women's Day is here, it is but only right that women who have helped shape society be recognized. Doreen Barry's journey is a testament to the power of passion and empathy.
Of course, we all know the role women played in terms of ensuring sustainable peace in Sierra Leone. So I want to continue to say kudos, because most of them, they are now aged. All of those women who played that integral role to ensure that we are in the peace we are enjoying now, what they do over the years. I want to salute them, and I want to call on all young women to continue to respect elderly women in the country.
Through Dawn Tony Organization for the Aged, she reminds us that it is never too late to thrive, connect, and to lead a fulfilling life. In her world, every age matters. SLBC, Stella Bangura reporting.
In the country's business field, women are in the majority. Though they are facing challenges from men, they are making their marks and ensuring that they are in the forefront. Women nowadays make frantic efforts to empower themselves to be financially independent. Let's meet a young lady, Hannah Ogunade, popularly known as Waterloo Titi. Her presence online has attracted a high number of customers to her delicacies. She has used her business to train and employ other young women in the Western area. SLBC's Aminata Fofana spends the day with her and reports.
Women's contributions to societal development are considered crucial in modern era, even in Africa, where men seem to dominate every sector. Anna Ogunade is a state-enrolled nurse who blends cooking with health advocacy.
Kusha em kabo mi family dem. Mena watalo titi. Tire, let me make acheke.
Born and raised in Waterloo in the western rural district of Sierra Leone, her passion for Sierra Leonean cuisine and the desire to showcase it on social media has made a U-turn in her life. Her dedication to promoting Sierra Leonean food earned her recognition in May 2023 when she was named among the 50 most influential women in Sierra Leone. Hannah also receives the prestigious Vicky Remote Cash Prize for exceptional content creation, which helps her set up a restaurant in Hastings.
Okay, I choose Waterloo Titi name, not just that the inspiration just come on me. I want just take that Waterloo name. I say either Waterloo Titi or Waterloo Pikin. I say, what's your advice? So we give advice, we say, go with the Titi.
The Waterloo Titi restaurant opened in 2024, though still new. It quickly attracted a mix of both new and returning customers. For Hannah, cooking is more than just a hobby. It is a mission to share the rich flavors of Sierra Leonean cuisine with the world. She believes that food has the power to unite people and hopes to use a platform to foster appreciation of Sierra Leone's diverse cultures and cuisines.
The challenges them are the finance, the grass in the finance, because as when I come as a place, I'm still small, but now to sign me able because it's an individual something, not something where I just say I take my credit or I take care of that. So like my sweat, me ideas, and we only want in this.
Through her online presence, she supports small business owners while making a positive impact on the lives of others. Her commitment to giving back to her community is evident through her charitable endeavors, even online. Hannah has been represented on many platforms to share her experiences with young people. In December 2023, her contributions were further recognized when she was honored with the 30 Most Global Impactful Women Awards. Fabian and Rugiatu are staff of Waterloo Titi restaurants. They now receive training on skills needed in catering. This is in line with empowering other youth to be self-reliant. They've been with Hannah even at the inception of her food business. From then, it is a dream come true since crossing path with her.
It means a lot for my life because I always wish for this. I always pray for let her get time for work so I will able to continue. Basically, I don't start because when you learn something, then for you get for you do something. When you do more and more, so you look for the way and do something
They make her feel good because most people are really fast, we have advanced them, and the one is able not to advance them, I ask them to get iftar. So I want to tell them thank you because I will feel good. Like a good thing for me, they will teach me good doing fasting, like blessing also for me. Yeah.
Her inspiring journey as a cook, nurse, and philanthropist serves as a testament to the profound difference one individual can make in the world. Hannah Ogunade continues to leave an indelible mark through her passion, generosity, and unwavering dedication to uplifting others.
Sales not that much, but I thank God because of the media presence. Because once I go on media and say this is available, you go see several people here and there. They come out all the way from God Age, Boku Farm, Bobo, Hamilton, Hill Station, all the way from Aberdeen. They come for camp patronize me. So the sales not much like the community where I feel myself, but I thank God because of social media, so that they make them come.
Beyond her cooking achievements, Hannah is a dedicated philanthropist. Through her online presence, she supports small business owners while making a positive impact on the lives of others. Her commitment to giving back to her community is evident through her charitable endeavors, even online.
I go to her one day for make he go assist me and direct me how for edit. So now I ask him, I say, now what about one that men that go school and everything. I say, so I want just take that Waterloo name. I say either Waterloo Titi or Waterloo Pikin. I say, what's your advice? So you give her advice, we say, go with the Titi.
Our customer, Marima, lives in the Netherlands. She's in Sierra Leone, but wastes no time to visit Hannah's restaurants because she's yearning to have a taste of her meals, which she has been seeing on social media.
They live in Holland, so they Freetown, and always they watch Waterloo Titi live, where they cook, and always they say, oh wow, and they call me brother, they work cancel, I must eat Waterloo Titi. Oh my God. So now the thoughts and this, what they can have for can buy Waterloo Titi in food. Okay. And it's a big cook bad, it's a big talk bad. Today. I can now, you know, sir, come on, Hamilton. For can buy this, for can buy all the way, yes, Hamilton to Hasty. So you can imagine the distance. If you're not good, I not go can the second.
However, but her resilience keeps her going amid the numerous challenges. Today, Hannah encourages other young women to develop skills so that they do not have to depend on men for their survival.
We celebrate International Women's Day. We salute all women around the world who are making a difference, breaking barriers, and shaping a future of equality and empowerment for our generations yet to come. My name is Aminata Fofana. Thanks for watching.
Well, it has been tiring, I'll say. Well, we still have very much more stories to go, and we still have our studios guests in the studio, Memunatu Square, the project officer for girl to girl empowerment, and Teria Kumanene, the Ed Feminist United Sierra Leone and allies. Well, let us bring you in, as we have had a lot of stories, so we bring you in. So most of the stories that we have showcased, we've seen a lot of improvements in the areas of women empowerment and all. So we all know that the GIWI Act was passed. So as the women that has been pushing for the empowerment of our gender, how far have we achieved a lot with regards to the GIWI Act?
Yeah, I think we have achieved, although we have not yet reached to where we want us to be, especially like in the past election. We now see women representative in parliament. We have a lot of women, unlike before. we have men dominated in parliament. But like the past election now, we are seeing women are now taking the leadership role in terms of political will in parliament, all as a result of the Kiwi bill. And you know, the Kiwi bill is talking about more about economic empowerment for women, and this is wherein even the banks are providing provision for women wherein they can go for loan and start up a business in order to empower themselves. So the Kiwi bill is really doing a lot of things for women within Sierra Leone.
Okay, so earlier you made mention of we also having policies, but these policies are not popularized. So would you speak to that?
Yeah, like example, the Kiwi bill, not everyone, especially those in the provinces, don't know what the Kiwi bill is all about. As sometimes people misunderstand the policy for something else, especially the men. They will say, oh, you are always talking about women rights, then you don't want our women to respect us, forgetting the fact that the policy is speaking on a certain issues. We also have the Child Rights Act, wherein many parents are taking it as something different. So it's not really popularized. We are in the NGOs are coming together to popularize this issue to the public. Much people don't know about these policies. They just heard about it, but in terms of reading it to understand more, not really.
Okay, so yeah, let us bring you in with regards what has been achieved with regards to Kiwi Act.
Thank you. I'll come to that. I just want to go back to a particular video that we watched that really broke my heart. Of the other set of women that you interviewed, Sento Kama, the physically challenged woman.
Yeah.
She has a visual impairment alongside her 3 other children. I think that's a very striking issue. It should be an issue of significant concern in our society. And also because that resonates quite a lot with a lot of other stories. And we always say women with disabilities suffer double disabilities. One, they're victimized by a system through violence, abuse. Look at her, she has 3 children and she's shouldering that responsibility, all alone. It's quite unfair. And kudos to you for actually bringing out that story. I think it's really significant, and that should really play into our social consciousness that things like that should not have a place in our society. And that is why as feminists, we emphasize on intersectionality. How do we, to create inclusion, we really have to be able to create a structure that supports the well-being and the dignity of women across the board. So I think the issue of women with disability really, I see there are some significant challenges in terms of improving their access to a lot of things, but there is still a lot of work to be done. And especially as a child, my mother is a physically challenged person, so it's personal. It comes from a very personal side for me. But you also see that, regardless of the challenge that she's experiencing, she still holds the value of education and still calls on people, on society, on the government to actually support the empowerment of her children. And I really hope that, I have a personal interest. Of course, I'd love to follow up later, but I also just think that government should really be able to support more of the well-being of women with physically, who are physically challenged. Of course, all the other women, like I said, they continue to inspire us with their stories of empowerment, of bravery, of how they continue to, push boundaries. We have a lot of women in the service. You interviewed the Deputy Minister, Dr. Aisha, who is like a feminist auntie, who's been in the space for the longest of time, and she's been, helping to shape the political narrative and just, shape what is feminist and what is not feminist, in our society like Sierra Leone. We continue to acknowledge them. But you mentioned particularly, the Giwi bill. I'd just like to end with that. Like my colleague, Memunatu just said, I think the Giwi bill is quite a fantastic policy. That the Giwi Act, basically, it's fantastic to support and guarantee the well-being, the rights of women. Of course, she notably mentioned how we've made some progress in terms of the representation of women at cabinet level. This political regime has actually gone close. I think we have close to like 30% of women representation at cabinet level. But we believe that more appointments can be done. There's more actually, because we have women who are equally competent, and they've shown that. Women who have really owned their agency, and who are really like focused on who are striving in their different careers, basically. So I also think the Giwi bill, one thing I would like to spotlight is the aspect of reproductive health, which for me, the Giwi bill does not really like touch on quite extensively. But gracefully we have the Safe Motherhood bill, which is still being tabled in Parliament, and that fundamentally speaks and to the well-being, to the dignity, and agency
campaigns. And I'd like to ask the question, as the younger generation of youths, are we up to the task? I mean, there's a platform already, but now we see social media, one instrumental tool that should be used to properly raise awareness about our rights and to promote our rights. But now we see the younger generation using social media to pull each other down. And it is especially the women who are invested in this type of behavior. So how can you speak to that?
Well, I can say for the younger generation, some are determined actually, based on what is happening in our society presently, because we have people that we are looking up to in terms of gender equality and also to eliminate gender-based violence in our society. Because we are also working with School Club of Influence in our organization. So whenever we visit these schools, we really see the determination in the lives of young girls that are coming up. So they are really determined. Before, what they cannot speak about, now they are doing it. So they are determined.
Okay, continue to stay with us on the program. We continue with the insert. As still in the business sector, Aisata Nene Koma, a 51-year-old businesswoman at Malamatama State, has been breaking ceilings in her own domain. Started hawking fabric in 1993, she now boasts of educating her 2 children, even up to university level. Cynthia Kamara looks into her journey as a widow and a dedicated businesswoman.
Meet Aisatu Nene Kuruma, a successful businesswoman who has made a name for herself over the past 3 decades. As a single parent of 3, her patience, consistency, and hard work have resulted to her providing for the holistic needs of her family. One may describe this establishment as a success story, but this has not come with an easy ride.
1993, when I don't see to level, my auntie be the run Banju by the name of Ajamemuna Bundu. In the couch markets, I take a work out. From there, now I can get almost to a table where I begin sell. I'm at the table now, where I'm married. From there now I open shop. Na 21 Malamatama Street. We shop with 3 now be inside the shop. We did it. I begin go Banju. From Banju now, we go Ghana. From Ghana, I can at the shop where they presently.
Though she lost her husband about 2 years ago, Aissatou never gave up hope, but braced herself up and accept the reality of life.
They tell me man they are alive. I dey push for myself. We don't die really. The gap they bought. I tell Allah thank you. I able stand. They push me picking the big one. I don't graduate. Yeah, before last. Now I PAM as business administration student. Then the second one back. He didn't final year public sector.
So all
the last one now don't go SS1. Who they attend Providence. All the education I don't give me picking up from this business. And I got no source of income everywhere. Now this business only and solely that I educate me picking them.
Knowing her for over 30 years, a close friend Salematu described her as a dedicated woman who always refuses to give up in life.
For the time where it begins starting business, God will make me can see. For God is an addict back. It was same time not done. I can start in business. Don't until lesser. Don't get too picky. Not a bad person. You come for help. It will help you. If you want the business, it will able to direct you the way that way you not go fall. If you get a chance for like the order for yourself, you able for the order for you. Not a bad person. Now good somebody. I see a good soul. Take on to beginning taking footstep.
Nene, as she is fondly called, prioritizes the welfare of her family members. One of her daughters, Aissatou Muje Kuruma, sees her as an inspiration and the pillar of the family, even as a single parent.
You know go college, but then if you pursue go college, then they like book. Till the last speaking when they men. Then they the stock, but if still say yes, wait till and say yeah, the lamb book. Now the one thing that they also hard matter, they like book. Then secondly, any joke for in business. If you see absent, either get buried, way important, or in no will. But no day when you go in business. In business, you take as the number one priority.
Though she has employed over the years, testified of her commitment to help them and tolerance whenever they make mistakes.
When they take care of me, they feed me, then they glad it, but that's, see, because of the way when my papa, they, without her, they let it, as for me, I'm for dinner village by now.
Even though she has invested all her resources to educate and provide her children with their needs, she envisages her children following her footsteps into the business world.
I don't look forward to me guy picking and follow them be woman of substance in the world. My make her push them. I tell Allah thank you, the first two, they almost get a first degree. And I hope for push them more.
Madam Nene's relationship speaks volume even in her community at Hill Station. For Namisa, a neighbor, Nene's empathy to other people in the surrounding is unmatched.
They know a man they build now, say they don't build, they don't transfer. Say don't they are so now, they lost them, they're not back to we at all. What probably happen at the area, you must go there participate again, small contribution, we go make the program go before. So you know back to we at all, a good man to we.
This is how it has been for the last 30 years. Waking up early in the morning to do a business. This is a testament that formal education is not the only way to succeed, but having a business-oriented mindset, one can thrive and be an influence in society. Through this business, she has educated 3 of her children, and on International Women's Day, Madam Nene Kuruma is worth celebrating.
Women continue to serve as inspiration to their male counterparts because of their distinctive role as wives, mothers, and professionals. Aisha Sharife Woyi Jallo is a testament to that, as she has excelled in various fields as a wife, mother, entrepreneur, lawyer, and a farmer. Her journey has been quite inspiring. Mohammed Koroma tells us more.
In a society where stereotype of women has been a major phenomenon, few women have beaten the odds to reach the apex of their career. A typical example is Aisha Sheriff Ewuri Jallo, who has built a niche for herself in the world of entrepreneurship. In mid-30s, Aisha has excelled in her various business ventures. She is the proprietress of Bright Beginnings Daycare and Primary School, where children are nurtured to achieve the best learning outcomes. Bright Beginnings is among the few primary schools where children are taught local languages and performing arts. The school comprises about 90% of young people as teachers. Aisha's desire of owning a school was born out of passion for education. She outlined some of her success stories as a proprietress.
I have other kids who we have seen based on our STEM and science-based approach learning. We've seen kids who had no access to computers and things like that come to school during digital literacy. We see them creating towns and things like that using the coding lessons they've been taught. I've had successes in the youth that I have here.
Head teacher of the school, Zainab Kingay, described Aisha as an unselfish person who loves children and education.
Very young woman to say. She's doing very great because I think she did this out of love for children.
Aisha Sheriff Ewuri Jallo has been an inspiration among her peers as she is also a farmer, filmmaker, lawyer, philanthropist, and an advocate for women's empowerment. She has won many awards, including Female Outstanding Personality. Aisha considers it quite difficult but beneficial to strike the balance between entrepreneurship and the law. Her husband, Ewuri Jallo, described his wife as an amazing person with a mixture of talents.
It's been pretty long, over 14 years now, and I've been with her all the way, and she's just been amazing. I mean, with her, the sky's the limit. She always wants to go higher. So she don't stop. And I believe eventually she'll get there.
Aisha Sheriff Ewuri Jallo serves as a testament to the fact that women can do more and even better if the opportunity is given to them. Mohammed Koroma, SLBC Freetown.
As Sierra Leone joins the world to commemorate International Women's Day, let's shine a light on a woman breaking barriers and challenging stereotypes. In a profession traditionally dominated by men, Fatmata Tutu Conte Prat, a vibrant and resilient keke or tricycle rider on the streets of Freetown, is not only providing for her family, but also inspiring others with a story of courage and determination. Esther Nene Kamara catch up with her and filed in this report.
Female keke riders are few and far in present-day Sierra Leone. I am here to see Fatmata Tutu Conte Prat, who is one of the few women breaking new grounds in this sector. Let's go and meet her.
In a male-dominated field, where the sound of reviving engines is often associated with men, Fatmata stands out. A day starts early, balancing her roles as a mother, a breadwinner, and a keke rider. For 3 years, the 40-year-old mother of two defies stereotypes, demonstrating that gender is no barrier to making a living and supporting a family. Fatmata's journey began years ago when she separated with her husband. In her determination to keep her children in school, she took into the wheel.
I get 2 machines
I start to deal with machine years ago back. I may get bike and I decide for put on per machine, but the bobo are not reliable. There are times when you give them and they can't say then 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a day on loan. I get for pay. I mean now one parent and me don't scratch with me man. No get confusion, no me one know and all before later I pump in for look after the pikin. So me so stressful. I get for paying a lapo. At the same time, I get for take care of myself and me two pikin then. So you know me really easy. The bobo they know they come, no nothing. See at one time lapo decide for taking machine. I sit down to myself and say no, this I can do.
She starts a day before sunrise, ensuring a keke is in good condition with a warm smile and a steady hand. She carries her passengers daily, earning not just an income, but also the respect and admiration.
Because if woman with man at Casa the right thing, understand? Because that empower them, they do more and take care of the family or whatever. So as they were from the right way, take me where they come, the guy be comfortable, no problem, no nothing. Things is the best.
And they feel good, happy when we come to woman, they do their kind of here because of will not be the happen at this country for let woman ride keke, but now where they see her, so they ride and they feel good of her.
Fatmata is not alone on this journey. Her male counterparts demonstrate camaraderie and respect for her dedication.
Because one thing about this game, more especially women then, I don't say, you know, when man they ride, but when women they come in, they fine. Then a self-employed woman, people and they take advantage against them. But like instead of they play the keke game like Tomo, again Lily and Nati, man no go cast his advantage for her. So we are very much happy.
Her journey into the transportation business was not just a personal choice, but a necessity. She shares her experiences, encompassing both triumphs and challenges as a female keke rider.
There are times the keke gets some problems that we can give me. I'm telling you, the tire can bust, you know, pastor can go, I go center, park, I beg people and say, dear, you know, watch this machine for me. That at the same time, the gauge itself, and me don't pull and the bubble don't be the rider. You see? Like, I get one or two like me, bubble. I get a money for actually. You know, for like we for push and let go before. But still I don't the challenge. Now one of the success now the one me want for like choir. You understand? Then I mean only fix one or two things. Like I left host, I'm not able for take nothing, I left the married also. So, you know, one or two things why they save around, you know, for that. Even though not much, why they push at least.
At home, Fatmata's strength is equally admired by her siblings and friends.
I appreciate the admire, right? For let woman like this single parents, right? For let it focus on this. Me self the way I see am, admire. So thank God for that. God, when the guy this keken, they solving family issue like including me because I'm a big sister.
Well, I'm glad they admire where they ride because woman. I forget who say they engage yourself. Because if you not engage yourself, all of the sudden past man would misuse you. But like where they ride so now, man no go foolish again.
Despite all her challenges, Fatmata refused to give up and stands as a beacon of hope in society. Character worth emulating.
Yeah, they talk to any young girl. You don't mind what you do, it don't matter what you do, what they create money, that's the you respect. And they make you respect. Me and they told me that, including my husband, as he said, na keke, of course, yes, na keke. And it will be keke, not until Missy say it don't do. Nobody need to tell me waiting I for do. Now waiting I know say right and we go push me before. Now I do. Me if even they say I forget that as long as they create and they able for bring income for me, I did do. I able for please myself and me picking it.
As she moved through the busy streets, Fatmata's story drives home an important message that women can thrive in any field they choose. Her journey is a powerful reminder that gender is never a barrier to success. Fatmata Tutu's Conteprat is a testament to the strength and resilience of women everywhere. A reminder that with hard work and determination, any woman can break barriers and pave her own path. She is not just into riding a keke, she is also driving change at the same time. For Slbc, Esther Nene Kamari.
We go back to our earlier insert on security, looking at its gender desk. Recently, the Sierra Leone Correctional Services got its first female Deputy Director General, Susan Coker. Let us don't forget that department is also dominated by male. In this interview, Salmataba spoke to Susan Coker, Acting Director, Gender and Community Affairs, ACP Nora Adamagube, and Gender Focal Person, Military Naval Wing, Lieutenant Navy Memunatu Kago.
Women occupy this position na a motivation for other women them, na an inspiration for other women them. You know, ever been at this country. So we gladly as women then at the institution where this don't be. We also gladly as women then at the security sector where this don't be. Because like what Serena Williams been say, so inspiration for one woman. So it's when one woman elevates a position, now an inspiration for other women them. So me look at and say this is an achievement. Tomorrow they celebrate International Women's Day. So which means say we celebrate with achievements them. We they tell government thank you for what member for puts me in this position. But we also they ask her, make it not only stop with me, let them look at the military, let them look at the police, let them look at the other security sectors and say, qualified women they need it all as well. The other thing they want for ask for now equal opportunity. You know, they talk about gender equality, they talk about gender mainstreaming. If we get the same opportunity where the man then gets, we get the same kind access to education, access to resources, we will able to produce more in this society, we will help male counterparts in the security sector, we will help male counterparts in the security, in the Sierra Leone Correctional Service. It will interesting for let you know, say, the security sector, na male dominated sector, but we say self day because we get role for play. What man they do, we believe say woman they do better, but we go only they do and better when we get the equal education, equal access to resources, equal access to positions. When I give you the position them, what we qualify for. If we not qualify for them, we not give it. Now that's make we not the only ask about placing women into leadership positions. We they talk about placing qualified women into leadership positions. I tell you that thank you. I wish each and every one of us happy International Women's Day.
Woman na person way is fragile, and we don't do plenty things them. We don't bring the country in a mark. The Salon police don't try. We don't do boku thing them. We don't do plenty thing them where they make the world get peace, the country get peace, the nation peaceful, the government self they praise we most of the time or almost all time. With the help of the Inspector General of Police who gets now, they try for make women then do better. We they in leadership position almost 24% now. I go say women then they na higher positions then they do well. We they ask for let them do more, let them give you more access, let them do resources for make we go implement the policies that we go able make follow we do work better, and then we go get chance for do training and make the gender directorate or the community affairs office perform better than they do now. I want to say happy International Women's Day to all the women in the salon, and the security forces, and at the wall as a whole.
First of all, I want to wish every woman happy International Women's Day, and also happy International Women's Day to the E for she them, because we cannot do without the men. We then are a male-dominated society. Usai na demand them, na then they push we Now they go open space for we thrive and grow. So we want to say kudos to una the E for she them. The man the way they see the woman they not left behind. For we the woman then the Yaroslav, we don't go before small. Today we been small, but now we don't go small. Thanks to we boss there and the leadership of the Yaroslav. I want to say, woman them, we they appreciate the man them. Let we appreciate ourselves also. Now the reason that they make we commemorate International Women's Day for ensure say we remind ourselves say we are women and we have come thus far. Because of us don't come on, us get for go. We they ask that 30% representation of president don't say. Do you let institutions, organizations, MDs them? Let them ensure say we try for reach on this 2025 and see that more women are on board, women that are qualified, and qualified women then forget the opportunity we then deserve. Thank you.
Women are everywhere. We mean everywhere. Let us don't forget about women in the entertainment and sports sector. Well, most times people perceive men who travel overseas to face the unfortunate situation of losing their families, especially when they get married to foreign nationals. But one woman stood to break circles like that in Europe or America. Is Megan Kane, grandmother of the Kane missing family. She ensures her children and grandchildren visit Sierra Leone frequently to connect with their motherland. Sulaiman Babature looks at a role in making a difference under such circumstance.
Even though Sierra Leone is rich in natural resources, the small African country is globally known for its 11 years war and the poor living conditions of its citizens. This results to our own children abandoning her after traveling to European countries and the USA and the like, talk less of foreign women married to Sierra Leonean men. This story appears different in the case of Megan Kane, a white woman who got married to a Sierra Leonean teacher, Bernard Kane. Their 1960s love story began in England during her teacher training days and Bernard, a fellow teacher.
I was in Hereford in England and my husband-to-be was in Birmingham. But I actually lived in Birmingham and so I had the Birmingham connection. So we met at a college dance.
After his training, Bernard returned home, followed by Megan a year later, spending 9 days in ship to the port of Freetown. It was in 1963 and Megan was 22 then. The two got married the very next day.
It was frowned upon quite a lot in Britain, in the UK at that time. It wasn't very usual. And some people did not approve at all. But when I came here, I found the family very accepting.
Megan and Bernard had 4 kids while teaching in Magoroka, northern Sierra Leone. The story, however, got cloudy in 1970 due to the demise of Bernard after suffering from a heart condition.
And by that time we had 4 small children, so I decided to return to the UK with the children because I felt it would be easier to bring them up there.
Though she returns to her country, Megan never turns her back on her husband's country, neither deprives her kids their paternal home or rights. In whatever they do, Megan ensures her kids feel Sierra Leonean and visit the country more often, extending such to her grandchildren, the famous British musicians, the Canemasons.
Yes, I always felt it was very important to keep that link between families, for them to know their background.
It's a beautiful country, Sierra Leone. We're very proud to be from Sierra Leone, and the children are very proud to be from here because the people are warm, the people are friendly, the place is full of talent, it's full of beauty, nature here is beautiful, and it's a country that the world should know more about.
This appears impressive and great to the Kane family from Sobe Grima, Banga Chiefdom, Pujon District.
sacrifices to come and see us. So that shows how much they love us. They love us because their grandmother, who is our wife, our brother's wife, she so much loved our brother. In fact, if our brother had not died that time, Ali, she would have stayed there with those children.
The woman proved so faithful, to my late brother. Because when they came into this country, I was in secondary school from two Mabuka boys. And then we had Mabuka Teachers College then. He was sent there to lecture in woodwork.
Megan ensures all her grandchildren, the 7 siblings, carries Sierra Leonean names.
Jennifer.
Primer.
Konya. Aminata. Mariatu. Isata.
Sheku.
These siblings receive global recognition, hitting the Strictly Come Dancing, the British Got Talent, and even perform at the royal wedding of Prince Charles. They are referred to as the world's most talented family. The World Talent's journey to Sierra Leone in 2024 is seen as an exciting one. They expressed delight visiting their mother's home country.
So I wasn't expecting such a warm and generous welcome. There was lots of dancing and lots of music, and I think we were all quite emotional and moved.
So I've only met one other Jennifer, so often when I tell people that I'm called Jennifer, they often have to go, sorry, could you say that again? Or they mispronounce it. So it's so nice to come here and everyone pronounces my name properly, and they're always really excited that I'm called Jennifer.
It's very special to actually be here and to see and to taste and to feel things for real. It's a very, I don't know, people are very warm and have been very friendly and very welcoming. The food is special. I've always loved Sierra Leonean food that my mum cooks at home, but it tastes nicer here.
Megan Kane's story serves as an inspiration to many and a demonstration of true love for one's spouse, even that person passes on. SLBC, Sulaiman Babature.
Within the movie sector in the entertainment industry, like many other sectors, has the people who work tirelessly behind the scenes, from pre-production to post-production. They are the ones who ensure that the actual story comes to life in a uniform sequence. The role of a director is one of the most important roles within the sector. Seeing a female taking up that role that is male-dominated is indeed rare and fascinating. Lawyer Aminata Sulaimatu Mansari is one of, if not the only female movie director we have seen in Sierra Leone so far, and she tells us about it all in this interview with Maria Tudukoi.
Medium shot, take one, action!
Aminata Sulaimatu Mansari, who has a career as a lawyer and doubles to be a movie director, recently directed the just premiered movie from Lima's Diary called Love in a Glass, which is a movie about the struggles of a married couple starring Alimatu Farrakhan Sise, Mohamed Jane, Fine Face, Sia Mansour, and many others.
I feel that they have a great team. She puts a lot of effort and professionalism.
Speaking on her involvement in the movie industry, Aminata tells us how she got started and why she chose to be a movie director, which is a time-consuming job, as is her career as a lawyer.
I was called 3 years ago, and I've been back since then. As a lawyer, I first started as a legal barrister because that's what the act says. You cannot just go as a full-fledged legal practitioner. No, you have to be a legal barrister for a year, which I did, and I've been practicing my law practice with Law Court at Padema Road. It's been a roller coaster, really. because it won't be sweet all the time, but I enjoy doing it because I get to learn a lot, help people. Like I'm doing this, we're part of this juvenile DEMS project where we represent young minors in conflict with the law, pro bono services basically. And also as part of lawyers, a female legal advocate organization also, we represent women in all aspects, domestic violence, the SA cases and stuff like that. So it gives me pleasure to know that I can give back, not just for the money, but I get to do something good for my community as well. So it's been good actually.
April 27, Love Boss and Outcast are the movies which she started as an assistant director. Then she was given an opportunity by another female movie producer to come be a full director in the movie Love in a Glass.
Lima called me and said I wanted a female director and they gave me a number. I'm like, okay. She said, I have this idea that I want us to do. She sent the script, I went to it, and then I said, what do you need me as? And then he said, as director general. I'm like, oh! I'm like, oh, are you sure?
So why do you ask me like, are you sure? When Sparta did say come as an assistant, you were like, are you sure? And this one is like, are you sure?
Because I've been assisting. After April 27, the second one was Love Boss. I did with Mama Jane.
Yeah.
We did it together. We wrote the script together, and then but I was assisting doing production. And we also did Court. It's not out yet. I'm sure you're seeing the production already. I also assisted in writing and also as assistant director as well. So I've been assisting 3 consecutive times. For then someone to just come and say, no, you're not assisting anymore this time. They will be assisting you. I'm like, are you sure? And then she said yes. And then I said, okay, send the script. And the moment I read it, I loved it. And I said, okay, I can work with this.
A mother, a lawyer, and a movie director, Aminata juggles a handful of time-consuming jobs all at once, which speaks to how multifaceted women are and how good we are at multitasking. The lady lawyer expresses her love for movie directing and how she is proud of herself for handling such a time-demanding task smoothly, and she shared what International Women's Day means to her.
It's a day to celebrate women, exceptional women, even the ones that don't think they are exceptional, but they are. So this is the day we ought to recognize all the hard work. It's not only about women out there or women in the corporate world or women in front. What about the ones at the back, like the fishmongers, like the ones who are not educated? So this is a day I think it's meant to celebrate all of them. Every woman deserves to be celebrated, even if you're doing nothing. Even that your nothing takes effort. So you ought to be celebrated. This is the day I think we should look past saying this woman is up there and this woman is down there, and just celebrate every woman as a woman. Yes. So it's very, very important to me.
For SLBC, Mariatu Dukuri.
Whoa, for the past 2 hours, we have been talking about women and their achievements as Sierra Leone joins other countries to celebrate International Women's Day.
Which we had the whole day to discuss about us women and as unique and talented abilities. So now, before we close, we'll go over to our guests for them to just briefly tell us their call to action or parting statements to our viewers today on International Women's Day.
So we start with you.
Thank you very much for having us again, and it's a pleasure to talk about these significant days in the lives of women. The call for action now here is time for women to speak harder and then take more leadership position as they have started already. And now all the policies, we want the policies to take action, not only to make policy but also want to take action. Thank you.
Yeah, so as we celebrate women's achievement, I also just want to call on all of us to respect the agency and the ability for women to make informed choices about their bodies. So we have the Safe Motherhood Bill, which is still in Parliament being debated. Of course, the government has taken into consideration the different recommendations coming from the religious council. But we cannot take away the importance, the significance, and the value, the essence of this bill for women, to uphold the dignity and respect of women, and of course, especially in situations where the women experience rape, incest, ectopic pregnancy, where the life of the women will be at risk if the pregnancy is sustained. So I just want to use this opportunity whilst we are celebrating, we're saying all sort of positive things about women on this day. I also just want to call us to respect and to come on board to support this bill, because what this bill is doing is to ensure that the dignity and well-being of women, the reproductive well-being of women is really catered for by providing the access to services. We all know that termination is going on.
Yeah.
So this bill is basically seeking to make sure that in situations where women would have to in the future experience termination of pregnancy, that it is safe and it does not put their lives at risk. So I'm just calling on everyone, the parliamentarians, ordinary citizens, and also the religious council to see the need for this bill to go through in honor of women.
Okay. So we cannot close this program without reminding viewers and listeners that our very own Director General of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation is a female,
Yes.
Josephine Fatima Kamara. She has been doing extremely well in the broadcasting house.
Kudos to you, DG. And now we'll also like to thank our colleagues who brought us special stories on women, script and VTR editors who worked behind the scene.
Thanks to our studio guest, Memunatu Square, the project officer, Girl to Girl Empowerment, and Tharia Kuroman Nene, Ed Feminist United, Sierra Leone, and allies. And we also want to say thanks to the control room team and also the executive producer, Josephine Fatima Kamara, our producers, Salma Taba and Tili Kuroma.
Now, on behalf of the management and staff of the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation,
we are wishing you all Sierra Leoneans a happy International Women's Day. Accelerate growth. We say it together. Accelerate growth. Okay, bye-bye.
Salon. Do ya know we affect teenage pregnancy? Picking under 18 years not forget baby at all. This they cause plenty problems around me. Do ya know we come together and say no to teenage pregnancy?
No, picking up forget belly. Underage picking up forget belly. Hey, mama, let we tap on. Do ya brother, let we stop on. So let we come together, let we say no to teenage pregnancy. So let we team ganga one, let we say no to teenage pregnancy. Tina, eat you lunch before you take. Then tomorrow you say Fabi no. Put your mind to your book and learn, so you go get value in our society. Hey mama, picking up and picking. Hey sister, education are the key. Put your mind to your book and learn, so you go become useful in our society. Today if you learn, tomorrow you go be lawyer, you go be doctor, you go be banker, you go be anything when you want be in a society. No, picking up forget belly. Underage picking up forget belly. to teenage pregnancy. So let me Matt Ganga one, let we say no to teenage pregnancy. Papa left the picking nail and book. Do you know for some for marriage? Even if you poor, tomorrow it go change your story. No matter of time, no me let money till you send a picking na my nose. Hey ya papa, but if you send them to school, tomorrow it go be administrator, it go be minister, it go be president, it go be anything we want be in a society. No, picking up forget belly. Underage picking up forget belly. Hey, mama, let we tap am. Do ya brother, let we stop am. So let we come together, let we say no to teenage pregnancy. So let me Mount Ganga one, let we say no to teenage pregnancy.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
Freetown. Freetown.
Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright, the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from tell. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Salatu wassalamu ala rasulillahi wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. My beloved brothers, the first request I have is for you to put your phones down.
Inshallah, we are recording this and we will make it available on YouTube by the will of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But this being the house of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to have everyone stand and everyone's phones come up and all the lights shine bright, personally I think it's a disturbance. Not only for the speaker, but even for the others who want to concentrate. My brothers and sisters, I start off with a dua, a supplication, a prayer. May Allah forgive all of us. May Allah grant us steadfastness. May Allah be pleased with us. May Allah alleviate the suffering of all those who are struggling across the globe. May Allah grant ease in all your lives. Whoever is struggling in whatever way, may Allah grant you ease. May Allah answer our du'as, obviously the halal ones. May Allah say Ameen. May Allah Almighty protect us from haram. May Allah Almighty make us realize that we need to develop a relationship with Him and make it easy for us. I was told to speak about utilizing your time during the month of Ramadan, how to do it, perhaps the preparation, the run-up to the month of Ramadan. And I think one of the most important things for us to note is why the fasting was prescribed in the first place. يا أيها الذين آمنوا كتب عليكم الصيام كما كتب على الذين من قبلكم لعلكم تتقون. Simple reason made mention of directly. Why did Allah tell us to fast? He says لعلكم تتقون. That's the reason. O you who believe, fasting has been prescribed upon you just like it was to those before you, in order that you achieve taqwa. What is taqwa? When you hear people speak about it, they say the consciousness of Allah, the fear of Allah. What else do they say? They say various other things. I'm sure you've heard consciousness of Allah, taqwa. I'm sure you've heard the fear of Allah, taqwa. There was a question that someone raised a few years back, which resulted in a beautiful explanation that I want to share with you. They said, the question from a young lad, why should I be scared of Allah? Meaning, that when you say fear of Allah, fear Allah, you know, it's a good question. One of the primary things you and I need to understand is the consciousness of Allah, which means to know that He is your Lord, He made you, He is in control of everything on earth, and you are going to helplessly go back to Him. Helplessly go back to Him, meaning the day you are in your last, no one and nothing will be able to delay you by a moment. Inna ajalallahi idha jaa la yuakharu law kuntum ta'lamun. If only you knew, when the fixed time of Allah comes for you or for anything or anyone, it will not be delayed, not even by a moment. You gotta go, you gotta go. You could have had all the wealth on earth or all the health on earth, but your time is up, it's up. Something will happen to ensure that you're gone. So I need to be conscious of that all the time. All the time, I need to keep thinking about the fact that I came from somewhere, I am somewhere, and I'm going somewhere. Consciousness. But the fear of Allah, do I worship Allah because I'm scared of Him? Good question, right? When you're scared of someone, what type of a relationship would you have? So you need to put this fear of Allah into context. What is the context? There is a way of explaining it, or there are perhaps more than one way. There is more than one way of explaining it, perhaps. But here's one. So when you love someone, and you love them dearly, think about someone you love. You love them so much. I'm sure you guys have someone in your minds, right? Oh, the way you're nodding your head, I hope it's halal, bro. You have someone in your mind, I love this person so much, right? would you do anything to hurt them? Would you do anything to be in their bad books so the relationship is disturbed? Would you do something like that? The answer is no. Why don't you want to do something? Because I don't want to spoil this relation that I have. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I fear spoiling the relationship with the one I love. So this fear is born out of tremendous love. Do you understand the point? Because I love Allah so much, I fear getting into the bad books. You see what I'm saying? So taqwa is an taj'ala baynaka wa bayna adhabillahi wiqaya. If you look at the deep explanation that some have given, they have said taqwa comes from the term wiqaya, which refers to a barrier. So create a barrier between you and what? That which displeases Allah or the punishment of Allah. I make a barrier. How do I make that barrier? Well, by doing the right things and staying away from the wrong things. As simple as that. So that is taqwa in essence. So Allah says, I have prescribed fasting so that your relationship with me can be on the highest level. You realize who I am. You worship me correctly. You become compassionate and all the other benefits of fasting. And at the end of that prescribed time, you should have achieved a better relationship with Allah. That's why they say, وَيْلٌ لِمَنْ أَدْرَكَ رَمَضَانَ فَلَمْ يُغْفَرْ لَهُ. You might have heard that one day the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said Ameen thrice as he was climbing up the mimbar, the pulpit. And when he was asked later, he said, Jibreel made a few du'as and I was saying Ameen to them. What was one of the du'as? One of them was that woe be upon the one who witnesses the month of forgiveness and doesn't achieve the forgiveness. Something is for sale, literally for sale. And you don't make use of it, yet you need it. Yesterday I gave the example and I'd like to give it again of Black Friday. Which month is Black Friday in? November. Everyone knows, right? Why do you know? You know because you wait for it. You know because I can't really afford some of the stuff through the year, but I'm going to mark it, I'm going to watch it, and I'm waiting for Black Friday because there's going to be some awesome specials. And as soon as the sale is announced, we are on our phones, we are on the laptops, and we're busy buying, and we want to be as quick as possible before it's sold out, and we've got what we wanted, and the next best thing is everything's delivered at home, and we feel rich. But what did we do? We achieved during a sale. I wanted something, but I got it at a quarter of the price. I got it at a song. Subhanallah. Forgiveness is on sale in Ramadan. You need it, I need it. In the same way we sit and put on our phones all these reminders to remind us about a sale that is material. Surely it's more important to put the reminders to remind you about the sale of the forgiveness of Allah, the commencement of the month of Ramadan. Allah gives you beautiful, beautiful opportunities. As soon as the crescent is sighted, there is excitement. The ambience changes. Don't you agree? It feels amazing. There is a rohaniya, there is a beautiful spirituality that suddenly comes to life. It's the month of Ramadan, but we just saw the moon, or it was just announced. Before you know it, you're already in Salat al-Taraweeh. And everything's changed. What's that? That's a gift of Allah. The example of Black Friday is cheap, it's low, it's material. The example of Ramadan is the real example. But the question is, are you going to wait for Ramadan to seek forgiveness when you don't know if you're going to even witness Ramadan? Allahumma ballighna Ramadana. Oh Allah, grant us the acceptance to witness the month of Ramadan. In the interim, start seeking forgiveness now. I started off by saying, may Allah forgive us all. Did you hear the supplication? Because forgiveness, I want it, you want it. I'm a human. You're all human beings. I'm not only prone to error, but I make mistakes. And I'm a sinful slave of Allah. And so are all of us. Obviously, the level of sin differs from person to person, but you're a human. I am consoled by what Adam alayhi salam did. Do you know what that means? At least it makes me feel human. Allah told him not to do one thing, and that's exactly what he did. I'm not telling you to do something that Allah told you not to do, but the consolation is in the fact that Allah forgave him. As soon as Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala heard him seek that forgiveness, رَبَّنَا ظَلَمْنَا أَنفُسَنَا وَإِن لَمْ تَغْفِرْ لَنَا وَتَرْحَمْنَا لَنَكُونَنَّ مِنَ الْخَاسِرِينَ. Oh our Lord, we have wronged ourselves. We have wronged ourselves. And if you don't forgive us, and if you don't have mercy upon us, we will be from among the losers. We're going to lose. Oh Allah, we seek your mercy. Allah forgave him. What does that mean? That means part of the plan of Allah is to watch who is going to turn to him in repentance often. And so Shaitan came up with another plan. What was his plan? His plan was, I'm going to make these people lose hope in the mercy of Allah. So you seek forgiveness, you're forgiven. And then Shaitan comes to you and makes you think you're not forgiven. So you start believing that perhaps I am not forgiven. Allah's mercy will not encompass what I did. That itself is a bigger sin than the initial sin you committed, because now you're doubting a name or quality of Allah. Do you see what I'm saying? You're a human.
Well, today, on this edition of this special interview, I have somebody who has contributed in diverse ways to this country's socio-economic and political development, and also in the area of women's empowerment, philanthropy, and many more. Well, the person I'm about to talk to is somebody who doesn't need much introduction, because she has been in the space, especially in the political space, for years now. Even though she seems to have retired, but she's not tired, because she's still active in a lot of things. Taking care of children, in education, and she also owns an orphanage, and she has done a lot. And she has just celebrated, her 85th birthday. What a blessing, And this person is not just a person than Honorable Marie Janssene. I know this particular name rings the bell in many quarters. She is 85. Welcome to this special interview, Honorable Marie Janssene.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations on your 85th birthday.
Thank you.
Okay. Now tell us, a lot of people have heard about you. They've heard about the Honorable Marie Janssene, and some of them have seen your work. They've seen what you've been doing, and some of them have also felt you. Now tell us, who is Honorable? Tell us about your early childhood. Who is Honorable Marie Janssene?
Thank you very much. It's better you've explained a little bit about me. Let me not say biography, but I know you've heard about this name, Honorable Marie Janssene. To start it all, I attended the Clark Memorial Girls School boarding home. From there, Harford School, Muyamba. Of course, Ulid and others follow Harford. There I taught for several years before I joined civil service. Government printing, social welfare, of course, information and broadcasting. Where I'm sitting here, I've worked here, Slbc.
So you are also an ex-worker of
course,
SLBS?
Yes. In fact, I have my pension from information SLBS.
So you retired here?
I retired here.
Okay. So which means you're part of us.
Going into politics.
Okay. So after your retirement, you now decided to enter politics?
Of course. Because I was known everywhere. I did so many.
Now, let us move, backwards in a way. Where were you born? Who was your father? Who was your mother? Who are your siblings? Who are your nibblings?
May their souls rest in perfect peace.
All of them are now dead.
Yes. First and foremost, I'm from the north, but I spent more time on the east, because there I was educated. There I went to college. I taught at Bojibu, Kenema, before I was transferred to Kabbalah. From Kabbalah, McKinney, from McKinney, Freetown. Went to Civil Service Commission, Public Service Commission. I joined Civil Service.
So now tell us your days as a teacher. I know that there is a blessing in teaching. Now tell us, I haven't graduated from Harford. You began to teach. You entered the teaching.
I went to college.
Okay, you went to college first.
Teachers College.
Now, which college did you?
Teachers College. I got my ATC.
That is in Kenema district.
Yes, of course.
I think one of the pages.
Yeah.
Is this page west or page east?
Exactly.
Okay, so after that you started teaching. Now you taught in which schools?
Yes, Bojibu.
Kenema. Kenema, and after which?
Kabbalah.
Okay.
McKinney St. Joseph's Convent, then Freetown.
Okay.
When I came to Freetown.
So how was it like, as a teacher, in those days?
I enjoyed it too much because I was brought up almost by missionaries. They took me from my parents to a boarding home primary school. From there, Harford School boarding home to Muyamba, where in fact I don't go holidays to the north. I always spend holidays with my companions who love ourselves Fejes. I go to Gulama, I go to Princess Boima, Etakale. I don't go even up in my place. I spent most of the time with my friends, then back to Harford.
So now people see the teaching profession as a springboard. We are, in Creole they will say, we can't wait to water. We can't wait. Let's see what will happen. No. As a waiting ground.
No.
In your own days, did you actually see teaching as a profession?
Of course, as a professional, you have to like teaching. That will help the children to promote themselves, especially when you see a child that doesn't have a mother and a father. That's why I chose to open an orphanage. And I'm proud of having lawyers now and politicians that are brought up from age 5. I have about more than 6 lawyers.
Now, growing up as a child, did it ever come to mind that one day I would like to be a teacher, I would like to be a politician, I would like to be a philanthropist, Was that part of your childhood kind of thinking? I want to be a teacher, I want to be a politician, I want to be a philanthropist.
All these things that you are narrating now, were not my own. I'm prayerful. I always ask God to lead me the way He wants me to be. And I was having sympathy for children that doesn't have mothers and fathers, because I've been brought up by missionaries. When I go abroad, I send for them, the poor.
So it's like it has been part of you. Philanthropy has been a part of you throughout your life.
Exactly. because I'm an ordained reverend. Yes.
Okay, now let us see this migration, from the teaching profession, you decided to join the civil service.
Exactly.
Why, having taken teaching as a profession, you decided to now be a civil servant? What led to that decision? I
chose that because I'm a prayerful somebody. I always ask God to lead me a way that I can help the poor and the needy. And this is what I am doing right now, even at this age. I'm still helping the orphans, especially those that are those that are not privileged to go to attend school. My school, we don't pay school fees.
Okay.
No.
And your school is like free tuition, free everything.
Yes.
So pupils attending your school,
they only give tuition fee 20,000 a year.
Okay, and the rest is provided by you.
Yes. Even I have to take some out of my money to give stipend to some teachers.
Okay, and what's the name of the school?
Christian Faith Rescue Orphanage Schools. One in here and one up the provinces, Carolina district.
Okay.
It used to be Bombali district.
There is a primary or pre-primary?
Both primary and secondary.
And secondary?
Yes.
Okay. Now, what?
The board of director, who is heading both places, Mr. Yusuf, he is now the chairperson at Public Service Commission. Even while I was in Parliament, we are all running this thing.
So now, you moved on. From school, you went to Bonobo Teachers College. From there, you became a teacher. You taught at
Wajibu first, Kenema district.
Okay. After which, did you teach in any other school?
Yes, I was teaching at Kenema. I was staying at Kaisamba Terrace. Before that, I was taken away from there to Kabbalah. Transfer.
So it is like during your youth for days, you were able to interact. I
spent most of my life in the eastern provinces.
Okay.
East and south, because
now you became a teacher, and after working for how many years did you teach?
Ojibu 6, Kenema 4, Kabbalah 3, Makeni 4. About 20 years.
Okay, and after which you decided now to join the civil service.
Exactly.
So how was it like, being
PSC, Public Service Commission. By then, Public Service Commission was at Tower Hill, that broken house. Where Foreign Affairs now, it was a big broken house. There we were interviewed.
Okay, after which you were recruited.
I started working at the government printing department.
How many years did you work at the government printing department?
6 years. Then I was transferred at social welfare. By the time social welfare was a board house at Slbc for street.
Okay.
Where that church is now, big church.
Okay.
That was social welfare.
Okay.
Yeah, I started working.
And that was in which year?
I can't remember. 50s.
Okay, 60s, in the 50s.
Yes.
Okay. 50s. Okay, viewers, the program you're watching is a special interview one-on-one with Honorable Maggie and Sane, an educationist, a teacher, a philanthropist, and also a politician. Now, you became. And also, yes, and she's also a religious person. In fact, she's an ordained reverend. So yes. This is somebody with many hats, So now, talk to us about your days, in the civil service. How was it like?
Pardon?
Your days in working as a civil servant.
I enjoyed that. I enjoyed it so much, especially at Slbc. I used to make some programs. Just now, the old programs that I was doing, I repeated them. You'll hear me.
Okay,
so from local languages.
Okay,
Mountain Grady, Mind Akwa, Danny Smith, those were my colleagues.
Most of them are deceased now.
Yeah, they're deceased.
No,
if you are Make,
Okay. You know, God has blessed the Reverend Honorable Marie Ansele with long life and good health. As you can see, she celebrated her 85th birthday a few days ago, and she's still going, strong. Now, tell us, now you decided to join politics. Now, in which year did you after having served as a civil servant, and the last place you worked was actually here where you are seated right now, the SLBC. How was SLBC?
I pensioned here. I have my pension from here.
Okay, you got your pension here.
Yes.
So you retired from the civil service here at the SLBS in those days. So how was it like in those days, working as a broadcaster, at the SLBS?
I was so proud because when I do some advertisements, some people meet me at my home, they give me a token. Say, oh, the thing that you advertised, we are getting marketing now. Yes, broadcast, both in Soso, Limba.
So you are very much integral, in the formative stages of our local, programs in our local languages here at the SLBC.
Local languages.
Okay. So, let us know which of the languages you were much more interested in. Are you doing programs in which languages?
3. I was given 3 by mountain grading. Limba, Nyanga, Tingomemba, I remember. Then, advertisements in local languages.
So, which
current affairs?
Okay, so which our local languages. You've just spoken about Nyanga, Tugomi. You've also
spoken.
Okay, so it's like
I remember.
So in other words, you are somebody. You are a multilingual person.
Of course.
Okay. So
that's wherever I go, the door is open. In fact, I was sitting in before I went to Parliament, I saw a delegation coming to my house. I said, I know some of you people. Say, yes, we are Hoba, Hartford Old Lassers. We have nominated you in our absence to be our president, Freetown branch.
Okay. Now, you are actually doing programs in Mende, Timini, Lima, as
of course.
Oh. So
I was gifted.
Honorable Marie Hansene is she is a gifted somebody. Working here at the SLBS in those days, she was doing programs
I enjoyed
in Mende,
working here.
Timini, Limba, and now
Creole.
Oh, okay, what?
Creole.
Oh, Creole as well.
As well.
So now tell us, why did you decide to enter politics? Now you served.
That's a good question.
You served as a teacher.
Yeah.
You now served as a civil servant.
That's a good one. I was expecting you to ask me that.
Okay, then why did you decide to enter politics?
I didn't decide. Just like you. If you do good work for your people and they see what you've done for the country, they will go and meet you. My son will want you to take that constituency and this and that and that. That's what happened.
So it was
for 1 month.
So it was a call to service.
That's right.
To serve your people.
Yes, even when I ran away from them, they met me in Freetown. Delegation, 3 vehicles. All women. They said they are tired of clapping and dancing and buying. I saw this for men. And they feel the work that I've done. And what I'm doing now for children.
That was in which year?
They want me to represent.
That was in which year? Which year did you finally, were you called? Because according to you didn't enter. You are called, by your people.
Yes, in fact, I didn't spend a cent.
And that's which type of democracy, was it doing the parliamentary democracy or the presidential democracy?
In fact, I contested as a president myself and Madam Yo, 2018.
No, that is
flag bearer. I have all my documents.
No, I saw you when you came.
You want to see them now? They are here.
No, yes.
Presidential.
No, what I'm saying, I knew in those days because the period you contested
I was to become
a flag. You wanted to become flag bearer.
Not wanted. I became a flag bearer in 2018. 18. You were seeing me. I came and talk about myself here.
Under which party?
Under APC.
No, you wanted to become a flag bearer.
Yes, I contested as a flag bearer.
Yes, but you didn't win.
No.
Yes, you contested.
Yes, I contested.
So which means you did not become a flag bearer, but you contested. Okay, now tell us. You served 4 terms, as a member of parliament, right?
3.
3 terms.
That's 15 years.
Okay, 3 terms, and then you became the president of the first
parliamentary female caucus in the Parliament of Sierra Leone.
So now, this interview is taking place at a time when women across the world are celebrating international,
of which I'm one of the founders.
Yes, IWD.
Yes, International Women's.
Okay, now before going to International Women's Day, talk to us about your days in active politics.
That's
right.
Like,
especially in this kind of environment wherein the society is largely patriarchal.
Indeed, it is.
How did you? How did you survive the turbulence in politics?
In fact, I don't have to read or talk. Though I'm 85, but I can recollect few.
Okay.
First and foremost, when our parliament was in this, they have never sent women outside to represent women in their parliament until when I went there. In fact, one thing, I was not partisan. When I want to go, I take most of the SLPP. May her soul rest in perfect peace, my vice, Honorable Elizabeth Lavalley. She was working with me, amicably. Wherever I go, I call him. When we want to go out, we want to take so many women from PMDC, SLPP, especially we are more than APC. I take more from SLPP to go out. Even International Women's Day, when we went to New York, I took most of SLPP, then 2 from PMDC.
When you were the president of the female caucus, the parliamentary female caucus. So in other words, somebody would say, Honorable Reverend Marie Ansene was not was somebody with an affable character, somebody who was easy to reach, who was approachable in the way.
Of course.
So you are that kind of person.
In fact, when I went to New York after they've seen my performance, they made me advisor to their own advisor for women. Did I give you it? I wrote it yesterday. I hope it is here. Jesus.
Okay. Well.
Okay, let us be talking.
Yes. So now, in politics, which changes did you, at that time, did you bring into the political landscape of this country?
Unity. I was not partisan, and that's what I'm teaching people. And in fact, APC used to, I said so for them, everybody to hear. He said I used to take so many SLPP. I said yes, they are working with me. Because I have the PRO, SLPP, the finance minister, Binti Myers, then the coordinator, Bernadette Lahai, everybody who is doing my work are SLPP. So I have to work with them. Whatever I want to do, they are the first person I inform.
So you were somebody who didn't care.
No, I don't want to listen to anyone. What the Holy Spirit tells me to do, and what you are doing is what I do.
Okay, now let us talk about women's empowerment. In those days, like you said, women did not get that kind of space, to kind of exercise their talents or their God-given attributes. How were you able to change that narrative?
This is when we went to International Women's Day, when I took the women of Sierra Leone and parliamentarian. This was what was given to me.
That was 12 March 2010?
Yes.
Okay.
Sierra Leone representative.
Okay.
Advisor.
So now as you move around, you see the politics, you see women, women's participation in politics.
They were afraid. I told them stop clapping and dancing for the women. For men, you two are competent to do what men can do.
So
and even the day before yesterday, most of them went at the orphan in my house. Early in the morning, surprisingly.
To wish you happy birthday.
Yeah, with music from the churches. People around were shocked. Where are these people from? How are they from? They say we are the sons of we are now workers. We have brought this present for her. The guys cooked a lot of food and took it there for the other ones.
Okay, those who have passed through your orphanage,
who are now working.
Like you said, you told me just now that your appetite to help others was divine by grace.
Of course, by God.
By God. So now tell us, you are also a reverend and ordained.
Of
reverend.
course, I hail from a Muslim home. This is what God needs to do.
Okay, there are times in the African setting, people say it is very difficult for somebody to be a politician and also be a true man or woman of God.
That's why God helps me while I was in Parliament, because I was not partisan. Who does the good work when I want to travel? Number 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't go to even to people and ask them that the party full, whom can I take? I pray at night when I come. I call you. You should travel this date and this date. No one will ask me.
So now, how do you see the politics of today? Do you see an improvement in our body politic, or there is much more to be desired?
That is a good question. I'm fed up. I've prayed. It's quite different with our own politics. They are not politicians. They don't love the country. Because if they love the country, they will unite to do things for the country. Good things and not bad things.
So in other words, you want to see a bipartisan
That's right.
approach to the country's development.
That's right. This is most important.
And not us versus them.
Yes. Myself, or ourselves. And it is people that took you there. You forgot that there are people that voted for you to be there.
So now that women are celebrating International Women's Day, which falls every year on the 8th of March. In fact, it is a public holiday. What do you really want, as an experienced, politician, an experienced teacher, an experienced, philanthropist? What do you really want the women of this country to know?
That's what I was talking when I was invited before. I tell them to stop dancing, clapping, doing things for men. The things that you men can do, you too can do. Do things that can bring development in the country, that will give praise to women. That's what I always tell them. You too can do what a man can do, or more. I've traveled everywhere in Uganda. You see, the deputy speaker of the house, Rebecca Gadaga. Now he's the president. Now he's the speaker of the house. But still communicating.
Yes, I follow their politics. I follow their politics a lot. I see a lot. I see a lot.
While they were in the bush.
I see a lot with
Museveni.
Okay.
He told me a lot.
So she was probably struggling.
Of course, they were all in the bush. She told me everything. We are still communicating. I have his contact.
Okay. So now, now government has has decided to kind of enact this gender equality bill. Now, 30% quota for women.
We have tried for this for several
in parliament, in governance,
everywhere.
Now, in the first place, what's your view on the 30% law that now exists?
30%. In fact, we've been fighting for this not even 10 years, about 20 years ago. I'm glad that now, of course, I started it all myself and related Sabella Valley. That's why we got for the first time in history, I lead and others follow, a woman to be an honorary member from the North. It was in our presence.
Okay, now, with all the strides you've made in the past, and now we see there's this 40% quota for women.
Let us see
in every
everything.
Yeah, in everything, in state governance, in parliament, in public service, as the case may be. Now, have you ever thought of saying, oh, one day I want to see, even if I'm not around, a woman to be at the apex of decision making in this country? I mean, being the president of.
That's why I stood up the other day when we went to conference. Excuse me, I said I would like to be president. That's why I aspired to be flag bearer. I sat down and crossed my leg. I'm fit. I'm more fitter. I'm the fittest more than some of you. That's what I told the men.
But why did they vote for you? You know, to first become
because
you have to be first. You have to be first, the flag bearer of your party before you can contest for the presidency. But they did not vote for you, and there were a lot of women delegates. No, but the thing is that there were a lot of female delegates also at that convention. You know. Why didn't they vote for you? Because that is what the men have been saying.
Well, this is what?
Now they are saying, yes, I've seen all of these things. Some of these things were recorded by the SLBC. But now they are in a platform, you know, the world now we are in has moved. Now, why didn't they vote for you when you contested to carry the flag of your party in 2018?
They bought them. I said about them, they gave them money, bribed them.
Even your women folks?
Well, women folks voted for me. It's only votes are not, you know.
How many votes did you get during that convention?
I got about 1/4.
Wow.
Yes. I didn't know about the other one, but I got 1/4. They voted for me.
Nigeria, I spoke in their parliament. All these presidential debates.
This was in 2011. Because the election you are talking about was not in 2018. This was way before 2018.
Oh yes, this is 2018.
Because 2017, 2018, it was not an election.
No,
it was a selection.
A selection.
Okay. So now tell us, as you celebrate International Women's Day, finally as we're about to end this one-on-one interview, what's really your message to women and girls of this country?
Yes. This is the same message I sent to them in local language just now. I said, don't relent. Continue. Don't be tired. You too, you can do what a man can do. Yes. Stop clapping and dancing.
And bring the Ashobi dances.
I talk as you'd hear it. Taking the money that you take, make lunch for your children and eat, you take it to go and buy expensive asobi. Then the men will take that money, that asobi, dancing with their girlfriends. Then you are there suffering in the market, under rain, under sun. Stop dancing for them. You are not. You are competent. You are fit to be a president.
So the women should stop dancing for them.
You should stop.
Okay.
When we went to Uganda, went to South Africa, Mpumalanga. See women clapping for me when I stood down to, when I was myself and Lady Isabella, when I spoke to them. Yes.
Okay, now you are 85, this year, only a few days ago you turned 85. Now, tell us, the secret behind, this long life in a way, tell us.
Yes, there's a secret. You have to have the fear of God. And you have to have sympathy for the poor and the needy. And obedience, prayerfulness. You should not be selfish. If you have like me, people think I have so many things because I have my kids over there. when they see them bringing rice, see some of them coming to me, I tell my matrons, give them two cups.
So your generosity.
That is another one.
Okay.
Yes.
Your prayerful. You've been prayerful. It's
And
also a
prayerfulness.
contributing factor.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And you've been honest as well.
Pardon?
You've been honest.
To be honest, honesty is the most. Yes, to be honest.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. She is Honorable Marianne Sané. Reverend. Well, I'm very sorry. The other thing is, I know you prefer the Reverend.
Of course.
To more to
yes, of course.
And being honorable. So she is Honorable Reverend Marianne Sané.
She has been the first family.
A philanthropist, a politician, a teacher, and many more.
Press officer.
Press officer. She works there. And she worked at the SLBS in those days and developed many programs.
Yes.
Actually local language programs.
Local languages, especially.
Okay.
Yes.
So
orphanages.
Orphanages.
Schools.
Okay. So
I lead another one.
All right. Okay. Thank you so much. And she is Honorable Marianne Sané, Honorable Reverend Marianne Sané. Well, for 15 years, and she was a member of parliament, representing which constituency?
Constituency 36.
36. That is in the
now Karina district. It used to be Bombali district.
Okay, and then she was also the first president of the parliamentary female caucus in this country.
In the parliament of Sierra Leone.
In the parliament of Sierra Leone. Yes. Well, that is how we say goodbye. It has been one-on-one with Honorable
President for
Honorable. Yes, and she also served as the president of the Afro Girls Western Area Branch.
Yes.
Western Area Branch.
Yes,
all right. Okay. Thank you so much. And that is how we say goodbye. It has been one-on-one with Honorable Reverend Marianne Sané. And it has been one-on-one, and I wish every woman of this country a happy International Women's Day celebrations.
I was one of the founders. I was there.
All right, okay, thank you so much. I've been Sheikh Usmaila, and keep watching the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television. Goodbye.
Women's women's empowerment is gradually taking form in Sierra Leone, and I think the strides that have been made in Sierra Leone, stand well globally and nationally and regionally for other people to look at, other countries to look at.
And for the CSO perspective, we know say President Bio don't do well for reform the loss them for give women and strength. We actually also don't empower women then for the surface. If then they be self for them now they're able to come and they're able to advocate for the right.
In the GW bill, it's not only about promoting women. Initially, you cannot dare to have land, a woman to have land. But now that it has been stated, women are now boasting of owning land.
When I became president, I proclaimed that gender is firmly on my new direction agenda. The future of Sierra Leone, I've said before and I say again, is female. We must do all it takes to facilitate the timely, full, and unconditional inclusion of women in our national life, governance, and development.
Fellow citizens, this year's IWD celebrations is epoch-making as it marks 40 years since Sierra Leone observed its first IWD celebrations in 1985. Importantly, it marks 30 years of the groundbreaking Beijing Declaration and Program for Action developed at the 4th Conference of Women held in Beijing, China in 1995. Since adoption in 1995, the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action remains the most progressive and widely endorsed blueprint for women and girls' rights worldwide. The platform guides policies, programs, and investments and impacts 12 critical areas including education, health, peace, media, political participation, economic empowerment, and the elimination of violence against women and girls. This year's IWD celebration will reflect on the progress, challenges, and way forward in respect to the implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action 30 years since its adoption. The celebration will spotlight the gains made, especially in establishing normative frameworks and mechanisms that facilitate implementation of the 12 critical areas of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. Importantly, it will provide opportunity to reflect on the broader challenges and way forward for sustained empowerment of women as articulated in 12 critical areas of the Beijing. As part of this year's IWD celebration, the Ministry of Gender and Children's Affairs, with support from the IWD Steering Committee, is rolling out a number of activities that seek to increase public awareness, knowledge and understanding of normative frameworks and mechanisms that facilitate implementation of the Beijing and reflect on the broader challenges and way forward for sustained empowerment of women and mobilize communities and stakeholders for effective implementation of the 12 critical areas of the Beijing Declaration. Across all districts of the country, there has been nationwide media and community awareness raising programs. A very productive 2-day high-level national policy dialogue has been held. The high-level policy dialogue deep dived on progress, challenges, and way forward for implementation of the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. 30 years since the adoption of the Beijing Declaration and Program of Action, we have as a country made considerable progress, especially in establishing normative frameworks for the promotions of women's rights. Since recent years, Sierra Leone had made adoptive progress legislations, policies and strategies that have remarkably improved women's political and socio-economic status. The groundbreaking GEWI Act, the Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Act, and related legislations have created the enabling environment for improved participation and representation of women in political and public offices, gender equality in employment, improved access to finance, land, and other productive resources. Moreover, the last few years have also witnessed sustained efforts to address sexual gender-based violence through the passage of the recent or robust legislation such as the Sexual Offences Amendment Act of 2019 and Prohibition of Child Marriage Act of 2024. Other strategic interventions include the establishment of one-stop centers for SGBV service provision, sexual offences model court, toll-free line for rape, revision of the SGBV referral protocol, and e-referral pathway, introducing the GVB information management system, among others. Fellow citizens, fellow women, on this occasion of International Women's Day celebration, I would like to acknowledge with profound gratitude the unwavering commitment and support of His Excellency, retired Brigadier Julius Madabio, to the promotion of gender equality and women's empowerment. His commitment to gender equality and women's empowerment has received global acknowledgement, as evident in his recent award as a champion for women's rights in Africa. I also wish to extend appreciation to Her Excellency the First Lady for her great strides in shaping the future of our girls through the Answer for Our Girls program and other initiatives. The First Lady's recent election by her peers to the enviable position of President of African First Ladies for Development is a testament to her stellar performance as a strong proponent of women and girls' rights. As I end this broadcast, I take this opportunity to wish the women of Sierra Leone and all our he-for-she a happy International Women's Day.
Women's empowerment is gradually taking form in Sierra Leone, and I think the strides that have been made in Sierra Leone, stand well globally and nationally and regionally for other people to look at, other countries to look at.
And for the CSO perspective, we know say President Bio don't do well for reform the laws them for give women and train. We actually also don't empower women enough for the surface. If they be SF, for them now they're able to come and they're able to advocate for the right.
In the GW bill, it's not only about promoting women. Initially, you cannot dare to have land, a woman to have land. But now that it has been stated, women are now boasting of owning land.
When I became president, I proclaimed that gender is firmly on my new direction agenda. The future of Sierra Leone, I've said before and I say again, is female. We must do all it takes to facilitate the timely, full, and unconditional inclusion of women in our national life, governance, and development.
We are the national broadcaster, and I am Sulaiman Baba Toure, a reporter and presenter at the SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
From the commercial department, I am Regina Bangura. You are watching SLBC. Your voice, my voice.
I am Jonathan Turner, a reporter for Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation, SLBC. As a reporter, I do stories on education, health, politics, and more. Stay glued with SLBC to watch my stories. Your voice, my voice.
Lucian Ganda, producer Weyus, and producer and presenter Christian Editions on TV. This is the SLBC.
I am William Wise, presenter Weyus and also reporter at the SLBC, and this is the SLBC.
I am Salma Taba, television executive producer. I produce programs on both radio and television. I'm a news anchor, a presenter, an announcer on radio. I enjoy what I do because I serve a public service broadcaster. It's a pleasure to work with the SLBC. I am Tilly Koma, Head of News and Current Affairs Unit, Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Our news hour now covers several segments. We have entertainment, business, weather, sports, ferry schedule, and human interest stories, not forgetting politics. We are doing all that to keep you people posted on what's happening all over the country. Thanks for being with us at SLBC. Keep blue. We are the best.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone. The fisherman,
the taxi driver,
the barber, the drummers, the dancers,
all of us. All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog. This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours. The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever. We've got the mightiest river. And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown. We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Women's empowerment is gradually taking form in Sierra Leone. And I think
the strides that have been made in Sierra Leone, stand well globally and and regionally for other people to look at, other countries to look at.
And for the CSO perspective, we know say President Bio don't do well for reform the laws them for give women the strength. We ask also don't empower women then for the surface. If then they be safe for them now they able come and they able advocate for the right.
In the GW bill, it's not only about promoting women. Initially, you cannot dare to have land, a woman to have land. But now that it has been stated, women are now boasting of owning land.
When I became president, I proclaimed that gender is firmly on my new direction agenda. The future of Sierra Leone, I've said before and I say again, is female. We must do all it takes to facilitate the timely, full, and unconditional inclusion of women in our national life, governance, and development.
Life no go ever sweet without
that thing what we call love. Now that make
no fact na a very good program where any big person can look and enjoy.
Now the kind of program we for spend time for watch. Now the kind of program we for spend time for sit down for look.
And this program it mean I don't learn from and I wonder you save life.
The Love Factor show is about family, love, counseling,
relationship. We say we dey build and maintain relationship. This na program we say we dey counsel you for let you know how for dey with your partner, let you know how for settle disputes between you and your heart to heart.
Well, you don't hear it for yourself.
Join the Love Factor team
every Sunday 10 p.m.
for help make we all enjoy love and peace.
Sierra Leone, like many African nations, struggles with one of the highest rates of child marriage and teenage pregnancy. According to UNICEF, a staggering 30% of women aged 14 to 18 are forced into early marriages, leaving young girls vulnerable and deprived of their future. In June 2024, Sierra Leone passed the Prohibition of the Child Marriage Act. It set the legal age of marriage at 18 with no exception, bringing hope to girls across the country.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it.
The Act has 7 key parts. It punishes offenders, including parents and those who officiate child marriages, with up to 15 years in prison or fines of not less than 50,000 or both. Honorable Mariama Zombo, who is the Deputy Chairperson for the Environment and Climate Change Committee in the 6th Parliament, played a very instrumental role in laying a private member bill that now bans child marriage in Sierra Leone after decades.
I worked together with the First Lady, parliamentarians, the Legislative Committee, and generally stakeholders on this bill. I was determined that it will pass. Prohibition does not only mean stopping the marriage, but stopping the conduction of that marriage, stopping attendance of that marriage, stopping the promotion, the aiding and abetting of that marriage, stopping consent. The issue of cohabitation, which is as described in the Act, is having sexual relations and living with a child. It's also a no-go area. One should not cohabit with a child. One should not promote cohabitation. One should not aid and abet cohabitation in that law. And one should not encourage cohabitation in any way. A child is a child. Children have to go to school. Children have to be taken care of. Children have to be well taken care of in ways that will protect their future.
To end child marriage and teenage pregnancy, the government and partners must work together to enforce the law that protects victims. Dr. Modupe Taiwo is the Operations and Programs Director. Her institution has been working with authorities to ensure the bill was passed into law.
This is a new law we recognize, and we know that the structure and the mechanism for implementing this law will require many hands on board. No one organization can deliver on this. So therefore, for great learning, sharing amongst all these organizations is very critical. To be able to reach a wider audience at different levels is very important. So coordination is important. Coordination will help to build that structure of synergy where the different organizations, the different players can bring in their resources, including expertise, including financial, and the networks that we all have. And so when we come together and work, we can learn from each other, we can build synergy, we can pull resources together, and we can reach a wider audience. And then, of course, people will learn from that process. So really, coordination is very critical, and that's really encouraged.
With the high rate of child marriage, the Act was crucial to protect girls. It will improve their education, health, and reduce poverty. Dr. Fatima Madabio championed the passing of the Act.
I have rape issue in my country, I have early marriage issue in my country, I have infant and child mortality problem in my country, and these are my priority. So all the first ladies also, say the same thing, and then that's when we now decided at that meeting that we were going to change the name from African First Ladies for AIDS to African First Ladies for Development. That the We Are Equal campaign, I have launched the Hands of Our Girls campaign. So what the We Are Equal campaign is now going to do for the Hands of Our Girls campaign is to validate the Hands of Our Girls campaign. Because the Hands of Our Girls have been here for the last 6 years. We have campaigned on all the issues that We Are Equal are campaigning against. And we are not campaigning alone, we are implementing. We have in the last 6 years managed to change so many laws and policies on children's rights. We have managed to get the GIWI bill, where now 30% of women are in parliament. We have a little over 30% in cabinet. We have women leading institutions. We have women MDAs. We have women heading different parastatals in the country. You know, and today we have more girls in school. We can boastfully say we retain more girls. Up to 89% of girls are in school.
The Child Rights Act of 2007 first banned child marriage, but the Customary Marriage and Divorce Act of 2009 allowed it with parental consent, especially in rural areas. Honorable Abdul Mari Conte, the chairman Legislative Committee in the 6th Parliament, was in charge to ensure the bill meets required standards.
The committee had the responsibility to scrutinize the bill line by line and make meaningful contribution, meaningful additions where necessary. Because remember, it was a private member's bill. It's not a government bill, a private member's bill, and the process started with, of course, the honorable member from Pujong district that championed the bill. And of course, the bill went through the relevant processes, went through the first reading and introduction, second reading, then of course committed to the legislative committees. So that's what we did, and at the end of the day we are able to come up with a law that criminalizes child marriage.
Advocacy is key in tackling issues like child marriage. Bio Jane Jallo is the chairperson, Child Rights Coalition.
The coalition, as well as individual organizations who recognize child marriage as one of the practices that limit girls to realize their full potential, because it prevents them from continuing school, it prevents them mostly to explore economic opportunities, it prevents them from participating fully in the development of their community, and it limits their voice even in their homes. And so at this level, now that the bill has now that we have the law in place, we are excited, and many of our members, including the coalition as well, are doing many other activities, conducting a number of sensitization activities to ensure that as many citizens as possible understand the key elements of the bill and work towards ensuring that the bill, everybody adheres, complies to the provision of the Act.
Sierra Leone has signed several international treaties, but enforcing them has been a challenge. Dr. Isata Mahoy is the Minister of Gender and Children's Affairs.
November 18th, which has been set aside for the day for victims, to mourn for victims of sexual gender-based violence. In fact, that one was spearheaded by our First Lady and His Excellency the President. So Sierra Leone is a country that is very much committed when it comes to protecting the rights of people. So this is why for any law or any policy that is put in place, it resonates with other international treaties. In fact, this is why we have, since 2007, you will testify that we've got many progressive laws that are pushing the country's agenda forward when it comes to domesticating the international treaties. We have seen that we had the 3 Gender Acts in 2007, Registration of Customary Marriage Act, and then we reviewed the 2012 Sexual Offences Act in 2019. All of these laws are progressive laws, and because we have the enabling environment where the president himself is also a champion for protecting the rights of people, especially those of children and the girl child, this is why we are working together with other international bodies to ensure we put our legislative things in order. So in fact, the Prohibition of Child Marriage Bill, which was passed into law this year, is a testament.
A 2019 survey showed 83% of women aged 15 to 49 in Sierra Leone has undergone female genital mutilation, FGM. Experts say FGM leads to early marriage and teenage pregnancy. Reverend Dr. Lucian Ganda is not only a media practitioner but also works with child rights protection organization Safe Hands for Girls to give voice to victims of FGM and help educate the public on the dangers of practicing FGM before the age of consent.
What happens is that the child is open now to men, specifically in those village areas, the tropical areas. You see, traditionally people will come because as long as that girl is up to 15, 16, it has protrude breasts, they will come for that girl. And at the end of the day, what comes out is early marriage. What comes out is teenage pregnancy. Even the marriage is even better because at least there will be somebody that will be taking care to some extent anyway. But early marriage is not to be tolerated because I can't see a child of 15, 16, being in a matrimonial home. She is not ready. Her body is not ready to take up the pressure of marriage. So for me, all of these acts or whatever it is could have considered the aspect of FGM, which is a very terrible aspect that is leading most of our girls and even women to all of these exposures, health-wise and socially. It's another problem. These girls, finally, they will not continue with the schooling. What they will do is that they will get married and then they will continue to give back to children. If not, you will see teenage pregnancy. At the end of the day, that child drops out of school. That's the end of the show.
The United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, calls for ending child marriage by 2030. Sierra Leone is committed to this vision, but achieving it requires everyone to play their part. Nadia Rashid, who is the UNFPA country representative, underscored the importance of the act to end child marriages.
This is a joint program of UNFPA and UNICEF and the government of Sierra Leone. So we're really pleased to be able to launch this new phase of the program, which is really about accelerating action on ending child marriage as we lead up to the 2030 deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, which outline very clearly the target of eliminating child marriage by 2030. So as we look ahead, for us what is really critical is strengthening our efforts, strengthening action, strengthening partnerships, strengthening financing, with a focus on reaching the most vulnerable girls, with a focus on ensuring that our support is expanded to address the underlying challenges, whether these are gender challenges or social challenges that perpetuate child marriage and put girls at harm.
In actualizing these goals set by the United Nations to end early marriage and teenage pregnancy by 2030, no one should be left behind.
Another key thing which we are suggesting is that there should be family support. Families, including parents, must be supported by NGOs, ministry, in starting up businesses, because these are some of the strategies which we can implement in ending child marriage.
Those who are going to get married, valuable ID cards given by the government of Sierra Leone. Do you have a passport to indicate your age? Do you have a national ID card? These are are some of the regulations the ministry will have to come up with.
The law which criminalizes child marriage in Sierra Leone needs effective monitoring by all. Mohamed Mala is the program's director, Child Welfare Society Sierra Leone, a local child rights protection organization which has been pushing for a short act.
Prohibition of child marriage. But is that all? To me, no. I think the government owns a duty to do more, because the law is one, but the implementation aspect of that law is what is important to us as Child Welfare Society. You rightly stated, we still have data coming up, but as a civil society organization working in seeing that community is safer for girls, especially, we own a duty to monitor the full implementation of this law, and that is what we are doing. So what we've realized that is that the law make a lot of provisions in seeing that community is safer, especially one that prohibits child marriage. But we want to see the structures, we want to see the mechanism, the variables. For instance, Section 22 clearly outlined that the ministry own the duty to put a lot of things in place. One is to make sure that we have a lot of social workers at community level, monitor activity at community level. We want to see reports of this coming out. We want to see the social workers. We want to see people at community level having access to information on these laws. Because once you have the important aspect in terms of information to every law, you are bound to work within the framework for this law. So public education is very important, and we want to see the government to come out to us, to the people of Sierra Leone, on a yearly basis, if possible, in fact, on a quarterly basis, on the impact the law is creating, because the law is here to create a positive impact in seeing that child marriage is not only reduced, but it's absolutely prohibited. But if you don't actually look at the various clauses, sections of this law, and we put them into context, and we hold our policy makers, those that are in charge with the responsibility of making sure that these issues or activity or action or section of these laws are being put into context.
This is a noteworthy legislative milestone for the protection and empowerment of children in Sierra Leone. The Act addresses crucial issue that has long-term implications for the health, education, and overall well-being of the children, especially girls. With all these efforts, the fight against child marriage in Sierra Leone has just begun.
It takes its name from the Arabic word for emptiness, Al-Zahara. But the Sahara is really a collection of deserts, and the most remote is the Tenere. I set out to cross the Tenere in the way caravans have done for 1,000 years. It'll mean a journey of 1,200 miles over rock and sand by vehicle, camel and on foot. And it's a dangerous journey. For in this sweltering, desiccated furnace, death strikes the weak, the ill-prepared, or the unlucky. They call it the land of fear. My name is David Adams, and as a photojournalist, I've made a point of going to some of the world's most remote places. My journey starts in the African Republic of Niger, a former French colony, where the Tenere meets the Aya Mountains, which is why I'm in the ancient city of Agadez. Agadez is a mud city, and there seems no end to the patterns that clay and straw can achieve. It's also a holy city of Islam, this mosque claiming to have one of the highest mud minarets in all of Africa. It's a city that got rich on trade. Less than 100 years ago, slaves, gold and ivory were sold here in the Agadez markets. Just love the chaos of these markets in Africa. You can get absolutely anything, and everything's being bargained, and it's all over the place. Sugarcane, onions, grain from Niger, and then there's this stuff, salt. It's actually been the mainstay of this whole area of Africa for probably more than 1,000 years, and it's the great salt caravans that bring it here. This is Caravan Central, first port of call after crossing the wilderness. From north, south, east and west, they converge on Agadez because it straddles one of the great desert crossroads of Africa. Everything about these markets is geared to caravans. Clothing, footwear, headwear, even a haircut. Meat, drinks and fruit for a lengthy desert crossing. And of course, food for the camels too.
Doesn't look very happy, does he?
I think he's probably really upset because he can't eat it. It's sort of the reverse of having a carrot hanging in front of you. You've got lunch on your back and you can't do anything about it. This is truly stepping back in time. Here we are at the dawn of a new millennium, and there are still people wearing swords. They're called the Tuareg, not people that you'd want to mess with. Only 18 months earlier, they were in full armed rebellion against the Niger government. So if you want to travel to the desert and survive, you need their help. Which is why I've got to go 120 miles to the north. That's 200 kilometres to Chimia, a place famous for its camel races. Here I'll find the people I need to get me across the Tenere. So these are the people I'd come to meet, the legendary warriors of the desert. And they wouldn't look out of place in a Star Wars movie either. The Tuareg once ran an empire that controlled the Central Sahara. No caravan could pass without their say-so. There are many theories about their origins. Some say they're one of the lost tribes of Israel. others that they were originally Christian, hence the prevalence of the cross as a Tuareg motif. But today they're Muslim, and in stark contrast to the Islamic norm, it's the men who cover their faces, while the women leave theirs unveiled. The Tuareg are fiercely competitive, many of them riding up to 4 days just to take part in this race. And today that's all it is, a race. Not long ago, they'd have lined up like this for a warrior's charge. They're off, and there's lots of jostling for the lead, which sometimes leads to accidents. What an awesome sight. These are descendants of desert pirates who as recently as the 1990s were still raiding caravans with lance and sword. Somehow, I don't think nature ever designed a camel to gallop. It's more of an awkward lollop, half canter, half trot, not very comfortable for the rider. And it isn't a race for the faint-hearted. The course is just over 2 miles, or 3.5 kilometres. Plodding across the Tenere with a caravan won't be quite like this. It takes 10 minutes to cross the line. And when they do, it'll be to the cheers of their women and the jeers of their rivals. It's going to be interesting crossing the desert with men like these. There'll be many races today, and in between, the dancing.
I am Aisha Sheifewori Jallo. I'm a philanthropist, an entrepreneur, and a barrister and solicitor.
A 3 title. So, who is Aisha?
Aisha is a vivacious, family-oriented woman. I believe in professionalism. I am multifaceted, and I believe I illuminate every room I walk into.
So, take us to your philanthropist job in this country, how it all started.
As a philanthropist in this country, most times it is you and close family helping the needy. My main focus is women and youth. I have a few kids as well whom I have been giving scholarships at my school to ensure that they have the basic education quality, albeit, because if we lose out on creating a better foundation for kids, then definitely them growing into youth will be a problem. So I have a few kids I've been giving scholarships to, some from elementary, some at secondary level, because empowering kids means empowering the future. Furthermore, I have widows as well whom I have been helping with their bread and butter issues, and some who I plan on helping with entrepreneurial skills as well.
What type of entrepreneurship are you supporting women with?
My basically right now I can only afford to help them with basic capital for their small
what they are
scale
doing.
businesses.
Okay.
Yes, so just add to what they already have, and then you see how they can walk through with that.
Okay, being a woman establishing a school, it's a long journey. So Aisha, how it all started?
So there was a certain school at Wilberforce I went to enroll my son. When I had the price, and I'm like, okay.
Expensive.
Yes, it was really expensive, almost to the tune of $4,000, I believe, at the time. Yes. So I told my husband, can you give me that same sum and then I'll start something in the East, because there's nothing like play-based learning in the eastern part of the country. This was 12 years ago when I started my preschool. I used that money. My grandpa gave me a flat. I designed it. My husband helped me with furniture and other aesthetics, and that was why I started my humble journey. And now, alhamdulillah, we have up to a middle school.
So are women in that community given the opportunity to send their children to that school?
Actually, it's a private school.
Okay.
It is not cheap, but then it is not expensive. I cater for middle class families, and also low class families, because I have kids from dysfunctional homes who, if your story touches me, then I can give you an entire level scholarship, which is, for some kids it's the entire nursery, for some kids it's from nursery to grade 6. Basically, because you have some kids, they are so exceptional, so intelligent, but then because the father is not there, it's single parents, petty traders with really intelligent kids. That's how I step in and make a difference.
Okay. Supporting women with entrepreneurship in this country is very essential when you look at the economic situation presently. So do you have plans, as we commemorate the International Women's Day and we know that we should support our fellow women, do you have plans to extend this support to the provinces?
Honestly, right now I'm limited to the Western area, because my youth-based organization, Jewels of Jannah, I'm still working on putting certain mechanisms in place. Initially, we used to do Ramadan feeding programs, but then you can feed someone for just a month of Ramadan, but what happens after that? And there are women who, there are kids, there's no husband, they are widows, some it's separation, divorce, so I thought about all of that, and I'm like, let me change the trajectory and see how best this will continue after the month of Ramadan. So for now, it's mainly the Western area. This Ramadan, I'm looking at helping at least 10 women with capital in their small scale businesses, to see how best they will increase their sales and their revenue will increase, to help them with the day-to-day bread and butter issues with their families.
Okay, it's a lot. How do you cope with your domestic work and your official duties? Interesting.
It really is. I had one of my best friends tell me that I work like an industrial machine. It's not easy. I have my home, I have the school, I have the legal work, because honestly that takes much of my time now. It's wake up 5 a.m. in the morning, take the kids to school, check up.
You take them to school?
Yes, I take them to school. I go through my canteen sales at my school, check up on what the admin and staff are doing. I do that like every morning. From there, go to work. It's soliciting most times from 9 right until probably 11, 12. That's if there are no matters in the morning. But if I have any matters in the morning, then I have to go to court with my pupil master, and sometimes I have to go attend to my own issues, and back to the office, more soliciting, and then I have to go home, and that is most times around 8 p.m. When my husband is in town, then it gets crazier, because then when I get home, exactly, there's dinner as well. So It is a lot, but I normally tell people, being a career woman and being family oriented, you have to be prepared, because there has to be a balance. One side should not suffer for the other. You should be able to adequately share your time in both spheres.
So those women that you've been supporting with a little bit of financial help for them to boost up their entrepreneurship, do you normally monitor them? Because monitoring is key.
Okay. Initially, I basically do what tugs my heart. Because mostly what I've been doing is, this woman sells lafidi. If I can give her more money to add, maybe she'll add beverages or something to that. Or if she's doing the regular rice pap or ebe, things like that. Those are the people that were my target, because for them, it's the day-to-day bread and butter issues. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, I've been giving women thousands of dollars. No, that's not the case. In my own small way, those are the people I've been targeting, because when you look at them, they have these small trays with bananas, fruits and things like that, or they have the small pots with the lafidi and all of that. They are trying it. They are up by 6 in the morning, they're there right through the afternoon, and then they go by to prepare for the next day. So people like that, you add more to their capital, you'd be surprised the amount of mouths they have to feed from that. So in being a lawyer, actually, I cannot quite pinpoint on who motivated me in that sphere. But one thing I can say is, when I was in JSS3 at Becker level, I wanted to be a pilot. I had filled the form for science, and then there was this teacher, Miss Asata Abdullah. She's now the Deputy Minister of Trade, I believe. And she told my fisheries. Sorry, I'm out of touch. I'm so sorry, Miss Abdullah. Okay. You know. So she told my mom, said, your child will make an awesome attorney. Let her try the arts. She's really creative. She has a lot to offer in the arts rather than in the sciences. I'm not saying she cannot thrive there. She's very smart, but if she goes to the arts stream, there's a lot of things she can do, because she's multi-talented. And to a large extent, I've seen it because I'm into filmmaking. I'm into, I do documentaries on and off. I've worked with Freetown Media Center for a bit, and so going to the art stream with my oratory skills, ADR, normally coming in, negotiating and things like that. So I'm like, okay, the best thing I can do in the arts is to be a lawyer. So let me see where that will take me.
Is it challenging?
It is challenging. You know, people will think it's easy going to court and just stand there and defend people. For one thing, it takes a toll on lawyers. Lawyers do not have people they talk to. But imagine you have 10 to 15 cases, different cases. There's commercial cases, there's criminal cases. Or imagine I am married and I have to go through divorce matters. You start second guessing certain things. It's in the gone, you know, things like that. What ifs keep coming in, and there are maintenance issues, you know, there are land issues. There are times where we go for locust visits, it's violent. So being a lawyer is really not an easy ride. But when you see us, we're suave, you know, we look savvy, chic and all of that. Say, I want to be a lawyer. It's not all that. There's the very hard part, the mental aspect of it, because you have to prepare your mind based on the particular case you have to work on, whether it's in court or they're in soliciting, because there are different facets to every case.
Let's talk about your school, because establishing a school in Sierra Leone, it's a lot. Talking about from the foundation, technical, financial support. How is it going as we speak?
Alhamdulillah, we're doing really well. I normally say
performances.
My kids, I'm so proud of them, because I have a STEAM-based approach. We do science, tech, engineering and arts, basically put together with maths. My kids, they're really eloquent. I call them my princes and princesses. They always try to show people that they are pupils of Bright Beginnings preparatory and secondary school. When it gets to MPSC, our first MPSC we had 100% passes. The second MPSC is where we had 100% passes, but it wasn't as good as the first one, and we're working harder now. So our third batch of MPSC students will prove to people that what we say we do at Bright Beginnings, we definitely do it, because at Bright Beginnings we're building a brighter future for our kids.
Okay, as a woman working in 3 sectors, let me say 3 sectors or 4 or 5, how do you cope to manage your financial resources?
It's a tough one. Indeed.
It's a lot.
You know, so initially when I started, I used to say, oh, I'm a serial entrepreneur, I'll start this, I'll start that. And then it took a toll on me because I couldn't save. Whatever monies I had was going into different spaces, and at some point I saw things are not going the way I want them. So I had a talk with a mentor, Dr. Aisha Fofana Ibrahim, and she said something that stuck with me, that you cannot do all of this at the same time. You have to prioritize certain things. If you're done with one, and then you can transfer to another one. And I looked at it and I'm saying, okay, let's see. So now what I did the past 3 years, I prioritized the school and my legal profession. I haven't worked in filmmaking. It's been 3 years. My farm is suffering because I'm also into agriculture, so I do the clearing and all of that, but then because I do not monitor on all of that, it's either they say, oh, animals have eaten the produce, or the animals are dead, and yes, things like that. So the farm is suffering, my filmmaking is suffering, even my videos that I do on TikTok, I'm not too into that anymore because I decided to prioritize the school and my legal work, because the school is almost at, I'll say 90% completion. So that money from the school will help me roll into other things
in the future.
Yes, with my legal profession as well, me concentrating on that and working on myself to be a better practitioner, there will be monies coming from that I can invest in other areas that I'm involved in. So basically, being multi-talented or involved in a lot of things, you have to prioritize and see what comes first.
Do we need to celebrate women?
We should always celebrate women. We are the backbone of everything. You know, we have the misconception about women being too masculine or this. You can't be feminine and still lead in whatever sphere you are. You can be masculine and still lead. The fear of women gravitating into excellence is the problem we have in Sierra Leone. Sierra Leonean women are really exceptional. We are hardworking, we are smart workers, and in whatever room we find ourselves, whatever situation, we always find a way to navigate out of it. And in doing that, we are not the only people who benefit, other people benefit as well. There's a lot for us to celebrate, for basic things like you know, the trend is changing. You see women now, even though they are housewives, they have passive incomes. Career women are still family oriented. It is not easy to do all of that at the same time. So there's a lot for us to celebrate. There are acts that have been passed in our favor that I believe have broken the glass ceiling, the barriers and all of that. I believe in gender equity. I always say that, in as much as I'm a woman, if that woman is not qualified for that position, she has no business doing it. You should not give me a job because I am a woman. Give me that job because I deserve it and I can work in that capacity. Because those are some of the issues that fall back negatively on us. Because if I take a job now as an architectural engineer, I know I cannot perform fully in the capacity I will perform as either an entrepreneur or a barrister. Because being a barrister, that is what I studied. An entrepreneur is what I've done for the past 15 years. So I have leverage on those two ambits. As an architect, no, that's not my field. I'll do something, I'll try, I'll make certain things work, but then there will be certain lacunas. So we have to understand that it is not because we are women we should be expecting handouts. But on the whole, there's a lot for us to celebrate. In whatever thing I'm doing, I want to be exceptional. And being a woman, in as much as people will not want to accept it or they might not like we saying that, but there's this thing about woman lawyer there, not so they're all keen, they read, so they just want to do our normal, they might just want to go sit in our office and things like that. No, some of us actually want to go through the length and breadth of it all.
So tell us more about your family life.
So I have an amazing man.
Sure.
Mr. Jallo.
Very supportive.
Yeah, I had a friend tell me at one point that, you get loco fulamandi before you forgot read law. He believed in my dream.
Yes.
He told me, when I met you, you told me you wanted to be a lawyer, so I'll do everything I can for you to complete that. So whenever he's here, I have to ensure that I do the best I can to make him comfortable, because we all know how marriages are. There are ups and there are downs.
Sure.
But then when you see a happy woman smiling all the time, she must be happy at home.
Sure.
So my husband is a great father as well. He takes really good care of my kids.
How many kids?
I have 3 boys and a girl.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Do you want more?
For now, there's a hold on that.
Okay.
It gives me joy knowing that I am blessed with a family like that. It gives me immense joy, and I'm really grateful, because I know women who are looking for kids, I know women who are looking for a husband, but when you have that and you have sanity, because sometimes it's just the sanity that keeps it together, and that mutual respect. When the going gets really rough, there are certain things you look back and say, for this, let me just overlook and turn the other way.
Some women are still fighting towards achievements, and some have achieved already. So what would you like to say to those women who have not yet achieved, and those who have achieved, maybe to come in and support those women that want to achieve in the future?
I'd start with the women who have not achieved anything, taking it from your words, because for me, in whatever sphere a woman is, she has achieved something. Whether it's taking care of the home, or helping in the mosque or the church communal services, we are doing what we can in whatever we believe we can do it. I believe for a woman to make it in this country, and in whatever country you find yourself, we should not have a static mindset. You should always have that growth mindset. If you're a petty trader, believe that I will grow from being a petty trader into owning a grocery store. How will you do that? It's with dedication, smart work, because sometimes we work so hard we forget the little things that tend to help us maximize our growth. So for me, it's smart growth rather than hard growth, because hard growth, you're just suffering and suffering. Now that's not it. You have to think out of the box. What will I do to help me? If you're selling fruits, how about you think about packaging it? That can help with the sales. You change from selling in the market, you go to offices, canteens and things like that, or supermarkets. Oh, I'm branding my business like this. That can help with revenue. For those that want to go to school, honestly, it is not easy, especially for those that maybe they're orphans, they do not have anyone.
Single parents.
Yes, our single parents, that's another story, because the child is there, you are there, and raising a child in this country is not cheap. taking care of yourself as a woman is not cheap. Whether or not you shop at Abacha or Short Street, or you shop at boutiques and supermarkets, it's the same thing. Everybody spends their maximum amount based on their situation. So for single moms, in all honesty, when you have a job, I believe passive income goes a long way. If you have somewhere else that brings in money, that will help you. Because in all honesty, that man where you they believe say, I'm saying this in Creole, now they can help you, now they change your story. If that man say, nah, Magzam will brush it to it. Now you brush it to it, so if you not get money for buy Colgate. If Astafullah, God asked that man question, he gets sick, he loses his job, or the thing that we're all waiting for, he dies, what will you do? This goes for both the women that are successful and the women that are not successful. Man, not to ATM card, not to Trump card. At some point in life, you need that stability. You need to be able to do things for yourself and for your kids and your immediate family. I learned a lot from my mom. In as much as she was a full career woman, she spent all her life with her work, but whatever little thing she could do to ensure we were comfortable, she did it. So as women, we owe it to ourselves. No, whatever that man is doing, it is on him. What he intends to do, it's what he does. But for you as a woman, you know what your priorities are. Is it yourself? Is it your kids? Is it your external family? Because most times as women, we tend to take too much on our plate. We want to satisfy everybody. So most times we are tired. Your body that you don't even know why it's aching.
Those that have achieved, I will support other women.
Okay, so with women that have achieved, honestly, in that space, women are doing a lot.
Yeah.
We see women organizing free trainings, makeup, beads, gele tying, even entrepreneurship trainings. We have organizations doing that, so even in my space, I am working on my own skills training project right now under my organization. So women are trying. Actually, the funds are not forthcoming yet, but they will come. I know a certain lady, I think she resides in America. She has a WhatsApp group. She has been doing digital training for women free of charge. She had Nigerian tutors and the like coming in to train women on digital literacy, and I believe on entrepreneurship as well, because I missed that class. And there's another one in which we are doing a training of trainers for HR and other things like that. All of those were free. But again, what I noticed, those things that are free that other women are doing, most women do not partake in it. We have less value for free gifts in this country.
Sure.
I noticed sometimes she's frustrated, that lady Manja, she's frustrated because the Zoom is coming on, people are not online, the WhatsApp, you have to cajole them for something that is for their own best interest.
Okay, thank you very much, Aisha. It was nice talking to you.
It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
The barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours. The future is ours. It's our time again.
and this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright, the greengrocer,
The teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
the rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown, Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too. We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from tey. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Hello and welcome to the program Bottom Line from the public broadcaster, the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I am Asmiba. This program brings to you decision makers and policy makers. Be with me for the next 1 hour as we delve into different issues. Today, my guest is the Minister of Information and Innovation. Communication and innovation are the two key drivers in the world at the moment, from Africa to Europe, and not to mention the United States, where innovation and technology have been at the center of their developments. After his re-election in 2023, President Bio separated the Ministry of Communication from Information, making it a standalone ministry with innovation added to its portfolio. As if the separation was not enough, a young, less than 40-year-old lawyer who had worked at DSTI was appointed to lead the Innovation and Communication Ministry. Her background from DSTI, which had spearheaded innovations in the country since President Bio came to power, gave her a strong platform to carry the task ahead of her. Salima Monomaba has been in office for more than 1 year now and has introduced many reforms, ranging from those that will change the communication landscape to breaking new grounds and pushing the boundaries of innovation. Africa is at the moment known for its demographic advantage, as majority of the continent's population comprises young people below 40, and that's a bulk that should engage in innovation and breakthroughs in ICT. How has she been driving this innovation?
With the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank mobile app, banking is at your fingertips. Register, pay, and transfer funds anytime, anywhere. It's fast, secure, and convenient. Here is a guide on how to register on the SLCB mobile app. You can download the SLCB mobile app from either App Store or Google Play Store. Log in by using your username and password. Navigate to the payment section and select Instant Payment Registration, and ensure that your customer details are updated. Click the registration button once KYC details are confirmed. Here is a way how to make a payment on the SLCB mobile app. Log into the SLCB mobile app using registered username and password. Go to the payment section and select Instant Payments, and then click on the transfer option to proceed. Enter the alias or the beneficiary's phone number and then click Verify to select the associated account. Input the amount you want to transfer along with the narration, then click Submit. Finalize payment by entering your PIN. With these steps, enjoy seamless registration and process your instant payments with the SLCB mobile app. Fast, easy, right on your phone. Instant payments. The future is known.
Welcome, Fambulem. This is a special program brought to you by Sierra Leone Commercial Bank. And today, March 8th, where we all know it's International Women's Day. And this particular day, Nigeria is celebrated globally. And Salon Commercial Bank thought it fit say we can discuss on issues that really affect women. And the topic we can discuss this day that the power of financial independence, women, and economic empowerment. We want to know how best we get to make women become financially independent, where they don't go depend on other people then. And the theme this year for the International Women's Day is accelerate action. So you see how the topic those meet and they jam together. And in the studio, I got 3 beautiful women where they can help me remote on this particular topic. And the first person I would like to introduce is Dr. Fatou Taki, where we all know from the 50-50 group. Good day, ma.
Good day, good afternoon, Fambulem. Mina Fatou Taki and Adena University of Sierra Leone and now other institutions as well. They work with women and girls and young people. And happy International Women's Day to all women and potential women that are girl picking them.
Thank you. And we also get a young, beautiful woman where they in the entrepreneurship and creative industry where say one of the most thriving industry right now in the country. Welcome to you, CEO of the ERIMA.
It's actually creative artist.
Oh, the creative artist. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I like that.
So, me name na ERIMA Davida Kathleen Sylvia na Koso Bango, but you can call me the ERIMA. And me na the creative artist and the owner of the ERIMA Enterprise and the coordinator of ERIMA's Reading Club, which is a safe space and a competitive space for art, history, and culture.
Thank you. And we're not going to discuss the kind of issue there, so not being the banking sector. So we get a representative from Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, where we can April more on today's conversation.
Hello, Fambulem. Me na Miriam Kamakonte. I work with Sierra Leone Commercial Bank and I in digital marketing and sales department.
Well, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So we topic this morning on the power of financial independence. So, Dr. Taki, what does financial independence mean to you as a woman, where it affects for woman?
Okay, so independence in any form means say where they link power person, where the able power person, where they expect other people and for do other thing for you. So the financial part also just can't say where you get your own resources then for yourself, where they depend on person, a person can give you anything and you're able to do things then for yourself. So now that independence in there, financial independence, you're able to do, especially when you get to do with money, you get your money for yourself, you earn your money, and like if when you get them for yourself, you're able to spend them for yourself. Now that's a meaning from my own point of view.
So you, Erima, as an entrepreneur and a creative person, what does financial independence mean to you as a woman?
Financial independence means a lot of things, just like how Dr. Taki said, with women getting your own, they go link to other person, or they go above say, hey, I forgot get some for man or I forgot get some from extra side, and they feel entitled because say you get that willpower they within you for make sure say you able for strive for get more money as young person, because me they talk from the young person perspective, and it's so good and it give you so much zeal for push further when you get financial independence, because you gain so much respect and integrity within society.
Okay. But somebody will come in at the bank. What does financial independence mean to you?
So I appreciate the way how the two beautiful ladies that don't take them. So one thing I will add to this is it's a game changer when you financially independent as a woman. So as a bank, one for system we woman there, we customers there, we valued customers there, they be financially independent. So we get a whole lot of other products that we don't set for them for make sure say we customers there. At any point in time, you want for start this business, you want for go school, you want for do anything so far, you're able for do without you don't begin to say, would that go help me? Or begin like how you say no more say, nah, I go to man, so like because I say like nowadays some people like they go just say me man go give me for this, me man go. So before you give me banana, say me man go give me for this. You say okay, just gonna your account quick one. Take money.
So it gives you freedom.
Give you freedom. I make I say now a game changer. It gives you the freedom for make you do what you want for do for yourself.
Well, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. So let me come to this because Salon na country we are challenges na
5 and 6.
5 and 6. So as a woman waiting for business, Erima, what's some of the challenges you face when it comes to financial freedom and independence?
Firstly, I would say capital. Capital now one big issue when it comes to business. For make a young woman like me go they thrive in terms of in education and business, definitely you need money. And 10 they reach, they find out say we know they get access to certain capitals and even the loans and stuff where una the banks and the talk say una they give we not actually get access to their loans there so it is stifled. And now look the way how in terms of the taxes and now for ship things there for come because me own business they deal with shipments. I don't get the money for buy the stuff them, but then when it comes to shipments, that's where we get stock. So how we can able for come inside, that is one of the biggest challenges that we do have like capital.
So for me, you come
yeah,
you come on the bank.
Yes, I want almost on that side.
I was
talking about the loan aspect.
Yeah.
Okay, so as a bank, we committed for women for being financially independent, like I said earlier. So, but we own bank. We not just they look at say can't put money, but we also offer financial advice to we customers then. So firstly, as a customer, if you can't to we in a Salon Commercial Bank, you can get an account. You get that make we get somebody what they call relationship officer. So whether you that word the relationship officer, relationship manager, your account officer. That person then now also a financial advisor for you. So you come on a store and talk, okay, I want now this and this kind of business I do. And then he advise you based on that day. Because sometimes customers that can bank I want loan. And never understand because we get different type of loans, we get different type of facilities that what you offer to we customer there. So now let me tell you about the products we get for women there. We get what we call women's banking. Now one of the favorite products and so far at the bank. So this women's banking, it's all about women the way they do business. So as a woman, you come they do business. We not even want to make the woman can save in a bank firstly. So we get people with relationship officer they go na the marketplaces, they go na business places. Alexa if na big office you get, we go to them people and they go talk to you and make you understand what this women's banking they about. So the women's banking generally now like a hybrid account, whereas in as much as a savings account, but at the same time it gets a loan facility. So when you open this account here, so you don't go now for a period of 3 months. You don't put they make a like osusu. You get 50 loans every day you put them. You get 20 loans every day you put them. For a period of 3 months, you go don't save a lot. So when you don't save that kind of money, let's say the money don't reach like 2,000. What we call today 2 million. You get access to make you get loan, and the loan will make it so simple for the customer. There, you take her for 2 months, you take her for 3 months, up to 6 months. Because we don't say that woman there.
Yeah.
No, you know why we like that?
Because that's one money step go one. Because
yes.
I know.
Yes.
Exactly. Waiting on me because it's expensive.
Yes.
Because it's not 40 feet container, almost so pull up.
Yeah. Now make her talk. So now make her say. So we also offer you financial advice when you come. I say about this one product first of all. When are the women's banking? Take her up to 6 months, and let's say the interesting part of this loan. The interest rate in up past 10% is as low as 9%.
Oh.
So imagine like, and the 9% for selection for the 2 months. We get the 2 months loan when 7%. We get so like we even negotiate. So okay, me I take this to 1 month percent.
Okay.
So imagine how the bank one try for make sure so the woman they be financially independent.
Dr. Zaki, I'll make you come in this particular conversation because they want to look in there. So, right, the Erima way, obviously, we know entrepreneur. I don't talk about capital. And come out don't talk about say the bank they get product where they push women for become financially free, right? They provide loans and all of that.
Yeah.
But Dr. Taki, if you say their loans, they actually reach to women, eh?
Now, what you see, really, I think it's about time we get the kind of product there.
Yeah.
Because, and this is the essence. So, like, we only do advocacy, and also we reach in a salon now for also been there. Say call and post independent salon.
Yeah.
For women forget accounts that mean big, not mean common.
Yeah.
And then up to as recent years, we still get conditions that we see. If woman want to go open account, you need for being man come as a guarantor, either a man or something. I should say commercial bank ought for don't pull that thing there. I should say they're not there again.
Okay, no, that's
up to recent years, the past 3, 4, 5 years, that condition they've been there. Same like how, you know, then you say woman go rent also, you say they know they rent also single woman pass it bring man come as a guarantor. So because women are not readily get access to open accounts, then you find out say quite a bit, and you get not too many women they go also for do their own business or for earn their own money, because mostly they in a house. So they in a house, even if they do a small business, then the man they do the running around. The man when I'm in the head of the family. Then go to bank and I go get the account. So even if you do for the market in a house, that the man back will get for the past, whatever I sell for that day, the night they can hand over to folk out waiting at the profits and anything. So now what you get, I think say now with exposure and enlightenment and movement and development and progress, all anything and they combine, now you're able to get now like I want to say get women's banking. We're not common now other bank them.
Exactly.
But we're unique, I think, to say
it's a unique product. Yeah.
So the fact is, when they encourage now women them for go open account, when they encourage young women them as well. For say if you don't reach certain age, you're an adult, go see the importance of savings. For example, say whatever you get, like you get auntie, uncle, whoever, then they give you something. Try for anyway, I they learn for save them. You know, to want to pillar again on the bid for go na bank, and then if I go save in a bank, then I will get small interest and I can see. And then if you develop now, say okay, even if I'm a market business or I want to do, or if I want to do business, or like how you talk about loans, say if I want to go study, for example, and I'm not getting none other way for get them, I can see if I can go for a loan, or want to start a business, do something, I can go get loan once I don't get account day. So whatever I get, I go to computer inside. Now very important things and a very important, and it's about time and very timely say we they get the product and they now. So where they go towards within that topic we say financial independence. So I don't need land book. If you able go open an account, and of course then conditions then back we go say pass you go sign. Or although now I mean they do some prints and things like that. But now you go possibly sometimes you go able to go talk now say I get 5 million, I want to put this 5 million now. After starting 10, the 5 million supposed to run 10, don't turn 5.5 million. I can't take that half million, they go do something and left me 5 million. So if we like where they do a lot of advocacy, they talk about women's empowerment, they talk about development, they talk about leadership, they talk about all that here. A very important for me to say finance is important for they within that bracket.
Yeah. So Dr. Saki mentioned about guarantor, say the man for being guarantor. So I just want for enlighten the customer there, and also we at the studio say Salon Commercial Bank. Whether now you so tell another business partner where you get, or probably sometimes you get one like them marketer, they get the eduman there. Eduman the big guarantor for you. We don't need man for big. In fact, we don't want for make sure say we encourage woman and too much for say you can bring your man, the man can sign for you. No. Now make sure you go open the account, we go, we talk with you. You get your independence. You get your own free will for choose whether you want to make a big guarantor for you. Just no more the person in case of which is not so common with our women because I worked in that department. It's not common with women. The women we don't get success story them.
Yeah,
it's been over years.
We'll get to the success story. Yes, I will come back to it, man. Yeah. So from the entrepreneur's perspective, yeah, what's some of the things that you feel still for do for women and let them get financial freedom a part of the loans then?
Oh, there's a plethora of thoughts in my mind as it is now, especially for the bank. As an event creative, me go first of all start for say, me can help the bank for at least come together and collaborate and see how we can create business, expose them for women then. We need for bridge the gap among women then. I know we know Dr. Taki, now what Kaya so now I know bottom. There might be something that she has that I need, and there's something that she would need from me. So at then kind where they are, we they join all the women from all the walks of life, kind of one space. Now we also they get workshops them where they teach women how for budget, how for invest, and for allocate some money to certain places. Because me as a young person, my main priority now for make I will invest in money into valuable assets where they appreciate with time, as well as business. But you know, say business, however it is, it might fall down, it might turn back. Anyhow we turn up. And also we know they stop there. We also for try for make mentorship programs and for women that we don't get very good financial background for the mentor other business people them within the banking system, just like how I say they advise people them.
Yes,
but also all man go able for go na bank for go getting advice from the bank, because also all man some people reserve for their money, some man go shame. Yeah. They get the money, but then at the end of the day they are spendthrifts. They don't mean for spend that money they so, but any person will go encourage and say no, this money where you get now for all and so now for make and so you they buy the person for make it come together. But if the person afraid now for kind of bank say then go can't mock me or then go can't laugh me or then can't talk about me talk, then they will not be able to come to that particular space where they go able to see. So I think say if the bank do things like that day, I think like for say then go actually get with the woman then to a point where we go able for day. And also when it comes to their loan facilities and seed funding, where some people then will say, oh, I get business idea. It would be a brilliant business idea. Like for me right now, I want to open library for the beginning of my community, but I not get the money for go buy land. I not get the money for go begin the rent space, but the idea they did. So how is the bank going to come in for can say, okay, like you rightfully say, you don't say 6 months, you don't say 2 months, and thinking about building a space, having it furnished for these kids and all that, it costs a lot of money. And I will definitely take a loan from the bank in space of 6 months they're able for pay and back, it's not possible. So is there a way the bank they're able for find a way for extend and expand a bit, so at least people that will get ideas and can able for thrive?
Okay, so you don't mention a whole lot of things for the bank. So like I say earlier, it's not like the people they know they express with customer they for come meet we. No, we they go out there. We go out there, we work there in marketplaces. As I tell you, we don't close on another department there as well. And we are still the work in the confines of that day. So we go out there, we meet with customers, we meet business people, and we talk to them, because some people, like I say, somebody know wherever can a bank. Exactly. I like you talk to, and somebody like them, you know, just if you sell them a bank and that kind of say third place, they know I'm not for one bank. So we don't meet with customers then. And also, like I mentioned, also say we get different facilities then for different kind of businesses. So that make when you can a bank, you can we discuss. This is what I want. This is what I want to do, and then we can able for advise you based on that. They say like this is how we talk. So this is a very good project, it's a very good one. You come to the bank, and then we can discuss about that day. And also, you say some people like some man, you know, go. They need to go to a bank as well. Like sometimes the social media. That's why at Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, go to social media pages, and we they try we best for make we they post regularly based on that kind of things. So we just need people them. I make we can advert as well. Just follow we pages. We they talk about these things because we want to make we people them even before you come into the bank understand what the bank is doing before coming, because now what you don't read then will make you come and say I see this. I want them. So it's not all about no more say we dey go back, because Alexa we go na street, we no go for meet everybody, but with the social media we have been doing a very good job. So
well, we still have more on this topic here today. We need to know more, but we're going for a quick commercial break and we will come back right back.
With the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank mobile app, banking is at your fingertips. Register, pay, and transfer funds anytime, anywhere. It's fast, secure, and convenient. Here is a guide on how to register on the SLCB mobile app. You can download the SLCB mobile app from either App Store or Google Play Store. Log in by using your username and password. Navigate to the payment section and select Instant Payment Registration, and ensure that your customer details are updated. Click the registration button once KYC details are confirmed. Here is a way how to make a payment on the SLCB mobile app. Log into the SLCB mobile app using registered username and password. Go to the payment section and select Instant Payments, and then click on the transfer option to proceed. Enter the alias or the beneficiary's phone number and then click Verify to select the associated account. Input the amount you want to transfer along with a narration, then click Submit. Finalize payment by entering your PIN. With these steps, enjoy seamless registration and process your instant payments with the SLCB mobile app. Fast, easy, right on your phone. Instant payments. The future is known.
Welcome back, Famble. Don't forget to say this is a special program we come to you from Salone Commercial Bank, and we have more on this special day where na International Women's Day, and the topic we're going to talk on the power of financial independence, women, and economic empowerment. We want to make women be empowered. We want to make women able to run their business on their own. I mean, let them be in a position where in whatever they want to do now because they decide say they want to do them, not because of financial constraint and anything like that. And of course, we get in the studio 3 beautiful women who the April of month. We get Dr. Taki, we get the Erima, and of course, we get Kama, we come up from Salone Commercial Bank. And I want to come to you, Dr. Taki. You're saying a policy we don't effect for gender for a very long time. And all man know for that day. So my question I ask is that how you feel say gender inequality they affect financial access and economic opportunities for women in the salon?
Okay, so you say I don't defect for gender. The gender really na man and woman.
Yes.
So you defect for the whole idea you defect for woman them for able to bridge the gap and build up, reduce the gap and build woman into the point where we get some element of parity, where the kind access we man and gay, the kind opportunity they will man and gay, woman and self for get that kind of opportunity there, and girl picking for get opportunity, same like boy picking and get opportunity. So earlier when I talk about some of the restrictions that women don't be and things that women don't happen. So a lot of these socio-cultural, religious parts, as a post-independent salon, we can make us say, girl, some law that the way they don't, then some kind of unwritten law we say woman for doing a certain side. So when you talk about the normal or the norm has been you married, you get somebody where they look after you, and you're there as the housewife, as the mother, as a dependent, really. But then when it comes to financial independence, again, it's about changing it a bit and tweaking it a bit, where woman self can decide for say, okay, actually, I can go work. Myself can learn something, myself can start for do something, let me do my own business, let me can earn money, let me get my own money. So actually whatever you they bring come, we all two can chip in, you know,
Yeah.
we can work together and form a chicken. So sometimes it's not even about challenge. It's about having the dignity of earning yourself and having the autonomy to use what you have for yourself. So having that access, and I make us say, find a way, then they make it end. But I think there's a lot to be done. Because if I know we don't start this now, we don't get this kind of access, people that don't know. But I think, say, when you consider we illiteracy rates in a salon, we have quite a high illiteracy rate. That's one. So the base figure is that we have a high illiteracy rate. And within that illiteracy bracket, we have a higher number of women within that illiteracy bracket. Now, it's just logic. So we get more women. When you look at the census figures, we have more women than men. And then when you look at illiteracy, we have a lot more women who are illiterate, just because, again, because of these barriers that they had. Not me get access to go school, not me get access to make decisions, not me get access to claim land, or anything. So they found themselves in the lower rung of the economic status. Now, when tier they happen now, you won't forget, reach a good number of this percentage. For me, they're aware, say, one, some kind of thing they win in bank. Two-sided way, I can able to keep money. For me, it's safe. Well, ready for use and use. And three, I can able to keep money there. Then if I want to do business, they're able to give me something back for help me support. So I don't need for go label to posting. I don't need for go do any kind of thing because I need posting for help me. And that's where the independence comes from. So actually, the banking sector gives some elements of dignity also to women and what they do. Now, where you get this, where I say we get a lot more for access to women in the TV, radio adverts, you know, we get billboards, not all women they need.
Yeah, sure.
So we do have challenges. So we talk about social media, we get Facebook and, you know, Twitter and
WhatsApp,
Instagram, you know, and WhatsApp. But still, there is a percentage of women that will get access to their own. You know what I mean? Yeah. So not all, we're talking about having an exodus of women that for come inside for can get for can make use of this service where the bank they provide. We go elevate the status of women automatically.
Exactly.
So if we able get sometime, you know, if you encourage like the one that will get where the bank get now, if you encourage and say, you know, go bring your company and come. So if you find one if they go out to them, they reach out. Now they go to their marketplace, or go to their institution them. But at the same time, sometimes if you not get some kind of incentive back for customers, I think it will work. If customer you get some kind of
gets this yes,
thank you.
It's a good marketing
Thank
strategy.
you. I mean, I think the bank for pay me for this guy. Really, you know, you get some kind of incentive to say, well, you actually deal with me, you know, on a customer, you know, and sometimes you're a long-standing customer. You don't deal with the bank so many years. If you bring in people, you recommend people if for come, they can open accounts. The bank should get some kind of thing to an incentive
but then
to you.
Do they even have a system where in then they keep that record of people?
No, but they should.
They should. So that's the question.
So they should one for no other than on a long term customer them. But if you make a service like this, for say, well, actually, if you don't deal with the bank 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 10 years. But even if you come to the bank, you can open accounts one day.
So
it will bring in 10 or 20 other women that we don't normally get the access you bring in camp. The bank will give some kind of incentive. So I think with that, it's Barakasiga Barakafa.
So of course, one something where you might talk about is if you ask a question, if we get a system for know about we customers a long time, how did they like the one they will see they get more participation. Of course, that is something we keep records of. For say customers today you can open your account day one. I remember it's not just start working at the bank. I'm then at the cashier side. Some customer they cancel me, say me account will all pass you. So, if you go to the system yes, this customer account will all pass me. Yes. So of course we get a system therefore let we know how long this customer don't do with we and Your account statements will even show how you do business with we. So talking about, so you side where you talk about say rewards, incentive for these people, it's something good. It's something we could do. But also we get, usually as a bank, we get some activities that we can just do for we customers them. It's about with 50 years. We award with customer, they'll give them something. They're long-term serving customer, then we give them something. Yeah, you know, no, somebody will never don't say past you. So when we get down, we get something like that. Recently, we get for this picking account, we get something to we customer that can put, can go they put, can make do something no more way they make sure say we name it go back. We give school bag and waiting. If we didn't a year, probably no we see what these are things that we think about, and you bringing it also to us. It's something we appreciate as well. You know, we give the appreciation as the payment. It's all for pay you.
No. You see the thing. It doesn't necessarily have to be in money form.
I know, yes,
it
appreciation,
can be in
yes.
thing, especially if that person they do business.
Exactly.
Then sometimes they pay interest or something, and then you know, then you go bring another 5-10 customer we normally not go want for. And don't forget, the banking industry is quite competitive.
Exactly.
And you have so many other banks so they do a lot of other things there. So if you not particularly pay attention to certain things, look after the customer there, then I think they would be able to recommend and bring other people on.
I just want to bring something again to you as for you notice as well. So the time way we just start the women's bank here, we see where women then begin for recommend, as you say, because like mostly we go meet the mommy queen and at the marketplaces. Yes. So we be the goal. So they interact with the woman, they speak their language as well. Because they're very important. So we're going to go take us the market woman, they say, come deposit your money into the bank. So we get the language where they speak to them. So what do? We buy for them. Most of the women, they don't understand. We buy umbrella, we give the woman them. We get over, take to offline because this women's bank can also Freetown no more.
Yes.
We are going places, so we buy umbrella for the money. We give them, and as well when we start this SLCB money. Probably go to give us SLCB money, and of course we don't do business on that one day. So SLCB money, we can give this woman the back an opportunity for me them be agents. When you be an agent, the bank they pay you. How will they pay you? You know, the mobile money agent, like that kind where the SLCB money they run. So the bank gets a percentage where customer they can do transaction to you. What they give you percentage? You get 60% of that interest of the commission. The bank they get 40%. Nice. And when we start we not just say okay, no, let's go meet mobile money agents, let's go meet some big business. No, we went to these women as well. Yes. We go to them, and most of the women they said now agents them. So what you gonna say again? If I say I can tell you're confident, but they can't put money to me, they can't take money to me.
Very important.
Yeah, that's something we also do for our customers.
Very important because a lot of we informal businesses, businesses that we not registered in the country, we have what we call parallel kind of economy. Yeah. We get for do with women. Now women them not a woman they go register their business,
exactly.
Go for affairs, go for pay tax and all. That one way they work because that's small business. If that woman orange the sell, so that orange go they sell almost here and I go put a bikini in a school. I go turn over
exactly.
We get place for day. With that in small business, that in small granite, that in small. So when you reach out to them, you might not get to the point where then self-service will want for make you talk, because obviously if they become very formal, become a very big business, then they know so you get big overheads. So some can just, because they're only capable to deal with small business and medium, they would rather it say small and medium, but it profitable.
Exactly, yeah.
So when you reach out to them, really, I mean that's most maybe that's
when you wake morning time. Are they woman they see when they enter put them for go buy the business there.
5, 6 in the morning, no man they go down.
Exactly.
You
hardly see a man doing that.
Of course.
Yeah.
So now I make for IWD now. What they talk about International Women's Day, they say accelerated. You say woman picking up, girl picking up for lesbian.
Yeah.
So then here you've been talking something earlier about training.
Yes.
Say on how we they really it hard for see woman we not saving money. It hard for see even small picking girl picking we not saving money.
Yeah.
We don't know say small thing we they save here or small thing we they left here because I want to lose this, I want to know that. But if for one person they run business with a different thing, if we get something back, maybe we have very high expectations of the bank. Or something that they kind of the bank they do, they kind of they get every thing and their service and people can just feed into for say, well, my can advise, my person can advise me on this kind of thing, business. Business, I don't want to call it advising again, but for short of word, business advising, and we go guide you on how you do run. So if you want, if you get bigger, for maybe sustainable, you're able to make it be sustainable once it gets bigger.
Yeah. So like what we can also do when we give the woman the loan, when they go no more, we can apply for loan. We give you, we call them to the office, and then we advise them now. Based on how you, because some women they can't no more follow. Some people they will come for can't take the money. We go buy now. I don't get money. Go buy 5 clothes now. So they advise them, make they understand the importance of where you don't take this loan. How you for able for invest and proper. Yes, I mean generate more.
Maybe so you pay them back.
Yeah,
that's not say loan na lend.
Yes, na lend to lend.
Lend I will give me back.
That make you the get guarantor they can say. So some of them guarantor they sabi advice pass we.
No, you know say they for end up on problem if you default.
If they guarantor the advice on the way you go they say wait some more if they pay you money. So
in terms of collateral, they take like heavy bulky collaterals because I don't hear you. Me and the bank loan. Let me be honest with you. At the bank loan, because we've had so many cases wherein people go say, "Oh, I give me Osbook, or I give me motorcar, or I give some part of something
piece of land."
Yes, piece of land. Something where valuable, when appreciable assets. And at the end of the day, that person is not able to make up with time, and like I say, business now risk. So what if that person is not able to make up within time? The bank they confiscate some property there.
Okay, so for this women's banking, we don't take collateral. Just how you can answer. Because we don't. What's in some of the women then get? At the sell orange, which are they go show you say na me host this? Yeah, guarantor. Now that make us so.
I think it's very important.
Now very good product. So
loan, not forget say even if we loan them, even a certain side, the woman can't get access to land.
Yes.
People say some of them informs say they have now. You can't get access to land. If
we don't take.
You can't own land, but now all anything they change. So with the more we get a lot of them progressive thing there, the more you will see say well hopefully say it reflect on the financial industry because women are able to snap now and able to own certain things then and able to make decisions about certain things then and will own their own resources. It's very important. So we find way on know they get that collateral because that make it
guarantor. That make them guarantor them very strict. And not say
you also go in there and do that also so you get so whatever you get you can put. But I also feel say back with all this, what they call public awareness, with all this vocal awareness, advocacy don't go a lot of enlightenment and don't go into education, don't go into, you don't talk about them here, but first time, I remember maybe in post-war, when they give them microcredits. People then they take microcredits, if you say that money don't get enough of it. Past year, you say, oh no, the man can't take a later. Or the man say can go marry the back. Or because they're not see themselves say, now I get for paying back. As far as they're concerned, you don't can give them. They're not see them for paying back, or they refuse to believe say them for paying back. But when you get this kind of system, will not tie you down. Really, very flexible. I think say. If I for so I think something we really that product for celebrate for IWD.
Yes. It's a good day we're celebrating. We should celebrate Sierra Commercial Bank. It's a good thing we're celebrating IWD and of course we celebrate women's banking. We don't come for cater for all women. So to you, Irima, today na IWD, I mean, it's an important day, it's a significant day for women all over the world. What's the message you want to send to women the way also an entrepreneur like you and also into the creative industry?
So first of all, I go want for wish we all women them and also to the girl picking when a potential women coming up a happy International Women's Day. And just like how we they talk about financial independence. If I for make woman get money, because when you get your own money, you dey get the freedom for do whatever you want for do, whether na school you want for go back, whether you want for start business, whether you want for even talk in society, for make people listen to you, for get so much integrity and bravery and courage within yourself. It'll give you all that aspects of zeal for make you go thrive. And one thing I want to say to especially the young one them in terms of this women banking when they talk about now for make we go learn how for invest that small money where you mama and papa they give you, whether college money or that lunch money where you they get. If you can't open a bank account say you they save small even if not business you want for do by the time you they make you go don't get that money for make you go do that business day, whether not a creative industry you want for go, whether na any other form of industry where you want for go, the bank is your friend. It learn you how for make you invest and you didn't know the thing the way they invest but we're supposed to be appreciable assets and where tuma bambai where you go down big, then particular assets there so then go able for bring more value to you.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now over to you, Dr. Taki. What's going to be your closing statement and your message to women that will listen to you today, and including man, because we try to make man and allies when it comes to woman business.
Well, you know, you don't talk about gender issue, so you know, so you talk about gender and about man and woman.
Yeah.
So today, International Women's Day, and it's about women. It also say accelerate and take action. So now it's no longer about what we talk, it's about what we do. So taking action, get for be various all man get for take some element ownership of this, so that man then get for take ownership for understand and give woman them the opportunity for get access to things that they need. At the same time, for respect and we get some regard for woman then, and give woman then the chance then for do what they need for. Likewise, woman then need for take the opportunity. For USA you want move from USA for go further, for able to take the opportunity for go without looking back. So you forget the confidence, you forget the requisite skills and education for push. If you don't get time, you know, Sabi, ask people, and this is the time when you know if you don't want place and things so they come with you. Find people that we know and ask them for make them guide you, for make you able to move go before, for make things then change for you. So it's about taking action. And obviously for our young boys and our young girls, young people, this is we don't want. So it's been we're looking at patriarchy, we're looking at years on, and for Sierra Leone, we're looking at post-independence Sierra Leone. So you're talking 60+ years.
Yeah.
So it's a generation that we're hoping and we're expecting that some of them things I don't say as barriers will be fading out and dying out, because now you don't have the excuse for say, well, I not be know, I've been filthy. Because now I think say people are much more aware now of people's rights, of parity, of equity, and all them considerations before make. So really, we don't expect that the young ones and the young boys and girls who are coming up for even get to that thing they wait for say, well, woman really in a backy for day in a kitchen. Even if it in a kitchen, what people don't understand is that woman is a first speaking teacher, even for Monday. So if you make that woman they continue for day behind and day before, then you the man before you don't turn up now, woman don't be your first teacher. So we don't understand some of these things, and I think woman in back in it for understand this. So my last word is enjoy the day, but it's also a day of reflection. So we will they celebrate and for things say, well, how far we don't go? What's that been day? How far we don't go? What's more left for make we do? What's we need? We 10 years, 20 years don't rely. We're not going to talk about the same thing again. We're going to reach to the point where now different things that we talk about now. So yeah, so I happy for CAM for the part of this with the Sierra Leone Commercial Bank, and for celebrate them for the products when they do. And when you talk about for save, picking up open account, but still in parents, we also encourage the parents and for CAM, even them way you don't open that women's bank, you can say, can open account for you picking. So any small to you add there, by the time they begin they reach 18, exactly. By the time they reach 18, we yourself go able to get access to this, we don't turn adults now. It's substantial something on the inside because you don't keep something from. So it's about, so really Sierra Leone development, it's about just moving and having education and having the will to move, you know. So me last word now, we know that we learn to still live by defect until we get to that parity stage where women will get full access. Women able to usai man and they, women and able to talk usai man and they talk. Man and woman and they equal. And then yeah, say usai each governance or each leadership and all thing. Where usai they see woman, they will see man. Usai they see man, or they see woman because they get for work together.
All right, thank you very much. So over to you, Kenema. You're inside the bank, so can tell me. You give your own closing statement.
So I want to say Happy International Women's Day to all of us. I'm so happy for the part of this panel, and I just want to make we customers they also know we customer and intending customer because me I know say everybody get for Salon Commercial Bank. So we are so happy to have you as our valued customers, and want to appreciate you now, want to make you enjoy this day. And throughout the conversation, we'll talk about more of businesswoman there. I'll make you know, say if you know so business, then you know say this also be me business as not businesswoman no more. Even women in the professional fields, you say you can open an account with free, and you get access for self loans them, and also save you money. We get so many other product, exciting things. Come, let's do business with us. For you picking, for you as a woman, whether you're not a professional person or you're not a business person, come, we have something for you. Thank you so much for banking with us, and it's so lovely having this conversation with you lovely ladies.
And I'm definitely doing my business.
You should.
and focus on young women also. The young one, they were just the 18. Let us come.
Young people, it's a good thing. We have open accounts we are very small. Like as a
so you say it's not cool?
So it's a good thing. Please come and do business with us.
Well, like they can tap the program, but we're not going to tap here. Program like this, they can meet on fast from Salon Commercial Bank. Again, one wishing a happy International Women's Day. This is Salon Commercial Bank. Always the deliver value.
Delivering value.
Bye-bye.
Love
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change. We've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
We are Freetown! The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown!
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 Yeah!
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
The taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers,
all of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
The greengrocer, the teacher, the dog.
this space is ours.
this light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
Hello and welcome to the program Bottom Line from the public broadcaster, the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. I am Asmiva. This program brings to you decision makers and policy makers. Be with me for the next 1 hour as we delve into different issues. Today, my guest is the Minister of Information and Innovation. Communication and innovation are the two key drivers in the world at the moment, from Africa to Europe, and not to mention the United States, where innovation and technology have been at the center of their developments. After his re-election in 2023, President Bio separated the Ministry of Communication from Information, making it a standalone ministry with innovation added to its portfolio. As if the separation was not enough, a young, less than 40-year-old lawyer who had worked at DSTI was appointed to lead the Innovation and Communication Ministry. Her background from DSTI, which had spearheaded innovations in the country since President Bio came to power, gave her a strong platform to carry the task ahead of her. Salima Monomaba has been in office for more than 1 year now and has introduced many reforms, ranging from those that will change the communication landscape to breaking new grounds and pushing the boundaries of innovation. Africa is at the moment known for its demographic advantage, as majority of the continent's population comprises young people below 40, and that's a bulk that should engage in innovation and breakthroughs in ICT. How has she been driving this innovation and making sure communication is accessible to everyone, no matter their location? Welcome to the program Bottom Line, Madam Salima Monomaba.
Thank you so much for inviting me.
Okay, the program is Bottom Line. You can also watch us or join us on our Facebook page, Slbc Tv. Now, let's start with the day your name was pronounced as the Minister of Information, Communications and Innovation. What came to your mind?
I think it's you get the weight of understanding the responsibility that has been given to you. I think that was my first reaction, of just the weight of that responsibility that has been given to me, and then everything that comes with it. I think you mentioned the age, you mentioned the gender. It's also the weight of knowing that I am going to also be there to represent others, because I know my performance is going to reflect whether another 32-year-old young woman gets an opportunity such as this. So that's a weight of that responsibility. Also, but just being excited for the challenge ahead. Those are the two things.
Is this something you had dreamt of?
Absolutely, but I thought maybe in the next 10 years.
It was going to happen in your 40s.
Yes, I remember before this, I remember me and a friend were having a conversation, because when it was announced, I was away, and I was having a conversation with a friend about just what's your plan in life and where you plan to go. And we distinctively, I think 2 weeks before this, I had no idea, by the way, but 2 weeks before this, I was like, I will see service. I've always been in public service, and maybe a future down this road I would want to be, and specifically this sector. But then it just came earlier than I had my life plan.
So what do you think the president thought of, or what do you think he had in mind when he brought in someone like you?
It's interesting. You mentioned I was at DSTI. So actually, before DSTI, I was at the Law Officers Department as a legal counsel. So when His Excellency the President established DSTI, there was a conversation they needed lawyers to go over to DSTI. And so by that time, I didn't know anything about technology at all, zero. I was a criminal prosecutor. But for me, I just felt as if it was new. It was a challenge. I love challenges. I like the idea of growing and growth. So I decided to do it. So I remember there's a time, I think the first time, after the first year, His Excellency the President's birthday, and he was at State House. And I remember at that time, when I was at DSTI, I started learning, I got immersed in the technology. I started sitting more with the technical people and less with the legal people. I started getting more engaged, and I started learning how to develop little things. And I remember His Excellency the President went around and somebody pointed him out. So that's that lawyer that works at DSTI. And I remember he came in and shook my, I don't even know if he remembers this. He came around and shook my, no, you know that lawyer with Sabi Kude. So I think that was our first and only encounter from then. But I believed he had also learned that I had gone to Columbia Law School to do my master's in tech law. I believe he was aware of that.
So tell us your contributions to DSTI.
That's interesting. So really, I think what I spoke
because
to
you were there to provide more legal services, legal advice.
Exactly, I was
but
there.
You had to wear another hat.
I chose to. I was really there to do agreements, contracts, but I believed quickly that for you to do an effective agreement, you have to understand how the technology works. I'm like, how am I going to do agreements, contracts, MOUs, policies for something I know nothing about? So I started getting more and more interested and engaged, working with the technical people, understanding how things work. Through that, I ended up really mainly now moving to the project side. I ended up leading our UNICEF portfolio, which was mainly focused on using technology in the education sector. For example, we had the Education Outcomes Fund that was there, through which later on, now it's scaled up to I think $50 million. I led the Giga project, where we're providing internet to schools. Whilst I was there, working with my colleagues, we secured $5 million from ISDB, which is being implemented now by DSTI to install internet connectivity and in schools. I led the Learning Passport, which we developed this technology with UNICEF, partner with UNICEF, where we're able to digitize keenly, I was focused on digitizing past paper because I went to school here. I understood the difficulties that existed when it came to national examinations and finding past papers. So we engaged with UNICEF on digitizing these past papers and having it interactive where students could use it to do their mock like sort of mock exams. And really focused on those as well. So I think really through that the interest grew, and a lot of it was experience based. Another thing which I launched was the digital learning hubs. I remember when we did COVID, we had a partnership with Coursera to do, for people to take courses. And I remember we saw from the data, there was huge registration, but actual see-through, people who finished the courses was low. So we engaged to kind of understand why. And one of the two things people pointed out was access to computers and internet. So we developed this initiative called the Digital Learning Hubs, where I worked with UNICEF, sought funding from UNICEF, where we now have 4 digital learning hubs across the country. This basically space is where, like a digital library, I can go in, access, not an internet cafe, but internet cafe for learning, digital learning. So really proud of those, and still those things are still standing at the STI, now still being implemented.
So when you came in as a Minister of Innovation and you had this strong background, you had worked at the STI, you had engaged in different projects, and I'm sure that gave you a smooth sail, or it gave you a safe land, if I could put it that way.
Absolutely, but definitely on the technology side.
On technology, yeah, sure.
Definitely on the technology side, in terms of the digital transformation side, and it's kind of fitting because when it comes to the Ministry of Information and communication was the strongest sector. Communication was always strong, and you also have the regulator, which is pretty strong. So things are set. And with communication, I always say you're doing 2 things: accessibility, affordability. Well, really communication as a policy, because as a ministry we're focused on the policy side of it. NAT can regulate, so we have a regulator. So from the ministry perspective, we're really focused on policies that are moving accessibility and affordability. So there was not much, you're not inventing the wheel when it comes to communication. So technology side, which I had the strongest background anyway, so really that gave me landing in terms of understanding what needed to be done. I think the 4 years spent at DSTI really were critical in terms of being involved. We understood what the challenges were, kind of understood what needed to be done. But as much as that was facts, but also the set team.
Okay.
Had to be set up.
I mean, how did you try to demystify the concept of innovation itself? Because many people think about innovation as something very impossible, as something very grandiose, something very big, that it can only be done by someone with high knowledge, high education. Have you demystified it?
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the things we try to do. And I say, when people, what's the definition of innovation? I speak to young people. Definition just means something done in a new way. Literally just means something done in a new way. And I say to them, I'm like, if you think of innovation, even think of now where SLBC, now this is how we're doing news broadcasting. If you think of back in the days, they used to use town criers. Town criers, maybe we moved to newspapers, we moved to TV, now we're in the era of social media. All of that is innovation. It just means they came up with a new way to do something. So I say to them, innovation doesn't also have to be tech. It doesn't have to be tech. You can have innovations in how you run a business. You can have innovations in how you do program. You can have innovation in terms of systems, that you have within your office. It just means a new way of doing things. Obviously, you have the high tech, but you have low tech. So I try to get them, and it's important for them to think of it that way, specifically when you think about challenges. When you think about, for example, right now we're doing the Big 5 Innovation Challenge. So I say to young people, we have the Big 5. If you can think of a new way of how government can solve any of those within our Big 5, that's innovation.
Are people coming forward with innovations, with suggestions, ideas?
Absolutely. We had the Tech Summit last year where we focused on agri-tech. So we focused on ag innovation. We had across, I believe, over hundreds of applications. We had the finals where 5 came in. His Excellency the President awarded the President BU Innovation Award of $30,000, and we had somebody won 20 and won 10, in total 60,000. And actually, that's such a true. I think one of the unfortunate things with the innovation sector in Sierra Leone, it's not known. And I think when somebody tells me, is Sierra Leone ready for this? Are we there? Where are we? And we're absolutely ready. Like the young gentleman who won the President Bio Innovation Award. They're building an agri-tech farm in Kono. And it's absolutely amazing. I think you have to go there to believe it. They built a solar incubator system for the eggs. So where you take the eggs to go hatch them in the incubator. They're building this smart irrigation system where it's tied to your phone. So you can be in London when you want to water your farm. You can call the thing, it waters it. When you want it to stop, you call it again, it stops. We had young people doing an innovative packaging system. When you talk about agriculture right now, some of the critical challenges, how are we going to pack it? Preserve and package things to really export it outside. We had this young people came up with this innovative ways how to package leaves. So for example, now you could use that to dehydrate or package and export some of our cassava leaves and get revenue that way. So I think absolutely, I go all the time, I attend these pitch events, and you should see the ideas and the solutions young people in Sierra Leone.
How are you combining innovation and entrepreneurship?
So
because I mean, in advanced countries, in the United States, for example, you can't divorce innovation from entrepreneurship.
And you should absolutely not. And I say this, and that's why sometimes I have to be hard with our young innovators as well. That's why last year, it was just an innovation challenge. This year, it's an investment challenge. Because I need them to understand that you do innovation not just for the sake of it, and it's nice, and you go to these competitions and you win. There's the whole economic aspect of it, which is the entrepreneurship.
So how do you follow up after those prizes are awarded, monies are given to the winner? How do you follow up to ensure that what they dreamt of, what they innovated, can be made practical and also it can be monetized?
Last year, we made sure before they got that money, they submitted a business plan. Before they submitted, they gave us that money. Before they touched that money, they had an investment plan. We didn't give them all. We're giving them in phases. So they have to complete phase 1 to get phase 2 of the money. They have to complete phase 2 before they get the final money. So we phased it out. But actually, I don't think that's even the best way, because the moment you're dealing with government, it's not a hard relationship, right? What is government going to do? We won't take hard stances on you. And I think what they need to get used to is the investment climate. They need to get used to that idea of raising funding
for themselves,
because that's how you can scale.
Or competing for
raising funding,
for loans and what have you,
raising financing.
Absolutely.
So what we did this year with the investment challenge, we're working with the angel investor. So the idea is we're going to bring these angel investors in. We're going to put that money within this angel investment fund. So the innovators are going to be dealing with the angel investor. So it basically would allow them to get used to that relationship of angel investment. I mean, this is not just free money. There's somebody putting money in. Potentially, they want equity out of your company because they have to understand the business side of it. Yep. Right? So this year, that's why we're calling it an investment challenge. Very keen on making sure that we're focused on the economics of the innovation, beyond sometimes the innovation looking nice and we think it's fancy, but it has to make business sense. It has to be scalable. You have to be able to, get what's your market. You have to be able to define who your market is, who you're selling to. So critical aspects of it.
Okay, now are you targeting schools? Because in other countries, for example, I remember I had someone say in Africa or in Sierra Leone, for example, why kids in Japan or in South Korea are being taught how to invent. Our kids in school, even those at the university, are being taught just how to read.
It's an interesting thing. So 2 things. People need to understand digital transformation is a journey. Nobody wakes up tomorrow, we're there. I think what you can see from the country and the government where we're moving, you can see we've started establishing a DSDI was significant. You have to do those things. You have to set up institutional frameworks for it to work. Looking at when the chief minister now, formerly the Minister of Basic, was there, the curriculum, they revised the curriculum, which now included STEM focuses. That was critical as well, critical milestone towards it. Now we're seeing schools. I'm seeing particular schools. I went to a school the other day. It's called Science World. I think it's Baton or somewhere. Complete tech school. I was amazed. I don't know how many people know that school exists. I see other institutions doing amazing things. Rising Academy, for example, they do amazing in terms of their school and how they use technology. Grammar school, amazing in terms of, and I know that others people are going to start reminding me, but it immediately comes to mind. So I know within the schools, private sector is already doing a lot. But obviously when it comes to government, we revise the curriculum. But in terms of the ministry per se, and why when you ask why we're focused on ensuring schools have connectivity. It's because of that. We ensure that critically, for even you to start thinking of coding and any other thing without connectivity, you can't do that. So as a government and as the ministry, we're looking to provide that infrastructure, because we know if we provide the infrastructure with the private sector engagement.
So do you think the policy framework and infrastructure have been established when it comes to, I mean, having a proper innovation?
On innovation, you mean?
Yeah, we are discussing innovation.
Okay, for innovation for now. And I'm happy to. Usually when I go to things, everybody wants to talk about communication, so I'm really happy you're talking about innovation today. So, and again, where we are now, currently we have a national innovation entrepreneurship policy draft. Actually, by next Sunday, but Monday, my team is going to go around doing regional stakeholder consultations happening with that. So we had to get it, and it takes time because doing a policy, it's not only doing a day, you have to engage with the sector. So, and that policy, we're focusing on 3 things, because when it comes to innovation as a country, we have to assess and analyze who do we want to become. Every country in the world wants to focus on innovation, because that's where the economics is going. Everybody wants to be the one inventing. You want to be the one selling to other people. You don't want to keep buying. You don't want to continue being a consumer economy. So everybody wants to focus on innovation. But it's important to define your niche.
To have a niche.
You have to have a niche. What is your comparative advantage? Why Sierra Leone? Because that's the question. What's going to make you different from the others? So we took a lot of stakeholder, we took a lot of assessment to see what do we have that we can leverage, because we're not in Nigeria. Nigeria has 200 million population, right? So they have that economies. They can afford to be more inward looking. An innovator in Nigeria who sets up or invents something can afford to maybe only think of the Nigeria market that they have. Sierra Leone, we don't have that. We have a smaller population. But actually, we believe because we have a smaller population, we have an advantage. It's more flexible. It's more nimble to navigate. Say, for example, looking at countries that have done this, Singapore. Singapore is a big tech country. The model that they've used, we look at Ireland. And what they've done is they set up a base to become a hub. That's how they moved, because they were also a smaller country. What they did was they set up their country as a hub for others within the region to come be based. So that's why.
So is that our vision?
Absolutely. So that's our policy. So our policy is focused on 3 things. We want to attract. Focus on, we have this, and you know this is not new, by the way. When we were at DSTI, we launched this National Innovation Digital Policy that His Excellency the President launched, where we spoke about Sierra Leone as an AI hub. Country as a lab. We spoke about Sierra Leone as a lab, as a research lab and hub. So our policy now, what we're focusing on, we want to 3 pillars: attract. Our policies are going to be focused. We're going to focus on policies that are going to make sure we can attract innovators in Sierra Leone, where within this region, young people, the brightest minds, the most innovative minds can see Sierra Leone as a place where I want to come be based, because the policies that they have are attractive. For example, financial policies, even the innovation startup policy, how you define a policy and how you make that ecosystem for them so here it's conducive for them to come. As much as we also want to encourage the ones who are here to further into the sector. Next part of that pillar that we have, when we have attract, we have thrive. If you come here, you must thrive. You can't just come here. After we attract you, you're here, we're looking at policies that will ensure that once you're here, you thrive. So then this is across different sectors, by the way, when I say policies. We're looking at different things that we can do when we talk about land, how they access land, looking at potential residency allocations, how can we make sure that for them to get residency is easy. Different things across that just to make sure once you're here, you're thriving financially and your invention is thriving. Even look at our IP, intellectual property, how we ensure we protect your rights. That would ensure you thrive. The last part is retain. If you've attracted you, you've thrived here, we want to make sure you stay here.
Knowledge transfer,
exactly. Knowledge transfer, we want to make sure you retain. So our policies are going to be focused along those 3 thematic areas. That's how we think we're going to ensure that Sierra Leone becomes this hub for innovation and entrepreneurship, because that's where we think that will be our niche in this market area.
Well, thank you very much. She is Salima Monomaba, who is my guest for today's Bottom Line. She is the Minister of Communications and Innovation. We are discussing for now the concept of innovation. We want to demystify government. When you say innovation, they think you need to be a PhD holder or a BSc or an MSc for you to be an innovator, but that's not the case. I mean, look at Elon Musk and Zuckerberg and others. You go to United States, people who have I will not say less educated, but I mean, you can't count them as academics, but they've innovated something. Yeah. So how are you working with university as well? Because you see someone in Sierra Leone spend 4 years in university, be it for a college or a Monjala, and that person comes out, he has all the theories, he has less practical knowledge. So you wonder how that person thinks, making people think out of the box, so that people always ask, catch them young.
No. Absolutely, and that's the word, and that's what we say to somebody. When Mark Zuckerberg invented Meta, he was in his dorm room at college, and he immediately quit. He left the school and went to go focus on that. When they invented Microsoft, it was in a garage. That's where they invented Microsoft. So just to think of, it could be anywhere, right? In terms of how we're working with universities, so within universities, and I think that's a great credit to the universities, they all have these innovation programs that they do and they focus on. I know Jala has one, and we have William Cochrane. And also, actually, the good thing we're seeing when we talk about the journey of where we are, 10 years ago, we didn't have these tech-focused schools. Now we have so many of them. We have William Cochrane, we have Canadian.
But ironically, I mean, these learning institutions, many of them are resistant to innovation and new ideas. Take, for example, most of the things they do at university are paper-based.
Well, I don't know if it's because they're resistant or because sometimes things move slowly. Digital transformation moves slowly.
So are you driving some of these?
Absolutely.
These
we're engaging with them, but digital, you have to think of, and that's a basic example, right? If you think of students who want gone through school, maybe some of them have never used a computer in their life. If you university, the first day you go, you say nobody bring paper here, you're gonna disadvantage some of them. So you can't, digital transformation, you can't just go full hard line, because you have to understand computer literacy rates that you're working with. People are not used to it, so sometimes you have to go slowly. And also just for some of it as well is the ability to do. Do they have the ability to provide computers for everybody? So they might not have. But they were working with them, but now we see the tech-focused ones, and they do amazing work in terms of the skills and the capacity they provide. Okay. But in other areas, how we're working with them is they have these innovation hubs around Sierra Leone, and I don't know if people are aware of that.
Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, people have.
There are these hubs where people can go, where you have support. You have the Creative of Africa. You have the Deans of Innovation, which is Innovate Salon. They've been here for how long? You have Bo Innovation Hub. You have the Hawaii AI Hub, and I'm sure I'm missing. You have the one in Christex Foundation at FBC. I know I'm missing a couple of them. They will kill me. But there's so many of them right across, and all of them are focused on different areas of innovation.
Salima, how are you taking innovation into governance?
Innovation, I mean, how government is innovating?
Yep.
In terms of our digital transformation. So
that's the elephant in the room also.
It's not an elephant to demystify it as well, right? When we talk about innovation in government, how is government going to work?
I heard there are certain permanent secretaries who do not even know how to touch the button of a computer, and these are permanent secretaries, senior civil servants. I mean, how are you going to drive innovation with those kinds of people?
But I think with that you have to also, that is a direct reflection on Sierra Leone. I wouldn't put a direct reflection on permanent secretaries. It's a direct reflection of where, again, that's why I tell you it's a journey. You're talking about permanent secretaries who graduated when we didn't have computers in school. They didn't have the opportunity to go up with maybe like you and I, when we were in school, we started using it. These are permanent secretaries who they went to maybe until they finished university, and that's just the state of where Sierra Leone was. So it's not I wouldn't put a reflection on them. So even with them, it's a catch-up. Right, so they didn't grow up with.
So how are you driving innovation into governance?
So this is where we talk about
also the problem of services as well.
Absolutely. So that's why if you look at the government public sector reform agenda, is how can we make sure government is delivering service for people differently, new way of working. So digitizing how government works, digitizing government processes, which then kind of forces the whole invention of making digital common in terms of the civil servants, making sure we're using digital systems rather than people-based systems. That's a new way of working, because we know transparency, accountability, efficiency in working. So that's the whole public sector reform agenda. How can we introduce technology into that to do all of that? Because we know also convenience for citizens. If you no longer have to come all the way, you live in Kailan, You no longer have to come all the way to Freetown to apply for a passport. You can do that from there, and they can process it, and you no longer have to come chase your paper. So that table today, move it to the next table. We can do it, and your passport will meet you as a district headquarter town. So that is a new way. That's innovation in governance. So those are the things we're focusing on, using technology, leveraging technology to change how government works and how government operates.
I mean, I'm sure if you had to make a town hall, if you had to organize a town hall meeting, I'm sure that's one of the many questions will come about services. How, for example, you mentioned Kailao, how my aunts in Kailao and Kabbalah will pay for his or her services, and she gets it without coming to Freetown. So people are in a hurry. They want to see some of these things, because now you only need to take a smartphone and see what's happening in other countries. People do comparisons. If it's happening in Zimbabwe, for example, how farmers are making money in those kind of countries through innovation, why can't we do it in a country like Sierra Leone? So people are hungry and thirsty for some of these developments.
No, absolutely, and we're there. We're getting there. First, you have to set up infrastructure, because that's why there's so much focus on connectivity. Because without connectivity, regardless if I bring those digital systems, if you're in Kailan, you'll still not be able to use it. So that's why a lot of focus was making sure we're not perfect, we're not where we want to be, but I think we've done a lot in expanding connectivity. We'll continue to do more. But in terms of those digital systems, I don't know if you saw, a couple of weeks ago, we soft launched a platform that we're calling OneGov, that we're building. It's a single window platform for all government to citizen services that we're hoping to very immediately do the big launch of. We've been rolling it out in EDSA. So if you go to EDSA right now and apply for a meter, there's a system there called OneGov that you're going to use to apply for your meter, and we've been piloting it there just to kind of understand how citizens interact with the system. I think for the past 4 months now that they've been using it. And one of the things I always like sharing with it is, before, in order, when you go apply for your meter, for them to attach the meter number to your application, it used to take 2 weeks. Because somebody needed to go to the store, look at the stock, see which one they attach it to your number, to reflect. Now, because of the system that they've built, the database they have all the available meters. So now even if you go there, if the 3-phase meter is not available, it doesn't even show you that option. It says out of stock. So immediately you know. When they go, they just upload all the stock that is on there. As soon as you apply, as soon as you pay, automatically now your meter number is attached to your application. So that is the real life value that we're saying, and we're within the next couple of months hoping to officially launch this platform, where we're hoping now to be the single window platform. Citizens shouldn't have to go to 50 different places for services. You don't have to remember 50 different links. It should be one house, and we see it done in other countries. Rwanda has iRembo, Kenya has the eCitizen platform, UK has .gov.uk, so we know we're not inventing that. Well, this has been done, and I want to assure citizens that we know that they're there. We know it's possible with where we're now in Sierra Leone with the digital payments. That's another thing. So these platforms you can't launch it. We didn't have digital payments before. Now we have the switch. Without an effective digital payments mechanism, you can't launch some of these. So now we're there. So this is why the platforms are coming now. We we can use it to pay, mobile money to pay. We have Vault, who is coming in. We have so many of the other digital payment systems, Smart Copper, MoneyMe. So many of them are coming up now and feeding that space, which is also critical.
You are smart talking. The program is a Bottom Line, coming to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. We are going for a short break. My guest today is the Minister of Communications and Innovations, Salima Monomaba. Let's go for a break. After the break, we are back. We are back with the program Bottom Line from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation with me, Asmiwa. You can be part of the conversation by messaging us on our Facebook page, Slbc TV. This program is going to be repeated on Saturday at 2 p.m. My guest today is Salima Monomaba, who is the Minister of Communications and Innovation. She was brought in. She has a background from DSTI, working there. Later, she was appointed by President Biya after the 2023 elections. Well, the first phase of this program, we have spoken a lot about innovation. Now, let's delve a bit into the communications aspect. How would you describe the landscape of communication when you came in 2023?
I think with the communication, a lot has been done. I think a lot to the credit from all the predecessors that have come in, a lot of investment, and the government, a lot of investment has gone into communication. And we talk about it when I came in, we were almost closing out the backbone, our fiber link, because the backbone fiber link in the rural areas. Now we have backbone in 14 out of 16 districts in Sierra Leone. That is massive. That is a massive investment. If we talk about the fact that we had 3 competing private sector mobile operators in Sierra Leone, I think that's massive. You go right across our neighbors, they only have 1. They couldn't upkeep the others. So I think that's massive. I know before the question comes, we know we have Sierra, and we're looking to see how we manage and revive Sierra as well. So I think massive investments. If you think about our partners, in terms of government partners that we have, the partners that manage our backbone, Leoncom, they've done amazing work. Talk about the partner that manages the undersea fiber cable, Zood Labs. They've also done massive investments and improvements, and then we've seen since they come in the improvements in terms of how the management has been. So I think a lot of framework has gone into it, and I think it was about just going to that next level that we're hoping to take it to now. Okay, now let's focus a bit about connectivity, accessibility. How many % of Sierra Leoneans do have access to connectivity? Access to connectivity. I should have those numbers because they're on the page we just did, but I know, don't quote me, I know for now when we talk about the mobile network coverage, I think we have across country we have 100% 2G, and I know people don't like when we say it, but we say it because people have 2 feature phones. Some people have feature phones. If you have a feature phone, that's 2G network, so we need it. That's just the status of where we are. We have 100% 4G network currently, and 98% 4G coverage, and we have the 3 mobile operators that are in the pilot phase of their 5G network coverage.
So, and some people take a pinch of the issue of 4G and 5G in Sierra Leone. They take it a pinch of salt. They don't believe in that. They say most times it's not true.
I think because they experience, so when people experience network quality issues, you shouldn't take it as to say there's no 4G. The 4G doesn't mean as if you will never have network issues or quality issues. And there's so many factors that goes into quality of service. There's so many which people don't consider. Our population has grown. So for example, if the operator has put up a pole there and they will estimate the time, because they put it up and they estimate how many people are there. Because how many people can latch on, it's quantified. How many people can latch on to a particular network pole site at a time. Over time, this has grown exponentially because as a country we've grown. And the quality reduces. So it reduces because literally the technology has to wait for one person to put down their phone to connect to the other person, because all of a sudden it's doubled. So they have to take time to. But they should focus on our population growth. They focus, but it goes beyond what you focus. Sometimes it grows, especially in certain areas. Certain areas have less quality service issue. Certain areas have more, like highly densely populated areas. That more people have gone there than you can focus where the population will go. Sometimes you can't focus where they're going to be based. That's an issue. There's so many issues as well. How people build their houses. Sometimes if you build the house in a certain way, it disrupts the signal between one tower to the other. By the way, I'm not saying that the operators can't do more. By the way, I think they should, in a faster way, be transitioning their networks. They should be doing a lot of that. I'm not saying they can't do more, but there's so many factors that go into our quality of service issue beyond the idea of not to 2, not to 5G. You can have 5G, but you still have quality of service issues, things that disrupt the network. I mean, the ministry has a huge task of, should I say, regulating an industry that can hold nations to ransom now. I mean, the MNOs. What legal framework has the ministry developed to ensure that you are not held by these big multinational companies? No, so the ministry doesn't regulate. NATCA regulates. I know, yeah. The ministry oversees NATCA, but NATCA is always revising how those regulations look like. because sometimes the regulation becomes absolute, right? Things have changed, technology has changed, you need to move ahead. So for example, one of the things we just supported NATCA in doing through the ministry with the World Bank projects that we had them do a cost study. So cost study, because before people always talk about, and I will go there before people go there, is pricing. How do we calculate pricing? When it's time the price increase, or how we reach here and that. So we supported NATCA to do a holistic status of all the things, because obviously when the pricing will come, fuel don't go up, inflation has increased, all of the things affect their costs, right? So they'll come. So what we've done is a holistic study to understand everything that goes into their pricing, and now we're developing a pricing formula. Like I have a rice formula, fuel formula. We're now having data and tariff.
So have they been having field days?
Not field days, but in terms of how we didn't have a formula. They made a case, and yes, if fuel has increased, it actually impacts them, because you see those pole sites, they run on they need 24 hours electricity. So that means if the fuel cost goes up, their OPEX goes up. Then that means in terms of how they can produce. Same thing with inflation. They purchase these equipment from outside, so that means they're using foreign currency to purchase.
But these are not equipment that they purchase everyone.
Oh no, yes they are. Equipment breaks. Equipment have lifespan.
But their lifespan, I mean,
their batteries.
Their lifespan lasts for some 10 years.
No. Batteries. The equipment
they change that every month.
They change every year. There's a massive OPEX on that. I don't want to sound like a defender of the operators. I should think they should come here and explain themselves by the way. But I do think also, and that's one of the things, work with the Minister of Information. I think it's so important for us to inform the public. I think it's a sector where it seems like a very extractive sector. People just think, oh, I give them my money, they have money, they're making so much money, they're just eating our money. And people really don't understand what goes into the sector and all the things that make it up. I don't want to be defending them, by the way. They should defend them themselves. But I'm just saying, as a government, we had to look at all of these things, because the companies have to survive.
So do you side with them or side with the public?
I absolutely side with the public, because I have my phone and I have to pay for my credit as well. But I also believe that as a government, you have a three-way responsibility. You're looking, as the DG always says, you look for the citizens, absolutely first and foremost. You have to look out for the companies. These companies pay tax in Sierra Leone. They hire Sierra Leoneans. If these companies go out of Sierra Leone, that's Sierra Leoneans losing jobs. We don't want Sierra Leoneans to lose jobs. So we have to make sure that these companies are viable. Not on that side. We have to. The third part, we have to look at the government. What is the government priority areas? Government priority is always to improve accessibility, affordability. That's how. So we wear three hats. We have to
the issue of affordability. I mean, I haven't done research or studies on it, but Sierra Leoneans believe, they hold this notion, rightly or wrongly, that our tariffs are higher when you compare it to many other countries in West Africa.
I do believe that's a misconception, though.
Is it?
That's a misconception. If I could use my phone, I'll use it just now to show you. Recently, we did an assessment across the West African region. We're not the cheapest, we're not the most expensive.
So we're at the optimum level?
No, we're at a mid-level. But then, and then I think directly comparing to countries, it becomes a problem, because the cost of operation in a country. Some of these countries might have better electricity. If you have better electricity grid and electricity supply, then the tariff will be cheaper, because the company is spending less on using and purchasing electricity or fuel, or running the generators. So all of these come into play. Look, when it comes to that, we're moving along, and since how we do that, that's why we have the cost study now. We're going to be using that equation. And by the way, when we've developed the draft of the equation and when we calculated everything, we're right on targets of what we should be charging, actually. When we did it, and I'm sure at some point NATCA is going to put that out and for the public to consume. But what that study has really given us is better oversight over everything, but with recommendations. It's not just to say it's a study to say, okay, we were right and sits there. No, there were recommendations on maybe things that we can do to put it down. There are little things which we can adjust here and there to make sure things are better for citizens in terms of termination rates, in terms of what it costs to cost network, to call across a different network. So NATCA is looking at all of those things to see how we adjust for that. But I think also when it comes to affordability, the things that we do as well, the fact that we can have 3 companies here, we believe it's better for us when it comes to sometimes affordability. You have competition. So they're competing when you have one.
Well, on this competition, you have the price ceiling.
We do have the price ceiling.
And some consumers say that's one way of preventing people to have cheaper. Because if, for example, I own a company, I say I'm going to put my own rate, let's say, for example, below or above that, then
so we have
can come in and use the hammer on me.
Yeah, but we have a pricing, so there's a range of what you can charge. Yeah. And we can see, and that's why everybody knows that QCell charges towards the bottom. And people use QCell, right? So there's a range of what you could charge.
There was a huge battle for QCell to
no, but
even achieve that.
They're appropriate on the range right now. So QCell, we all know, always charges around the bottom area of that range. So we say that's why people say, and I think companies have strategies. I think a company, a new entrant coming in, their interest might always be to charge lower. Once you're more established, your interest might always be to keep it higher. And that's, business people would always want to protect their bottom line at the end of the day. But not on governments. I think you also asked about affordability. And I think one of the things when it comes to cost is right now data. And I think if you look at the launching of Starlink in Sierra Leone, I think has been, and even if we say so, as one of the most significant things in terms of looking at how we can force the markets to think of affordability. Yeah. That was done under hard, and that's why when we say the government, when we say we wear 3 hats.
So how are you liberalizing that space?
That hat we used to launch Starlink was a hat of when we solely was thinking about the citizens, because we had the sectors who, some of them, they want us to bring Starlink because it's competition. And in terms of what that would mean for their bottom line, but that's a decision government made purely on behalf of citizens to say we know that with them coming in, it will transform the sector. And we've seen that happen. Right now, we launched it last year at the Tech Summit. Now we have 3 companies registered in Sierra Leone as Starlink partners. And they all have different models. For example, one of them that we signed with is ensuring they're covering Starlink in all universities currently. I believe FBC just went live last week or so. I know they're moving on to IPAM. They're going to cover all universities in Sierra Leone and all their campuses. They're going to install Starlink there. We have the other company, they're focused on Starlink to homes. How can they look at financing? Because we know when we say Starlink, again, before somebody says it, they're going to say the cost of the equipment is expensive. So their modeling is to look at the financing for the equipment. So instead of paying that, I think 10,000 in bulk, you pay it over time. So they add it on top of your cost so you can afford it. So I'm really grateful to see how everybody's coming in to really figure out what's niche, what's your own area business model you want to use for Starlink. I think that's just to the benefit of Sierra Leoneans. Okay, now Salima, let's talk about Sierra. Your predecessors, that's one area they don't want to go. When you bring Sierra, if you're interviewing a communications, also now you bring Sierra down, he or she francis or her face or something. Well, his face, because all the previous information ministers have been women, unless for Mamadi, who was deputy under Sierra, people say is a shame on the conscience of Sierra Leone to see Sierra dying on a daily, and some say it has already dead now. Sierra is now a dead institution. No, I'm happy to talk about Sierra because I think it's happy to shed light on it, and I actually think with the fact that a company has not been out there, but people still talk about it, I think it shows you the value and how people value it, and I think it's important for the government to indicate where we are with it. Yes, when it comes to operations, Sierra has significant challenges. The mobile operation part of it has closed down. They still do some data. Even that one is very epileptic. I wouldn't disagree with you completely. But they I used to be a Sierra subscriber. But Ministry of Finance, Sierra provide for them data. People provide, so they don't have the individuals like the MiFis anymore, but they have the direct ones to institutions. They still operate on some minimal level with that. Minimal level, I would give you that. But obviously, significant issues with that. I think there are several things when they say it's a shame to the government. I think what people need to understand is Sierra, that's a mobile company. We all know government, any government, not just this government and business are not usually, they shouldn't usually go together. Especially when you're operating a sector, we are competing in a sector. Right. Well, I mean, that's a capitalist mentality. But then that's in other countries. I mean, go to Kenya for example. No, but there is a state-owned one that is doing well. No, but again, you have to say, and I think sometimes what's important to talk about is sometimes when people say it might be operating with the Kenyan name, you don't know who operates it. I don't know exactly, I'm not referring to Kenya, but I know several other African countries where the state-owned telecommunication company is operating, but it's actually not state-owned.
Yeah, but the government maybe has a huge share in it.
Yes, but,
and they are
that's
doing
the point.
where they are competing with others that are 100% privately.
But that's the point I'm making, so that's where we want to go now. Because for up to this time, Seattle has been 100% government-owned and expected of government to invest.
Has PPP model not been used before?
Not at all, no. Right? The only thing they had was a management contract, not a shareholding investment contract. They've never had one. So if you think about Seattle competing, if you think about what the telcos invest every year into the network. So that's used to say for government to compete, you need to invest those millions.
Don't government have that?
No, but then competing priorities.
But that's investment.
No, but competing priorities.
But that's business. That's investment.
I hear you. But we're saying how we got here. I'm trying to indicate how we got here. Yeah. You're saying what could happen. Well, how we got here is, I'm sure competing priorities came. I invested in Seattle. Do I pay school fees? Sometimes
you invest in Seattle, you make profits, you use that profit and invest in it.
I hear you, but I need to pay for my thing now. So anyway, I'm just saying how we got here, right? So I'm sure these were some of the things that came into where Seattle's in the States. We didn't have private sector investments coming in. It was expected to be 100% government. And also some things that happened when it came to the technology. For example, Seattle is running on CDME. At some point to support, we got loan facility, and they have put investment into it. By the way, we went to the China.
CDMA is perfect.
No.
Not now.
No. But now CDMA is redundant. Yeah. So that's the problem. Seattle was completely on CDMA technology. It didn't take, I think, a couple of years after CDMA became redundant. So you can't even bear the spare parts of CDMA. So that means that whole technology is redundant that you're operating on. Massive challenge. So now, even if your technology, because technology will always break, you always have to replace. When that happens, there's no replacement. I can't buy it. So slowly, your technology is going down. So I'm explaining how we got here with Seattle. So there's been a mixture of lack of investment, but also the technology that was there slowly became.
What about financial mismanagement?
I don't know. I wasn't there on some of those. But maybe sometimes you think about it. Maybe this is why you say government, sometimes some businesses, governments shouldn't be there. Because government, we're going to make decisions sometimes for the benefit of, we're not thinking profit making. A government is not thinking they're profit making. A government is thinking, government like, go give to the people. Let the people, government not harass maybe some people for money because that's our people, our citizens, right? So that's why you see some of these decisions, how that works. And that's why when it comes to what are we going to do, that's why lots of countries, if you look right across, and actually when we came in, that's one thing we did. I engaged Smart Africa, which is like the African regional body when it comes to telecommunication. We asked them, most countries of the States, what have they done? They gave us a report. Most countries are privatized. So if you look at British telecommunication, it's privatized. It just still uses the name. Across board, every country in some form or model, they've either sold 100%. They could sell 100% of the company, by the way, and still keep the name. And we see that in some countries that still operate under the national name, but it's 100% private company. Some countries have sold shares, some countries have sold equity.
So which model are you thinking of?
That is the assessment that we're currently doing. So we're currently, I think one thing we came in, it was easier to say, oh, let's do a thing and go give it out. But if in night time you give it out, with all these technology challenges that are in Seattle, it's going to be a bit difficult to come up. So we're trying, what makes the most sense? We're trying to understand what the assets Seattle, because for you to determine a model, you have to know what you have. I can't say 100% still, I don't know what I have fully. I can't say 50, 70, we don't know what we have. So we needed a study to understand what are assets,
the liability,
the value of the assets, viability of the assets. It's not just the assets, how viable is it? It can be there, I say a tower, is that tower usable? So we have to understand the technological viability of the assets. Liabilities, like you just mentioned, what are our liabilities? And what is the value of the company? Once we know that, we can then decide what model do we go with, what model makes the most sense for investment, because your model also has to be dependent on your investment appetite, depending on who wants to come in. So if we don't know that, we can't. So that process is ongoing. I know it's slow, but we have to do it because if
Why is it slow?
It's slow because it's a whole, you have to do a bigger, it's not just somebody was like, go to audit sale. It's not audit sale only. Audit sale is not the financial. I need a technological assessment right across to know what Seattle has, what it's liable for, and what's the value. value of it. We're in the process with Ministry of Finance and NCP, and we're going there. But we're still considering looking at what options can we have with what current sector currently has that we can leverage that would at least keep some limited operations up and going. It has a name. That's a critical value, and that's something.
It has a brand. It's a
brand, and that's something we'll value on cents and dollars. We'll know what that brand is worth. That brand is big. It has assets, real estate assets. We know that it has that. So whatever arrangement that is going to be made, those are all things.
So I mean, Sarah, if you were to do the SWOT analysis now, Sierra Leone has a lot of opportunities.
It has. So, but then we have to understand what the liabilities are, because I don't know if you're aware, the last time we were on the end stage of privatization. I think a couple of years ago, they were towards the end stage. What became the stumbling block? Agreement on what the liability was. What the private investor was willing to accept, what the government had, even what the company and the workers had assessed as what the liabilities were. Most of it is staff liabilities, by the way. Yeah. Most of it is the staff accruement over time. Those are the liabilities significantly that we're talking about.
And I'm sure that keeps increasing.
Absolutely.
On a monthly and yearly basis.
Absolutely. So right now we're really looking at a plan how we stop the bleed, first and foremost. But within that you have to have a plan for the workers. Some of them have been there, and I feel for them. I remember when we came, there was a whole thing to strike, and I feel for them. I spoke to them. These are people, they have children in school. They have to feed, right? This company, and how do they make that work? So we engaged with them. We had finance. There was a rescue package for them at that time. We engaged with the management team to ensure that at least something is being paid. It's not everything that they owed, we know that, but at least something can come in as we're trying to figure it out.
Wow, she is Salima Monomaba, who is the Minister of Communications and Innovation. Well, shortly we'll be rounding off this program, Bottom Line, which is coming to you live from the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. How would you describe the landscape since you took up office to now, little over a year ago, innovation and communication? How would you describe the landscapes?
In terms of I tend to really think of them. I like that you've done this. I tend to think of them as three separate things. I always tend to do that because I'm like, if you don't, you get lost in one. So I always try to think of them. I think in terms of communication, I think significant gains have been made. If we think about the launch of Starlink in Sierra Leone, if we think about the work that we're trying to do now to land a second cable in Sierra Leone, making sure that we have that. If we think about looking at what we ensure the MNOs do in terms of expanding access. If we look at what UADF has done over this last year, they've just launched 4 new sites across unreserved areas. It's not where we want it to be, but I think we're moving along that line, and we'll continue to do more. Technology as well, if you think about and technology is not just the ministry's job, by the way. Across every sector, every government ministry, now we see everybody coming up with their new technology innovations that they're doing, using within their ministries and to drive. That's why actually this year our Tech Summit in May is going to be focused on digital government. So we really want to showcase what every single ministry for their sector is doing in terms of digital transformation. In innovation as well, we're working really greatly with the private sector, with the innovation hubs across. A couple of months ago, we just launched the project with KOICA, with the Korean government. We're about $8.9 or so million that is specifically going to go for the innovation startups in Sierra Leone. Collaboration Ministry of Youth is leading on it, and we're supporting in that. So I think we're making strides in all of those 3 areas.
Okay, wow. So what's your vision in the next few years?
In the next few years, I have vision for all the sectors in terms of, if I think about connectivity, is really looking at significantly how we expand access. I'm significantly thinking about how we ensure that 5G is a stable. Right now we're in pilot. We don't have 5G, we're in pilot. But I'm sure we're moving towards ensuring that by the time we think of 5 years, how we have 5G, a significant 5G network in Sierra Leone. If we think about technology, it's how we quantify how much of government service can we move to digital. How can we really significantly transition how citizens access government services to digital platforms? And we would like to quantify that by numbers. And so I'll come here and tell you how many citizens have used OneGov to access critical services. If we think about innovation, I'm thinking about how can we ensure that we're supporting innovators to access financing. Because with innovation, that's the biggest thing. We have the ideas, we have the bright people in Sierra Leone, but I'm really saying, how can we ensure that innovators in Sierra Leone can access financing? How can we really move towards this vision of setting up Sierra Leone as an innovation hub where we see others across this Mano River Union for now coming into Sierra Leone, looking at Sierra Leone as the place where if I want to invent something, maybe I should come be based in Sierra Leone because they have the best ecosystem for it.
Wow, I mean, some people say maybe that's too grandiose a wish.
I do not believe so. We have, Sierra Leone has played a role in leading in these. For actually, if you think about the Mano River Union, at some point they did a center of excellence and designated each country a center of excellence for something. Sierra Leone is a center of excellence for digital, by the way. This was way before. So people thought about it and way before. And again, I think sometimes people think it's a big wish or big dream. I engage with the sector. I see the amazing things young people are inventing every day for national challenges, by the way. These are not play, so kind. These are people solving things when it comes to health. We had a young man who did a bloodline app, how he matches blood types. We have young people coming up with agricultural innovations all the time. Young people come with education, innovations in education. How do we transition that? There's this young
Maybe
people.
I think you need to bring some of these innovators to the public so people know that this is happening. Many things are happening in the industry.
Many things are happening. Some young people, they developed this, they call it digital learning hub in a box. You have this backpack thing.
Maybe SLBC will design a program called Innovation Corner.
You should do innovation. Maybe we should invite you to Tech Summit as well to cover that. I think you should do Innovation Corner where you get to invite and we'll make sure we provide that channel for you where you can go to show. I like that. We'll partner with you on that.
Sure.
How about it?
Sure. Do you have time for your legal practice? That's a light-hearted.
I keep, I keep teasing the Minister of Justice that I'm on secondment to the executive arm of government because I was still under the State Council. So maybe after this, I'll go back to Law Officers Department. But I've been thinking, though, of potentially looking at providing some training using FBC, potentially doing courses there, doing an intro to intellectual property and tech law. There as well, so not necessarily legal practice.
How is your legal background helping you in your job?
Absolutely, I see it every day. I say this to somebody. I'm like, the way in your legal background, you're trained to how you think. You see a problem and you design the solution step by step, and it helps you compartmentalize things. And I see it in my practice every day versus how I reason and put things together versus how somebody else would do it. And sometimes like, this is because of my legal training, because that's how I'm trained to think. I'm trying to see a problem and dissect the solution one by one, and I see people don't do it that way, and I sometimes wonder, why don't you do it this way? This is the way you should do it. But I realize that is because of my legal training.
Okay. As a young person, how do you carry a lot on your shoulders? I mean, as one would say, you are the chief or the lead innovator for the country because you lead that ministry. Do you think of your age as a barrier or your age as an opportunity?
We have a chief innovation officer, by the way, still to the chief minister.
Oh, okay.
He's still the chief innovation officer.
Oh, is he?
Yes.
Up to now, okay.
Still wears that hat. The chief innovation is the principal advisor on innovation to the president. His excellency the president. It's a lot. I think, as I said, and I still feel. I remember when I got the appointment, I got a message from LinkedIn. Some young lady from Kenya sent me a message, and I still remember it, and I still save it and keep it. And she said, that when you're there, you're representing all of us across the continent.
So you think that's every day?
Yes, so I feel that every day. She says, because if you fail, our government are going to use you as an example of why not to give us opportunities. It's just like, I hope you know
that's a huge task.
So I look at that message every once in a while to
remind yourself.
To remind myself of, and obviously critical to Sierra Leoneans, young women Sierra Leoneans. I think that I know that where I'm at in my performance is a reflection of whether or not they get opportunities. So I bear that weight. It determines how I live my life, my social interactions. Whether I like it or not, I know I'm a role model for some, and I have to bear that responsibility.
Thank you very much, Salima Monumaba. It's been a pleasure having you on the bottom line.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Well, that's how, bottom line only came to you because of the capable hands of my colleagues behind the scenes. Well, special thanks to my producers, David Williams, Bobby Klamin and Sheku Smile, and my camera operators and the rest of the team, I say thank you for watching, and join us again next week for a fresh edition of Bottom Line. But don't forget, this program is going to be repeated on Saturday. So till we join you again next Thursday, God bless you. Goodbye.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened, because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place. All of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, the dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey from there. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Happy International Women's Day to all women in the salon and outside of salon across the globe. We all know say, as the bookman can say IWD, I mean International Women's Day. This day exists because women they face challenges in their life. Things the way they happen when they look and say, this is all the way they be so to me. But just because barrier day, because me not a woman. So because of that, I face this. But no, enough for be so. Because we are all humans. So forget me all right, because as a woman, I'm strong. So this and this time for happen. So the woman come together. So mommy face injustice. So many things. So you believe say you go frown at. So we future a lady by the name of a woman by the name of Mrs. Maya to Samoa. A mom. But family, the theme for this year is say accelerate action campaign. 9 of the team. For just be what you will be action. Yes, because you know, say if you not stand for something, you can just fall for anything. So we get for can learn beaucoup things from Mrs. Maya to Samuel. You know, say life with trouble they come, and they blow whistle say they come, and they happen. Condition not permanent. Yes, today give me this, tomorrow no, it happen. Disability, not all man they born with them. So man, if they face them in the way we been. You know, can imagine. Some natural accidents, some natural sickness, in different ways, but you go can see and see how strong Madam Maya to Samuel be doing the face challenges.
I get 2,000, I get 5,000, I get 3,000. I want 2 packets. I tell God thank you. For we una self kaya, yes, for come partake with me.
Yes,
well, me na fishery sell. I begin sell fish 1992 to now. I come marry there because me now to go the main way.
Okay.
Yes, but to move the Okana, grey bush. But still, I do business.
Okay.
So, Akaya, Kamaredia, Kansidoya, that's about Buka meet me. But still, I tell God thank you. Because of what you do, my life there, God give me the courage. The one that we don't die, but this problem, I know better pass them. Now God. The one that back we don't die. We well, still God take their life. I know better pass them. Let God give them good road. They are married, they made me man. I go sell Thursday. Friday, I see this thing on my foot. My right foot. That's Friday morning. I go to Russell, go family since now. They can't begin to eat me. Saturday, the other week. The foot was coming, man. I need to go na 34. I go na 34. No able give me bed. We need 1 o'clock. We come. Instead of go Saturday back. We go this Saturday. Yeah, me say for the operation. He cut 1 big toe. You know take. Come back. They say forgot the other foot. They don't talk to me. I left give God all thing. I go under my operation. God under my operation, I come, God give me come back safe. People and die, but God give me come still safe. I come. You know, even take 2 months, 3 months safe. Now this other foot affects me. He said, 1 week back. I go Masanka. I go admit back to Masanka, try, no able body foot. Then say for cut and back. They talk to me, I go there for the second time. And cut and back. After 1 month back, I did made myself. And his foot back the same issue. When I don't cut and back, now they cut and back up here.
Jesus.
Still, I encourage myself. Then they talk to me, people in they talk to me. Say God make her come. Me a big businesswoman. Now fish they sell. Fish they do me. That's all God they survive me picking them. I go 4 o'clock, my dove cut. 3 o'clock. Why don't sell down? I come back. I go na waff. I dry. I go back. I go na market. I go put and sell. I begin go down fisheries. I go turn agent say now. They supply. They company them. They supply me company. The problem don't come meet me now. I sit down. Don't sit down now.
But family, as you know, saying we did this. So as I been tell the eye opener team, been do this for celebrate the woman. We dedicate them to all women across the globe. A point for let me hear you feel fine. No, say today. Yes, now we did. We tag them, the woman, and we go like this. She is feminine, a toddler, a baby girl, an adolescent. She is a woman, a mother, a caregiver. She is a woman, a rider, a driver. She is a woman, a pilot, a doctor. She is a woman, a lawyer, an activist. She is a woman, a mayor, a president, a reverend, an administrator. She is a woman, a director general, a minister. She is a woman, taking the place of mom and dad, an entrepreneur, a mortician, an inspector general of police. She is a woman, an activist, an engineer. She is a woman, a bank governor, a chief judge, a beautiful being, a go-getter. She is a woman, a successful being. She is a woman, waiting to be loved and not to be humiliated, cared for and respected and not to be violated. All that she desires to be is to be that she is. She is a woman. The family, I know say, we don't feel good with this point, where we get courtesy of the opener team family. And don't forget to this program, the country on the courtesy of Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Now, let me see take Uno to we join with Madam Mayato Samoa.
When me customer think he wants and they call me, I drive for them for go overseas.
So how you able to get some from the wife?
I can send me picking them. And then I can call me customer sense. So then they can give me.
Okay.
What I don't sell, I pay them.
So still people in the way can patronize with you, but pass you send person, not to you they go again, you know able.
I
for just can't dry no more.
Dry no more. They see don't like us, you don't so.
Yeah.
They picking and dry. The person can't take them. Other can survive.
When this accident happened, This sickness because of accident.
Well, me not be no say.
It will result to this.
Yes. Yeah, 2022. Now then cut this first one. For me top for canal. I don't canal 2023 now. Now then cut this back. But I can't bracket. I go vote on. I go register. But I don't know me give me picture because I be there na Masanka.
Okay.
So why I can still and can't take me. I go vote with me paper.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 2003. So I had a me man. Now me they help me. We go work before they say how much o'clock. You don't come. I ain't go Masanka. I ain't go this. I ain't go help me. When I go to bathroom, I ain't go. Help me.
Oh yeah.
And they God can take him back to me and they can't die this December. I get 5.
And they all day with you?
Yes, sir.
But how life?
Well, my money brother then he send for me any month, then he feed me, then my brother then he help me, then me picking them, then my sister then he help me then na pani school and that I can survive because you know go to above soap and posting for you all thing. So that make me safe while they do me business. That I can buy. I know if I call post they say for send for me, then they send for me. But at that moment say if I get money that I can buy me medicine them, me food stuff, me do what they can support me, my money brother them. My brother, my sister them, they can support me. That is strange.
Yes, so that television with the so Mama Salon, Papa Salon, everybody they watch you.
That is strange.
You go get for give me your number. Okay. We will go give family them. Whosoever one gets to you, forgets to you because the story is very pathetic and I open a team of Slbc decide for with future you for the International Women's Day for not just for future you, but for you serve as an example to human being, mortal man. So if somebody they out there can say, hey, that story that one gets to one because really you get challenges. You really get challenges. You get constraints. Look at they tell me off camera. See at times they need them, then they at you, they pain, then they moan at you. And you not get strong painkillers them as I see the constraints where they go through. So if somebody one gets to you now, they watch me on a TV. 074-541-850. So if anybody one gets to you, because really, yes, they need God. Well, now so we go the curtain down from this program. Boku thank you to me colleague all work as a team. Camera na Miss Steven Daramola and Salifu James Kamara. Editor na Alfred Mansari. The producer na the executive producer TV Salma Taba. The poetry na from the amazing poets. Me bring the program to Unu Family. Me na Sayanke Bayodise. Bye bye for now and stay tuned to the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation. Na your voice, na my voice.
A place cannot produce poems. It can only not prevent them. And Freetown is good at that, for Freetown has its own sudden elegances. People are slow to leave it, quick to return. And there are others who come for a year or two and stay for a lifetime, sensing that they've found a city that is in the world, yet sufficiently on the edge of it to have a different resonance. Let me tell you something about this city. All of us, we're all just passing through, and we've all been here forever. Those who came, those who stayed, those who never returned. Tides turn, seasons change, we've waited and we've watched. But we've always been here. We've always listened. Because there is a different resonance here. It comes from the river, and the land, and the sky.
It's our place, all of us.
This city belongs to everyone.
And you know when it's your time.
And it's our time.
Listen, we are Freetown.
The golden rules of Freetown.
Don't pretend you're something that you're not.
Don't go thinking you're better than anyone else.
Or that anyone else is better than you.
Don't shout about it. Get on with it.
We are Freetown.
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 Yeah.
We found our voice again.
I'm from India and Freetown.
I'm from China and Freetown.
I'm from the UK and Freetown.
I am from Nigeria and Freetown.
I am from home and Freetown.
This city belongs to everyone.
The fishermen,
the taxi driver,
the barber,
the drummers, dancers.
All of us.
All of us. Everybody. We are Freetown.
The past is ours.
The future is ours. It's our time again.
And this city belongs to everyone.
The playwright,
the greengrocer,
the teacher,
the dog.
This space is ours.
This light is ours.
The beaches are ours.
The rivers now we own.
The roads are ours.
The bridges now we own.
We are Freetown.
We are all visitors and we've all been here forever.
We've got the mightiest river.
And the biggest sky.
And there's a resonance again.
Freetown. Freetown.
We are proud of this place.
We love this city.
And we want you to love it too.
We are proud of this place.
Na pass we all dey pass like stranger dem, but we all don dey here from time. Come here, and you'll feel it, that end of the line sense of freedom. Say yes to Freetown. Say yes to freedom.
Hello and welcome to this special interview. I am Sheikh Ismaila and you're watching the Sierra Leone Broadcasting Corporation television. Well, today on this edition of this special interview, I have somebody who has contributed in diverse ways to this country's socio-economic and political development, and also in the area of women's empowerment, philanthropy, and many more. Well, the person I'm about to talk to is somebody who doesn't need much introduction because she has been in the space, especially in the political space, for years now. Even though she seems to have retired, but she's not tired because she is still active in a lot of things. Taking care of children, in education, and she also owns an orphanage, and she has done a lot. And she has just celebrated, her 85th birthday. What a blessing, And this person is no less a person than Honorable Marie Janssene. I know this particular name rings a bell in many quarters. She is 85. Welcome to this special interview, Honorable Marie Janssene.
Thank you very much.
And congratulations on your 85th birthday.